In November of 2024, it was announced that Muppet Vision 3D would be permanently closing. Muppet Vision, a show that had run for over 34 years at Disney Hollywood Studios at Disney World in Florida, was one of the last things Jim Henson worked on and has been beloved by generations of fans. And for Muppet fans, the announcement of its closure was heartbreaking. With an announced closing date of June 7th, 2025, I knew I had to make my way over and see this iconic show one last time, possibly for the last time ever. And so, I did. Or, well, I'm about to. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Mupptown Funk. I'm Ty, and this is my 2025 Disney World trip, aka my quest to see Muppet Vision one last time. Man, let me tell you, with weather like that, it is gonna be good to get out of here. Hi, I'm Ty, aka the guy that runs this channel. I know it might be a bit disorienting, I've never shown my face here before, but for a big travel vlog like this, I thought I kinda had to. I hope you're all doing well today. It's currently Wednesday, February 19th, 2025, and I am only 2 days away from my trip to Disney World. I am super excited about this trip, and it's funny because it's almost kind of impromptu. For the last several weeks, ever since they announced an opening date for Muppet Vision, my dad and I have been talking about wanting to go and take a trip. And recently, he got this insanely good airline coupon that would make our travel really, really cheap. So we decided to do it, spend the money, and go to Disney for the weekend. And I'm so fortunate and lucky and grateful to be able to be in a position where we can do that. We, as a family, have always been kind of a Disney Parks family. We've gone to Disney World several times, Disneyland as well, but always over the summer. See, my mom is a teacher, so we always wait for the summer for our vacations, but this was something that we kind of had to do now if we wanted to go to Muppet Vision. So unfortunately, it's just me and my dad, just half my family. My mom and also my sister won't be able to come with us because they're both going to have work, but you know, they kind of gave us their blessings, and we're going to go on our way, and it's going to be a super fun time. And I'm also very excited to vlog it. I've been vlogging my Disney trips since before I was even on YouTube, and it's something I've kind of evolved and honed over the years. I'm super, super excited. One of my favorite videos I've ever made on YouTube was in 2023 over on my main channel, T2 Reviews Ty, where I talk about the Disney Pixar Cars movies. I did a big Disneyland vlog, and I want to make this video kind of the next step, the next evolution beyond that. I want to make this video not only a big vlog of what I'm up to, but I also want to do some additional voiceover in there. I really love that Disney vlog, but I rewatched it a few days ago, and I realized there are some parts where it doesn't really tell a narrative, since I'm just kind of filming the rides here and there. I want to be giving some more context, some more background information for people who maybe don't know the Disney parks, or have never been themselves, because of course I'm sure viewers haven't been, right? So I want to kind of do a thing where I can introduce my viewers to each ride, maybe give some background and stuff. And I thought it would be perfect here on Mupptown Funk, since I love talking about history here and pop culture history and Muppet history. So to be able to showcase each ride I go on, and also maybe record some voiceover after I go home being, hey, this is Zippy Zorp's Spinatron. It opened in 1962. A US president threw up on it once. You know, stuff like that. Fun stuff like that. Alright guys, it's Thursday. I just finished recording some videos for me to put on my main channel while I'm gone. Now I gotta go edit those and upload those and finish packing. Alright, first video is going up now, and we want this scheduled for, let's see, Saturday probably, right? Because I'm gonna be gone. I uploaded a video today, today's Thursday, and I'm gonna be gone Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So let's do Saturday for this one. Set it to around 2 p.m. or so is when I like to upload videos for the main channel. We'll do 2:30. There we go. And then we'll have to set the other one for Monday. And that is one done. on to the next one. Alright, the last video I gotta get up is a review of this car named Gil. And the funny thing about Gil is that he is a super rare item, who I wanted for a very, very long time, and I finally got my hands on him last summer. A friend of mine sold him to me for a really good deal alongside a bunch of other cars, and they just announced that he's coming back for 2025. After 15 years, they're bringing this of all items back right after I got it, so a bit awkward timing on my end. Anyway, I'm going to go wait for that to finish uploading, and I am going to go pack. Alright, let's see. I got one of my sketchbooks here with me. Always bring one of these sketchbooks. You never know when you're going to get a good idea. Always like to bring something to read. I'm reading a comic currently. This is Avengers vs. X-Men. You will never guess who the Avengers fight in this. I know, might be difficult to figure that one out. You know, the funny thing about this trip is that it would not be able to happen if it weren't for how weird my schedule is this semester of college. This semester, I don't have classes on Monday or Tuesday, meaning that I have a 4-day weekend every weekend. It's weird. It's definitely taken some getting used to. I'm still not fully used to this, and next week will be my 6th week of this semester. I'm almost at midterm, so yeah, it's super weird being out of school more than I'm in school, but considering I'm graduating in, you know, a year and a half, I guess I should get used to that, huh? But you know, it's not only the luck of having this semester where I have a lot of time off, it's also the luck of that really good coupon that's letting us fly for super cheap, all these things coming together to hopefully make for a pretty great trip. I'm gonna let my video here finish uploading, then I should probably go to sleep. I still actually have to go to a class tomorrow, and then as soon as I get home from that class, we're leaving to go to the airport. So, you know what? I think I'll see you guys on the way to the airport. Let's go. Alright guys, it is Friday. I just got out of my class today, so it's time to go like straight to the airport. I gotta go home really quick, eat lunch, finish packing, just put away like my laptop and my phone and stuff, and then I'll be on my way. Let's go. Right after I finished filming that last clip, some guy drove up to me and asked me if I knew where the China House was. I don't know what that is. Is that something on my campus? There's not a building called that here. What was that? And with that, we made our way off to the airport. And while we're traveling to the airport, I think it may be a good time for me to kind of break down our plans for the trip. Honestly, we didn't really have a plan. A lot of this was very unplanned, but we knew that we wanted to hit all 4 parks, Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, and Animal Kingdom, within the 3 days we had. We usually try to go to 2 parks a day when we go on Disney trips, which will give us more than enough time to check out each of the parks and also go to some more than once if we want to. Our trips to the parks would have to start tomorrow, though, because our plane was set to land at around 8 o'clock, and from there we would have to get off and make our way over to the hotel, and by then it would be too late to go to the parks. But that's not a downside. The hotel we're staying at, the Swan and Dolphin, has been my family's personal favorite for our past several Disney trips, and part of that is because it's connected to a whole area called the Boardwalk, full of fun stores and other hotels to check out. So even if we're not going to the parks tonight, there's still a lot of fun stuff to see. Anyway, enough talking. We finally made it to the airport. Now it's time to get everything checked in and get ready to go. Why is the bathroom so nice? Alright, so we made it here to the airport. It's currently 3:20, so we got some time to kill, but everything went perfectly smoothly. Took like 5 minutes to get in, which was super nice. Fastest it's ever been, so yeah. It's currently a nice 70 degrees in here. It's so windy. I'm very excited that I can get out of this weather. It's been so cold the last few days. The reason why I film so much of the travel here is because there's salt all over everywhere, all the cars, everything. It's so needlessly cold right now, so happy to get out of it, even though it's not going to be like summer weather. Still warmer than here. For the next hour, we kind of walked around checking out different stores in the airport, like this one, which sells records. Why would I want to bring a record on a plane? Do you know how easily that would break? that's so cool. All right, our plane has just come in and we board in about 10 minutes. And so, after all the anticipation, it was finally time to get going. And we were off. The flight was honestly really nice. There was something so beautiful about being up in the air while the sun was setting, looking down and seeing all the lakes completely covered in ice. Seeing the ground all speckled with snow, it was funny to me, knowing that when I landed, I would be very, very far away from that. Most of the flight we spent watching the new DreamWorks movie, The Wild Robot, which my dad and I both wanted to see for a while, and let me tell you, it is a beautiful movie. It's really sweet. I almost cried like 6 separate times. I'd really, really highly recommend it, but again, fair warning, it gets very emotional at several points. Great movie. The flight went right over dinner time, and we were both starting to get pretty hungry. All we had to sustain ourselves were complimentary pretzel bags, of course.
happy to welcome you to Orlando, Florida, where the local time is 8 p.m., nearly 25 minutes early. We'll be taxiing for the next few minutes, so please remain comfortably seated until we've arrived at the gate and the seatbelt sign has been turned off.
Finally. I feel like the older I get, the shorter flights feel. Or maybe it's just because the last 4 I've taken have been 6 hours each and this was 2. This entire airport is like completely empty. I don't know what's going on. There's nobody here. This entire car is empty. I could do whatever I want in here. I could scream. I could have like a flash mob.
Please exit and follow the signs to baggage claim meeting.
Remember this escalator? We got into our taxi and started making our way to the Swan and Dolphin Hotel. We were driving at the absolute perfect time. As we got closer to Disney World, we saw that Disney was in the middle of their nightly fireworks. Seeing the fireworks go off overhead as we approached the Disney World gate, it was truly a magical moment, which is something I never thought I'd say about an event taking place on the Florida highway. I love this revolving door so much. Man, it is so nice out, let me tell you. Far cry from being 20 degrees at home. Yeah, I remember this place. Oh man, it's nice to be back, let me tell you. Ooh. Got a marathon going on? As we entered, food was on our minds, so we considered this place called Fuel, a little store/restaurant. We also learned that there was a marathon going on the next day. Disney has a pretty big marathon program, and we've never been there during a time where a marathon was going on. It was pretty cool to see just how many people were here at the parks to do this run. We went up to our room to drop off our bags, but our plan after that was to go right back downstairs, get something to eat at that Fuel place, and then head outside and check out the boardwalk. Next to this weirdo. After several hours of not eating, I got myself a pimento grilled cheese sandwich. I forgot that pimento was a hot cheese, but it was alright. Pretty good. Cheese did start to look a little gross though the more I ate it. But hey, I was running almost completely on empty. I needed something, okay? After a hectic day, I took a moment to sit down and take everything in, and ponder deep questions like, how many coins are in this fountain next to me? How often do they clean out the fountain? Do they donate the money here to charity, or do they just pocket it and use it for future attractions? And if that's the case, shouldn't I be credited because my penny went towards the construction of Mike Wazowski's animatronics eyelid? These are the questions we gotta be asking, guys. Well, we're here. We have officially made it. And let me tell you, it is so nice outside. It's so nice. It's like 49 degrees. It feels like so much nicer than at home, I'll give you that. You gotta remember that I'm used to walking in 32-degree weather every day. This is paradise to me. I was so hungry there. That was a pimento grilled cheese sandwich. Let me tell you that. It's not the best. I don't think I've ever had pimento before. It was a little hot. I didn't really like it. I thought it was fine. All I'm doing is thinking that I would never survive on hot ones. Could you imagine me there? Did you see my face while eating a grilled cheese? That was a little hot. If Sean Evans is out here asking me what I was doing when I was 12, I would do terribly. When I go home, I should do one of those do-it-yourself kits they sell. You know how they sell their hot sauce? And do that and just die. The really nice thing about this hotel, the reason why we always choose it, is because you can walk to Epcot just by going down there, and you can take a boat to Hollywood Studios. So 2 parks, super quick access. It's also attached to this really nice area called the boardwalk with some stores and other sort of boardwalky type things, which is where we're walking down to right now. This place is absolutely packed because they're having one of those Disney marathons that they do, and it's tomorrow. So it looks like this area is being all set up for it, which is pretty nice.
This area, there's light, you know?
It's basically like a mini, like downtown Disney, basically. It's nice. Nothing gets me going like a dance remix of Ed Sheeran. Our first stop was this store to see what kind of stuff Disney was selling this year. I was pretty surprised to see a lot of Marvel merchandise here. For those of you who don't know, Disney legally can't use several major Marvel characters like the Avengers, Spider-Man, and the X-Men in Disney World because Universal Studios Florida already has them. This deal covers this side of the country, but not the other half, which is why there's an Avengers Land over in Disney California Adventure. Now I know what you might be wondering. Ty, isn't there a Guardians of the Galaxy ride in Epcot now? I thought you said they couldn't do Marvel. And, well, funny story there. The Universal deal gave them the rights to several of Marvel's most popular characters, but not all of their characters. In the 90s, when the deal was signed, the Guardians of the Galaxy were a super obscure team, and their modern incarnation, the one that the movies are based on, didn't debut until 2008. So there was a loophole there. They weren't part of the deal, and thus they're allowed here. But it seems like the Disney Universal deal doesn't affect merchandise, and so we can have merchandise of the Avengers, Spider-Man, X-Men, etc. here. Interesting. Thank you for watching this episode of Ty Explains Marvel History. Tune in next time, where I'll be breaking down the full history of Soft Serve, the X-Men who poops ice cream. The next place we stopped in was this beautiful high-end bakery. It was insane. We didn't get anything in here, it was absolutely crowded, but there were an absolute ton of options. They didn't even just sell food. They knew you'd like this place so much, you'd also stop by and buy a t-shirt. Bar. A day freeze there and just do the whole Deadpool choreography. There are a few little displays inside the hotel, like this one for Galaxy's Edge. That is hollow. Alright, so we're back in the room for the night. I think now would be a good opportunity to show it off. Pretty standard stuff, of course. We've got the closet here. Some coat hangers and all that. All the usual complimentary stuff. There's a mirror, which for some reason is sticking out here, right next to the bigger mirror. But okay, I'm surprised it's not on the bathroom side, because the bathroom is right over here with this really nice light. There are 3 mirrors occupying this space. I can do the whole thing where I'm on. It looks like there's an infinite number of me. Got some complimentary soap, or sorry, hand wash. I guess that's not soap legally. And body lotion. Cup, plastic cup. All the cups you would ever need. More cups, ice container, more plastic cups. These 2 sides of the room seem really redundant, don't they? There's a mirror here and a mirror here, and over there there's a mirror and there are cups, and here there are cups and a mirror. But you know what? I'm not gonna complain. Coffee maker there, got a little shelf there that we got water on. We ordered some groceries from a nearby store to the room. They gave us a lot of popcorn, like several different kinds of popcorn, little bags, and for some reason, by accident, just full out microwavable popcorn, which they weren't supposed to send us, but I guess you can't complain about that either, huh? Let's see, you got the fridge in there. Unfortunately, you know, no microwave for the popcorn they gave you by accident. I don't even know how you start to do you expect me to have access to a microwave to pop the corn in? Got some paintings over there on the wall. I always love these lanterns that they have here. You actually have you have 2 light switches, so you could light up either side or neither side. Doesn't really change all that much, but it is pretty nice. Outlets attached to that, as you would expect. Then moving on over here, of course, we have a nice glass table. We've got another lamp, some chairs, and the window. We don't have a balcony, and brace yourself, because you are about to see the greatest view in hotel history. You ready? You ready? It's staff parking. It's the staff parking. That's it. I mean, you can see the highway over there, and the road over there, and the boardwalk. That's where we just were. But yeah, it's just staff parking down here, which is fine. I don't need a super good view. Honestly, I'm kind of interested. Okay, every time I've been to a Disney hotel, it's had this nice view of the parks. I'm very excited to see what shenanigans go on here at staff parking. Like, what are these guys talking about? What do you think? Is there a conflict rising? Is there a storm brewing? Is there a problem there? Are they getting along? Are they not getting along? It looks like they're about to do the 3 Spider-Mans pointing at each other meme. And I, for one, can't wait for that movie. He's pointing right now. He's pointing in both directions. Guys, this is the quality content that you signed up for, right? Yeah, really, not all that much to see, but I think that's perfectly all right. And with all that, let's close that off, and I think it's time to sign off for the night. Gonna be getting up pretty early tomorrow morning to get into Magic Kingdom. We're hoping to get on the Tron roller coaster really early, because that's brand new and is definitely pretty cool. And so yeah, hoping to get onto that pretty early. Gonna close things up, and I guess that's me signing off for now.
Tonight, we are going to paradise. The Muppets break into Walt Disney World.
Where's Mickey Mouse?
There's so much to do.
It's like Disney family.
And make an impression everywhere they go. Closes jump down.
He's probably rounding up a posse to come after us.
Your assignment is to capture the Muppets. Away! Rats.
You call?
Charles Grodin. Looks like trouble. Come on.
It's that easy being green.
And Cosby's Raven Simone guest star with the Muppets at Walt Disney World.
He really didn't want Urkel to have that pizza. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 1. Our first order of business today, getting down to the bus stop to travel to Magic Kingdom. The bus dropped us off at the transportation center, where we'd have to take a monorail the rest of the way. I feel like I'm mentioning the weather too much, but it is so nice out already. I feel like I'm overdressed. I should have brought a sweatshirt with me instead. I brought a sweatshirt, I just don't have it on me right now. In hindsight, that may have been better. That bus was absolutely packed. I would have loved to have filmed there, but I couldn't. They really crammed us on there the whole time. They just kept asking us to move further and further back. One of the coolest parts of the monorail is when you get to the Contemporary Resort. One of the original opening day Disney World hotels that the monorail system was actually built to travel inside of. It stops here to pick up passengers that are staying at this hotel, and man, it's just so cool. You get a beautiful look at the inside of this place. There is nothing cooler than being on the monorail before your first day and seeing Space Mountain and the castle in the background. I just heard some woman say Cars 3 is worse than Cars 2. What is your opinion? Huh? Here we were, finally in Magic Kingdom. Only a little confused from that woman's comment about the Cars movies. This early on, we already had a plan in mind. We wanted to make our way over to Tron Lightcycle Run, the new Tron-themed roller coaster in Tomorrowland. I've never seen Tron or the second one. Do I need to know the plot? Lightcycle Run opened just a couple of years ago. It's a roller coaster where you're sitting on a motorcycle inspired by the ones from Tron. The ride wasn't even set to open for another 15 minutes or so, and the line was already packed. I guess I made a good decision getting on early. But easily the coolest thing about the line was that it takes you behind Space Mountain. The ride says you're racing against several other teams, all of whom are pictured here on the wall during the queue. I'll never be as cool as Team Orange. The line then takes you into a locker room where you can stow your bags. When you exit, your items are waiting for you in another locker room by the exit, which is pretty cool. They must be sent down through some system while you're on the ride. Anyway, since I had no bags, I was allowed to walk past the locker room, making me skip quite a bit of the line. coaster features both an indoor and outdoor section, and while I couldn't film on it, I did get some footage of other people riding it on our way out. That was so cool. Oh my gosh, that was awesome. You're completely like kneeled to the ground and you're holding on. I'll try to show footage from someone else's. Obviously I can't film on there. It was way more intense than I thought it would be. That was so sick. We won, but I'm pretty sure we win every time. I think that's just how it goes. That was awesome. Wow. So they send everything up when you leave. That's so cool. Yeah, I am very impressed by that. That was really cool. Definitely a bit on the shorter side, but it was really cool. Screens looked a little weird, but that was pretty sick. Let's see where you're let off. What you want, a gift shop or something? No gift shop, just an ad from the ride sponsor. And make sure to watch Tron Ares in theaters this October, starring Jared Leto. Alright, so we're on our way over to Buzz Lightyear, which usually has a pretty short line, and for the record, I'm very good at it. Kinda. Oh, there's Stitch! No way! For some reason, I didn't get any footage of Stitch, so just imagine you saw him. Just not the live-action one.
Stand by. Scanners detecting more trouble in Sector 9. That's the work of that nefarious criminal. What are you going to do first? Enemy of the Galactic Alliance, the evil Emperor Zurg.
No, that's not a stack.
Stealing crystallic fusion power cells. Outdoor cells will all be cowards. Mercy of Zurg. Star Command picked up a fine time to send in new recruits. All right, you junior space rangers, listen up. Green Squadron will retrieve the power cells, while the rest of you concentrate on those robots. We'll rendezvous at Planet Z. I will remain here at Star Command to coordinate the mission. Battle stations, report to the flight deck for immediate launch. To infinity and beyond.
Stabilize your flight path. Aim for the seals.
I just got 6,000. What happened? What did I hit? 500. What did I hit?
I don't hit anything.
Oh my god. I hit something big. It's 22,000. Hit that one in the eye. That just got me to 22. There you go, you got it. Oh, there we go. I got it.
The man has the full power of that secret weapon. Those who will not, I will burn.
Listen to that, Space Rangers.
Space Ranger Spin is always a fun time, though I will say some of the effects are starting to look a bit dated. Funny story there, a month after I went on my trip, at the end of March 2025, Disney announced a refurbishment coming to Space Ranger Spin, giving it the handheld blasters that are present in the California version of the attraction, as well as a show scene featuring a brand new character named Buddy. Yo, no way. At the time of me recording this segment, it is June 5th, 2025, and Disney just filed a permit for electric work on this ride an hour ago. Wow. That's a weird coincidence. Why do I look like that? We walked from Tomorrowland to Fantasyland, where some of the most iconic classic Disney rides are. Alice in Wonderland is one of my all-time favorite Disney movies, and it always saddens me that Florida doesn't have that great Alice Dark ride that's over in California. All they have here is the teacups, which I don't usually go on. Not because I don't like spinning rides, instead because I have a negative association with teacup rides ever since I was a kid. You see, when I was really young, my sister and I went on a teacup ride, and they started blasting Everybody Dance Now for several minutes on end, and it was so terrible, I've never been on one again. I'm pretty sure my sister has at this point, but that's just because she was out with her friends and they decided to do it together. When it comes to just the two of us, we've basically vowed to never step foot on another teacup ride. I was going to make a joke about how that also ruined the song Everybody Dance Now for us, but have you heard that song? It's already ruined. We hopped on Peter Pan's flight next, an iconic dark ride whose wait time was quite a bit shorter than usual this morning. This ride always has the longest wait times, but now they have this really cool indoor queue for it, which I love. Check this out. Okay, like, why does every single Disney couple look like this? This indoor line takes you through the Darling House at night, perfectly setting up the ride, and there are a lot of interactive elements throughout, like moving shadows and Tinkerbell occasionally flying around the room. The ride itself needs no introduction. It's a classic.
On to Neverland!
So, funny story about the mermaids in this ride. You may have noticed that one of them, the one in the middle, has red hair and looks suspiciously like Ariel. Well, when the ride first opened, this one having red hair was a reference to one of the mermaids from the Peter Pan movie. But after The Little Mermaid came out, Disney cast members were asked so often if this was a cameo from Ariel, they decided to officially make it her instead, redoing the hair to be closer to Ariel's color and also repainting the seashells to make them match hers as well. You know, I'm not sure if the Peter Pan mermaid wanted that, but whatever. An Easter egg's an Easter egg. Recently added to the ride was a new updated scene featuring some of the film's Native American characters, with Tiger Lily dancing while some others play the drums. I'm happy to see Disney keep these controversial characters in the ride and just give them a more upbeat scene instead of removing them. Although I will say their figures look noticeably newer than the rest of the ride, but I guess that's an inevitability. What an absolute classic of a ride. It still completely holds up. And it looked like a lot of the figures had been pretty freshly painted, looking brighter than ever. By the way, I just learned, did you know that Captain Hook's first name is James? Isn't that kind of underwhelming? The Little Mermaid ride was up next, my personal favorite movie-based dark ride. The line was pretty short this morning, but for days where it gets long, this is one of a couple rides with some little interactive elements in the queue. You have to find Scuttle, find these little crab guys. I love that effect so much. That makes it look like you're plunging underwater. Then you enter your first full show scene with Ariel singing part of your world. Unfortunately, I can't play the music here for copyright reasons, but luckily for you, I have a very wonderful singing voice. Like, no, don't click off! The Under the Sea scene is probably my all-time favorite show scene in any Disney ride. I always look forward to this one. There's so much fun stuff to look at and check out. If you watch this channel, you know I'm a big fan of background characters and obscure little details, and this scene has that in spades. But we also still have our main characters. Here's Ariel, and right next to her is Flounder, alongside that fishwoman that should be arrested for what she's doing to Flounder. He's a child! He's a child fish! Stop! It's pretty early, like it's not even 11 o'clock yet, but we were so hungry. Remember, the only thing I've had is like a substantial meal in the last 18 hours is a grilled cheese and a croissant for breakfast, so it's gonna be nice to have an actual meal. This is the Pinocchio restaurant, so just basic stuff. I'm just getting like chicken fingers, it's fine. Not sure where we're going after this though. I've already hit a lot of my personal favorite rides. I do want to check out some stores though I haven't yet. Maybe do some more walking around because it's just kind of been ride so far. So I think we'll have to see. I asked my viewers for their take on the Cars 2 versus Cars 3 situation a few hours ago, and to my surprise, a lot of people have said that they actually prefer 2 to 3. I never minded Cars 2, but I always thought it was the general sentiment that people hate the second one and think the third one is much better. I think 3 is much better than 2. 3 is almost as good as 1, honestly. This is the wrong channel for me to be having this conversation, isn't it? Oh well. See, it's the sort of food you would expect, but usually pretty good stuff here, regardless of what it is. Also, water. Alright, so we just ate, and now I think we're going to make our way to the other half of the park and see stuff like Pirates of the Caribbean, Haunted Mansion, maybe walk by the new Splash Mountain, see how that looks now, stuff like that. I'm pretty excited because I've actually never been on the Florida Haunted Mansion before, so it's going to be interesting. On our way over to the Haunted Mansion, we saw that the riverboat was boarding, something neither of us had ever done before, so we decided to hop on. The riverboat takes you around the rivers of America, which surrounds Tom Sawyer Island, and both the riverboat and the island are set to close soon, being replaced with an area themed to Piston Peak from the Cars franchise. Of course, as a big Cars fan, I'm pretty excited for this land. I did a whole video about it over on my main channel. I'll link this if you want to see my thoughts in full. But it is upsetting to see this iconic part of the park that's been there since the beginning close down, even if the riverboat and Tom Sawyer Island aren't all that popular. With this area soon to be removed, we decided to take a detour in our day and ride the boat. And I'm so glad we did. This whole lake is getting filled in for Cars Land, wow. As you can see, Tom Sawyer Island is directly next to the Haunted Mansion, and it's a whole man-made island and lake area. While I mentioned here that the whole river would be filled in, concept art released just this week at the time of recording revealed that that actually wouldn't be the case, and a large portion of the river is remaining. There's also this giant mysterious crane, and I can only assume that's for construction of Cars Land, maybe? Because it's going to be right over here, unless it's further away than it looks.
Sound last bell. Figment, sound off. Give me a depth reading right about.
I think I should mention that you best not be sitting on those handrails. They're the only thing between you and the river. And the river don't always take kindly to uninvited guests. We've also had reports of river.
What a nice view, except for the crane. It's really pulls you out of it.
Whether it happened or not.
So the crane can't be Cars, it's all the way over there. There's Big Thunder, which is closed right now. It's alright, it's not a personal favorite of mine, but it's a nice little ride. Here's the Tom Sawyer Island. I don't know how you get over there, I think you gotta take a raft. So I just realized something. The crane is behind Big Thunder Mountain, and that's where they're working on the new Villain Land. Because that was a project that was called Beyond Big Thunder, so that must be what they're working on. That makes sense, because it is Beyond Big Thunder. It's right behind there. Let me tell you guys, this boat ride was really nice. It's very serene, and it feels like you're going through a hidden part of the park. Riding this truly made me felt like I'd left Disney World and gone to another place entirely. I didn't realize it would be this detailed with this much to see. Imagine my surprise when I realized there was consistent narration on the boat and even some animatronics to look at on the path. So right over there is where we just were. You can see the line for the Haunted Mansion. So it's really not a big loop. It's very thin, but I could definitely see how they could put a car ride in here for sure. Have a whole track layout here. It is going to be sad to see this go. I was never on this. Yeah, I've never been here before today, and it's really nice. But I get it. It's kind of hidden away. A lot of people are going to see the boat and not want to go on it. That was me until 10 minutes ago when we decided to do this, and I'm glad we did. Back, the donkeys. Yeah, that's the train track going through. This guy's okay? Never done that before, and honestly, I'm really glad I did. It's super nice, really kind of obscure, and in the back there, it's a shame it's going to be closed, but you know I love cars, so I can't complain that much, right? Honestly, looking back on it now a few months later, this boat ride ended up being one of my favorite parts of the entire trip. I'm so glad we got to check it out before it closes in July. I know this is a long shot, but if you have a Disney World trip planned within the first month this video is out, make sure to take a ride on the riverboat. It'll be time well spent. Welcome to Florida. Our next stop was the one and only Pirates of the Caribbean. We even saw Jack Sparrow doing a meet and greet on our way there. Pirates of the Caribbean is a great ride. In other news, the sky is blue and grass is green. All jokes aside, there's a pretty common sentiment with fans that the California version of Pirates is far superior to the Florida one. California's ride is significantly longer, with a lot more show scenes, and it's kind of just more elaborate in general. While several of the rides in Florida, such as the Haunted Mansion, took advantage of the new park to make longer, more complex rides, this wasn't the case with Pirates. That's because Pirates of the Caribbean wasn't actually part of Disney World on opening day. They simply didn't add it to the park. I've read that apparently they thought Florida locals wouldn't be interested in Pirates? What? Anyway, obviously they were pretty wrong about that, and popular demand for Pirates of the Caribbean in Florida led them to make a smaller, stripped-down version of it, which opened in 1973. 50 years later, we still have this more bare-bones version of Pirates, bone pun fully intended. And while I wouldn't call Florida's Pirates bad at all, I will say once you've gone on the California one, you'll look at the Florida version completely differently. Since my last 2 Disney trips had been to California, I left the Florida version of Pirates going, wait, that's it? I forgot just how stripped down it was, but enough about that. Let's check out the ride itself.
Now, you scurvy skunk! Do I hear 10? A hen for a 10!
10? I'll give you 20 for the wrong.
I'm studying me map. Oh, it's the treasure map for sure, and no mistake. And by thunder, let's go, Captain Jack Sparrow.
Over here, sitting in the hole.
It is true. I'm a mother. Gotta go home. That is bad. Gonna go behind Joe.
For people in the comments who were older than me and were around before the Pirates of the Caribbean movie characters were in the ride, what was here before? Because this part with Jack Sparrow at the end always felt kind of awkward to me. Did they just carve out a wall and sit him here? Or was there something here before? Let me know. Anyway, who doesn't love this ride, right? Those pirates really are of the Caribbean, aren't they?
What's happening back here? I was watching everything that happened from some distance. Really, I'm well on my way to finding all the books and treasures. But there really isn't
Swiss Family Robinson Treehouse was next, one of my dad's favorites. It's a walkthrough attraction. Please just ignore the big construction tarp covering one of the rooms. It's not canon to the Swiss Family Robinson lore. Ah. I can't believe these guys ended up stranded on an island and had a functioning player piano. Then again, I've seen Lost. I've seen far weirder things end up on deserted islands. This is a really nice bed and just a really nice bedroom in general. These guys are thriving out here. At this point, I honestly don't think I'd want to go home. Look, all I'm saying is, at home, I have to pay taxes. These guys are completely off the grid. They don't have to pay taxes. I don't know, for a bunch of people that crashed, they seem to be doing just fine to me. I always make a point to check out the Main Street Holiday Shop. I just love seeing what Christmas ornaments they've made, even when it's not close to Christmas. They look like the Infinity figures. They got Mr. Toad. I missed him so much. What a guy. So... For those of you who don't know, the Mr. Toad Dark Ride, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, used to be in both Disneyland and Disney World, but it closed here in Florida several years ago to make way for the Winnie the Pooh attraction. Which, on one hand, I'd say is a shame because it was an opening day attraction, but on the other hand, I'd say I completely understand because Mr. Toad is an insanely obscure Disney movie character, and also in that ride, you die and go to hell. Since his ride is gone now, I love seeing whenever he's referenced here in Florida. And don't worry, this won't be the last time you see Mr. Toad during this video. Because he's right behind you. It's really gotten warm and it's super nice. But pretty much all of the rides right now have pretty long lines. Haunted Mansion's 50, Small World's 40. Peter Pan is closed down right now, so I guess we rode it just in time. But we're gonna head over to Country Bears, which recently had a refurbishment. Now I think they sing Disney songs, so I don't think I could film it without getting copyright claimed. But who knows, maybe I could put some copyright-free music over. Oh my gosh, that guy's terrifying. For those of you who don't know, the Country Bear Jamboree is an animatronic stage show where a band of bears sing a variety of original country songs. Except now, apparently, they sing classic Disney songs. The new waiting room for the show is really fun, with a bunch of displays full of props that are apparently from the band's extensive past. As you'd expect, some of these are Easter eggs. I love the commitment here to make it seem like this band's been around for a long time and has done several different types of shows, because honestly, it's pretty true, actually, if you think about it. My favorite Easter egg here is on these letters, where the stamps are dated with the day and location Country Bear Jamboree opened in the different Disney parks. Here in Frontierland on October 1st, 1971, in Bear Country in Disneyland on March 24th, 1972, that's been closed for a very long time, so nice to see it acknowledged, and in Tokyo's Western Land on April 15th, 1983. Another one of my favorite details here, the floor is full of claw marks. Something that's been there since, I believe, the ride's opening, but I always laugh when I see it.
Now, if you're thinking of taking our picture, make sure you get a good sign.
Which side is that? The one mounted to the back of this wall.
Over here.
Sorry.
Okay, everybody. Now we're ready to start. Give us a little intro there, Gomer. Howdy, folks. Welcome to the one and only all-original Country Bear musical tambourine, featuring a wild and woolly assortment of grizzled old grizzlies singing a little country, a little western, and a whole lot of everything in between. So get those paws tapping and those claws clapping for five bears who need no introduction, but I'll give them one anyway. Let's hear it for the Five Bear Rocks! Hit it, boys!
While this new refurbishment does start with an original song, I was quickly taken aback by the next song. You see, the last thing I was expecting was for the Country Bears to start singing Shakira. And from there, the pre-existing Disney songs don't stop coming. Kiss the Girl is there. A Whole New World was also featured, and while these are nice, different, country, western-style covers of each of these iconic Disney tracks, they all still feel just so jarring. This refurbishment also changed up the order of the acts, and I believe who was paired with who and all that, and it really made it feel like a sequel to the Country Bears instead of a refurbishment. This version of the show expects you to know all of these characters and what their jokes are, but if this is your first time going to the parks, you really have no way of knowing that, and this new version doesn't do a good job incorporating this.
Please say, I can't go home.
Poor guy.
Poor curtains.
Well, folks, I'd say that's a rendition we'll remember for a long time. Now, how about we do one of my favorites? You've got a friend in me.
The only song that I felt really fit in here was Bare Necessities from the Jungle Book, which the whole crew plays together at the end, and it's honestly pretty nice, although maybe I only thought it fit in because it's a bear-related song. Not a big fan of this refurb. I really didn't like that. Everything felt so out of place. Really nothing wrong with keeping the original soundtrack. There we go. Yeah, that's why we don't go on it. Alright, we're gonna try to get on the Haunted Mansion, and we'll see where we go from there. If you watch this channel, then you know I love the Haunted Mansion. It's one of my favorite rides. And while its spooky atmosphere is great, what I've always liked most about it is its world building. If you look close enough, each part of this ride tells a story and interconnects. If you look outside of the ride, nearly all of the ghosts have names and backstories explained in external media. There's so much to see on the ride, and even more to see if you look beyond it. I've always loved franchises that have a ton of obscure details and characters. It's part of why I love Star Wars and the Muppets so much, and this is no different. Like I said earlier on in the video, I'd actually never been on the Florida version of the Haunted Mansion anymore. I was too scared to ride it as a kid, and the first time that I went on it was on a California trip, and I've only been on the California one since. I'm so used to the California version, and I love it so much, I wasn't sure how I'd feel about the Florida ride's differences. For example, in California, one of my favorite parts is the changing portrait hallway that you walk through, but in Florida, you ride past it. California also has the original hitchhiking ghost showing up in the mirror at the end of the ride, instead of the weird CGI ones Florida has. Although granted, last time I was in California, they didn't show up any of the 3 times I went on the ride, and actually, I'm pretty sure earlier this year California replaced them with the CGI ones anyway, so I guess this point is moot. Florida, meanwhile, has some additional scenes at the start of the ride, slightly different walkthrough elements, and a few other changes throughout, which I was pretty interested to see. But the most recent addition to the ride is easily the most controversial. Only about 1.5 years ago, the Hatbox Ghost finally made his way to the Florida Haunted Mansion. For those of you who don't know, the Hatbox Ghost is an infamous character who was part of the Haunted Mansion in California at opening, with his gimmick being that his head disappeared and reappeared in a hatbox he was holding. The character worked so infrequently that he was removed only weeks after the ride's opening and became an urban legend. In 2015, he was rebuilt, his face now a digital projection, although the wig does still physically move from what I've heard. He hangs out at the back of the attic past the bride, but when they put him in Florida, they moved his location to the endless hallway at the ride's beginning. I think realistically, the reason for him moving is probably because the Florida attic doesn't really have space for him. You gotta remember, he was supposed to be in the California ride the whole time. He was just removed, so when it was time to put him back, they could simply put him back. That's not really the case for Florida. I've heard he was planned for Florida at one point, but, you know, he was never in there, and because of that, his little alcove isn't really present. But the reason why people were upset with the Hatbox Ghost's placement here is because the endless hallway, as you'll see during my ride footage, is one of the ride's very first scenes. And his placement here actually kind of breaks the lore. You see, you don't actually see any of the ghosts in the Haunted Mansion until Madame Leota does her seance a few minutes into the ride. Only then do the ghosts feel your presence and start to make themselves be shown. Before that, you only really hear ghosts, like the ghost host, who you never physically see other than his dead human body. And you also see kind of enchanted, spooky items like the eyes in the wallpaper. The Hatbox Ghost being seen before you see other ghosts, in theory, does break kind of the story there. It's something that most people wouldn't really notice, but some hardcore fans, myself included, thought it was kind of a strange and a little bit of a frustrating choice. Disney swooped in with a lore reason which is so funny, it's pretty much the only reason why I'm explaining the whole Hatbox Ghost situation in this video. Disney's reasoning was that the ghosts in the ride are stated to be happy haunts, and the Hatbox Ghost isn't happy. This was stated shortly after the 2023 movie released, where he was the main antagonist, but the ride and the movie really aren't canon to each other. He was also played by Jared Leto in the movie, and I think the less amount of references to him anywhere at any time is for the best. I'll give Disney props for coming up with an in-universe explanation for something that's very clearly a real-world how much space do we have on our ride issue. As much as I'd just love them to state, hey, there's not space at the back of the attic, or he wouldn't look right here, I do appreciate them going out of their way to try to come up with a story reason for this. That's something I always love about Disney and rides like the Haunted Mansion. They don't act like it's a ride they've built. They act like it's an actual location there. But it's just really funny to me, because according to Disney, every ghost you physically see on the Haunted Mansion is happy. These two guys are literally shooting at each other, but I guess they're happy, unlike the Hatbox Ghost. This man who's forced to live the rest of his life with his head detached from his body, he's happy, unlike the Hatbox Ghost. This woman who's a literal serial killer, she's happy. Actually, that makes sense. She looks like she's living her best life.
There's a horse right there.
The ghost hearse here is one of the most impressive and famous parts of the Haunted Mansion line, and to this day, I genuinely don't know how the saddle floats like that. My best guess is it's tensegrity, where everything is laid out so perfectly, it's able to stably float, but I genuinely don't know. Fun fact, the hearse itself is actually a prop from the 1965 John Wayne film, The Sons of Katie Elder. In 2011, the Haunted Mansion's outdoor queue was greatly expanded to add a bunch of new things to look at, as well as interactive elements for when the lines get long. What a happy family. Sure hope nothing bad happens to them. Well, hi, Mark. Hey Disney, I think your crypt's broken. The organist's crypt here is labeled Ravenscroft, a reference to Thurl Ravenscroft, who provided his iconic deep voice to the song Grim Grinning Ghosts inside the ride. Strangely, the organist is one of the only characters to have an outside crypt who's also inside the ride itself. Most of the characters in the crypt were just made up for this section. But according to Disney, the organist's name is Air Victor Geist, not Ravenscroft. Apparently, Ravenscroft is just the name of the brand of crypt. A strange choice, especially because, at least according to the Haunted Mansion wiki, Victor Geist has only been the character's name since 2016, and the Ravenscroft Easter egg was added in 2011. Personally, I prefer his 1974 name, Spidery Sam.
Hey. Muses, you'll have to speak up. I'm a bit hard of hearing. Let's try another one. Sweet Hannah had taken a cruise to Manila. She was thrown over.
Right before getting into the ride, you see Madame Leota's tomb, looking suspiciously like a head in a crystal ball. Every once in a while, it'll move ever so slightly, and it's pretty freaky.
Oh, there it goes.
Doorless chamber, and strange and frightening sounds echo through the hall. And the candlelight with the air is dense. That is the time when ghosts are present, practicing their terror with ghoulish delight. Welcome, foolish mortals, to the Haunted Mansion. I I am your host, your ghost host. Our tour begins here in this gallery. Here where you see paintings of some of our guests as they appeared in their corruptible, mortal state. Kindly step all the way in, please, and make room for everyone. There's no turning back now.
At this time, please step away from the walls and into the dead center of the room.
Your cadaverous pallor betrays an aura
Away
of
from the walls,
woe,
please. Away from the
almost
walls.
as though you sense a
Away from the walls,
disquieting metamorphosis. Is this haunted room actually stretching? Or is it your imagination? And consider this dismaying observation. This chamber has no windows and no doors. Which offers you this chilling challenge to find a way out. Of course, there's always my way. Oh, I didn't mean to frighten you prematurely. The real chicken teeth and let's all stay together.
While I really liked the walkthrough section after the stretching room in California, I ended up really enjoying it here in Florida too. The room is really well detailed and full of paintings, many of them ones I recognized as paintings originally planned for the California version of the ride but scrapped. I was very happy to see them here. I didn't know they were here. My personal favorite is this one, which is literally just Dracula.
Flash pictures, please. With spirits are highly sensitive. Bright lights. Our library is well stuffed with priceless first editions. Only ghost and marvel busts of the greatest ghost writers the literary world has ever known. They have all tricked here to the haunted mansion. Actually, we have 999 happy months here. For 1,000 any volunteers.
The entire part of the ride that you just saw isn't present in the California version of it. As I stated earlier, the changing portrait hallway is something that you walk through in California, not ride through. The next several rooms you go through are all completely originally made for the Florida version and not present in California. The library here, although 2 of the busts that you see in the library do appear as part of the walkthrough queue in California. There's also the insanely cool endless staircase scene, with a bunch of different staircases pointing in different directions, with ghostly footprints walking up them. My camera kind of struggled capturing this scene well, but it did do a better job on a later ride-through. Check it out. While it seems like a classic concept right out of the original ride, the endless stairway scene was actually added in 2007. Apparently, before this, it was just an empty room with a bunch of cobwebs and spiders in it. I wouldn't know. I was 3 in 2007. The endless staircase was added in the same ride refurbishment that also added the Constance version of the bride and gave Madame Leota the ability to float. You know, she used to be stationary, but they fly now. Well, there he is, the Hatbox Ghost in Florida. After all that talk of his relocation, what did I think about it? It's fine. Him just standing there at the end of the hallway is significantly less cool than California, where he's kind of a surprise because you turn around and then you see him. Here he's just sitting there the whole time. His presence also takes away from the super cool endless hallway effect that's right next to him, because your eyes are more likely going to be drawn to the animatronic in the room. But on the plus side, he's quite a bit easier to see than he is in California, and he does have a bit more screen time. But there is a downside to that, which is the fact that the lighting in this room is different and a bit brighter makes it easier to tell that he's made up primarily of screens, which can be kind of distracting. Now, I'd love to ask the Hatbox Ghost himself what he thinks about this, but I have a feeling he'll be upset. As we all know, he's not a happy haunt.
Wherever you dwell, give us a hint by ringing a bell. Serpents and spiders, tail of a rat, call in the spirits wherever they're at. Rat on a table, it's time to respond. Send us a message from somewhere beyond.
I feel like nearly every time I go on this ride, the ride gets stuck while I'm at the Madame Leota scene. In general, the Haunted Mansion tends to get stuck pretty often. A lot of dark rides do, but the Haunted Mansion and the Little Mermaid in particular always get stuck nearly every time I ride them. So I was honestly surprised to ride through Leota's whole scene without getting stopped. Madame Leota is named after Disney Imagineer Leota Toombs. Yes, her real last name was Toombs. Quite fitting. She provided the face for Madame Leota. The projection is a recording of her. But she didn't provide the voice. She does, however, provide both the face and voice for little Leota, that terrifying little doll woman that you see when you leave the ride. Leota's daughter, Kim Irvine, is one of the head Imagineers on Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion nowadays. She even received a cameo in the Muppets Haunted Mansion special as a maid, taking care of Miss Piggy, who portrayed Leota in the special. Thanks to Leota's seance, the ghosts now sense your presence and are starting to make themselves visible. This leads into the iconic ballroom scene. There's so much to look at here in the ballroom. One of my favorite details is the fact that Imagineers will almost always make 3 plates on the table form a hidden Mickey. I don't see any plates here in my ride footage that I would consider close enough to be counted as a hidden Mickey, but I wouldn't be surprised if there is one here on the table, probably on the side you can't see as well. My other favorite detail in the scene is something that I didn't notice until just a couple of years ago. Right at the start of the room, you could see the back of a hearse which is crashed through the wall, with a coffin spilling out of it. It's hard to see the hearse itself from my footage, but you can see here from this other picture, it is there. And if you look closely, you can see that the coffin is actually open, implying that the ghost has gotten out to join the party. I'm sorry, but isn't it insanely convenient that for all the places in the world this hearse could crash into, it crashed into a house that was already haunted? Like, that's pretty lucky, right? Like, what if this hearse crashed into the back of a Walmart instead, and the ghost came out and was like, ugh, now I'm in Walmart. Like, lucky that he ended up in the Haunted Mansion. After the ballroom, you begin to make your way into the attic. What did I just say? I always get stuck on this ride for some reason. This time around, we were stopped right at the start of the attic scene. So we just kind of awkwardly sat here and watched this guy's head disappear and reappear for the next minute. I guess I'll take the opportunity of being stuck here to give you guys a bit of background on the attic scene, as it's my personal favorite part of the ride. It's where the horror elements really hit their peak as you come face to face with the bride, Constance Hatchaway, who's murdered 5 previous husbands. All 5 of whom you see pictures of before and after before seeing her ghost. Disney did a pretty good job making this storyline work throughout the scene. In addition to the obvious 5 photos of husbands whose heads disappear as you pass them, there are a lot of smaller details that help add to the story, which is part of why I like this scene so much. My favorite detail is that each wedding photo features Constance wearing another pearl necklace. She has 1 in her first photo, given to her by her first husband, 2 in the second, and so on and so forth, until of course she has 5 in the final photo, and her animatronic is also wearing all 5 necklaces. The ride also reveals exactly when she was married, with things like banners and dates on the wedding photos letting you know, which I think is pretty cool. It's not often we get information on when the ghosts in the Haunted Mansion were actually alive. Of course, it's a different story for each of them, and you can make assumptions based on the clothing, but still I think it's cool to get concrete dates. According to the Haunted Mansion Wiki, she was married in 1869, 1872, 1874, 1875, and 1877. She really burned through husbands, didn't she? As you can also see, a point was made to have each of the husbands be more and more successful people as she leeches off of them for wealth. With her introduction into the ride, this stretching room portrait of a woman sitting on a tombstone labeled George, who has an axe in his head, was retconned into being her as an old woman before death. I love how Disney always puts these tiny little details into their rides that most people wouldn't even notice. And I especially love the Haunted Mansion fandom who's picked up on all these tiny little details and pieced them together. Seriously, I would not be able to talk about this ride on this channel without all of the incredible fan documentation of this ride on fan sites and wikis. The Villains Wiki page for Constance Hatchaway is one of the most thorough web pages I've ever seen. Look at this. Origin, the Haunted Mansion. Occupation, serial killer, Marchioness, heiress, mistress of the Haunted Mansion. Powers/skills, ghostly powers, levitation, stealth, trickery, summoning. Goals, live a wealthy life. Succeeded. Kill anyone who enters the attic of the Haunted Mansion. Ongoing. Crimes, serial mariticide, theft, attempted mass murder, aliases. I'm not reading all that. Back in January, California actually updated their Constance figure, which I did a whole video on this channel. She was updated to become a combination of the Constance character and the previous Beating Heart bride, and she was also given a pet cat, who one of my comments suggested should be named Cheese Puff. I think we should go with that. Anyway, Florida still has the Constance that's been there since 2007, and we don't know if she'll be updated. But enough talking, looks like the ride is finally about to start moving again, so let's check it out.
As long as we both shall live.
In my video back in January, I mentioned how dated the California bride looked before they replaced her earlier this year. She always really looked like a screen on a mannequin to me, and I was really impressed and pleasantly surprised by the Florida version, who looks significantly better. The lighting is better, the coloring is a much darker blue, the dress is a bit more complicated, and also is flowing in the wind. Another case of Florida taking something originally made for the California version of the ride and improving it. After the attic, you're sent careening backwards into the graveyard, as the ride's iconic signature song, Grim Grinning Ghosts, begins to start up in full force after being part of the instrumental track for pretty much the entire ride beforehand. I always loved this descent. It's a very cool way to get from the top of the house to outside at the bottom of it. And the graveyard scene is another absolutely iconic one. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to dub over it because, the song is copywritten, but here it is. There's so much to see in this part of the ride. I could probably spend another hour breaking down just this scene alone. The amount of little funny visual gags and all the different ghosts doing different things here. And I'm really proud of how this showed up on camera. I was pretty excited about that. I recently got a new phone that I took with me to film here, and man, it made all of these guys look incredibly cool. Shout out the Mummy, by the way. Everybody loves the Mummy, sitting here in a crypt, talking his ear off to a guy who can't hear. I love it. This is what eternal punishment looks like. After that, you have the iconic opera singer duo, the Headless Knight, and this little short guy who's actually reused as one of the hitchhikers. Speaking of those, as you start to exit the ride, the ghost host finally finds you again, warning you to beware of hitchhiking ghosts.
They have selected you.
Infamously, the Florida hitchhiking ghosts appear in the mirrors at the end in CGI form, something that a lot of people don't like, myself included. I preferred when it was just a creepy image of them inside your car. I'm not a big fan. Not only is the CGI of them very dated looking, they also just kind of screw around with you and sit on the top of your car and mess with you, and I don't know, I don't think it's very funny. Unfortunately, as of January, this is now in California as well, and for those of you who have been to Disneyland in the last 6 months, let me know in the comments, do the hitchhikers look better there? I hope they do. But of course, as you leave, you encounter one last ghost. That's little Leota, genuinely the scariest thing in the ride in my opinion. Not only does she have the creepiest dialogue, she's also just kind of terrifying. Look at her. She's tiny, she's perched up there. What's she doing? And why is she so small? This is something that's genuinely perplexed me for years, and I've looked into it on several occasions, but Disney has never given an official explanation onto why she's so tiny. I can only assume she's supposed to be some sort of creepy possessed doll or something, but officially we've never been told. And despite her hurry back being one of, if not the, most iconic lines in the entire ride, little Leota is strangely missing from nearly every adaptation of the ride, with the hurry back dialogue typically being given to someone else. In the 2003 movie, it was given to Madame Leota. In the 2023 movie, it was given to the Hatbox Ghost, and in both the Marvel comic series and the Muppet special, it was given to the bride instead. Come on guys, justice for little Leota. And that's the Florida version of the Haunted Mansion. So, what did I think? Well, if you couldn't already tell, I really ended up liking this version of the ride. There are so many things that it does better than the California version, and while I do still really like the California version, I think Florida might be superior in several aspects. Honestly, I can't decide, and I think that's alright. I love the fact that different versions of the rides across Disney parks are different, and that goes beyond the Haunted Mansion. It's so cool to me that nearly every park has a different incarnation of the same classic rides. Also, the Florida Haunted Mansion has the best Easter egg in Disney Parks history after you leave. My favorite Disney Easter egg? Mr. Toad is hidden here in the cemetery. They added him after his ride closed. I love that. And we go from the Haunted Mansion to a ride some might consider even scarier. It's a Small World. All jokes aside, Small World has always been a personal favorite of mine. I think it just comes down to the fact that, much like the Haunted Mansion, there's so much to look at. In this ride, well, do I even need to explain? Everybody knows Small World. How much money do you think has been thrown in here over the years? And how often do they clean it out? Oh, sorry, we're boarding. Hold on. You know, for years I thought this hippo animatronic was broken. As he goes to close his eyes, one closes partially and the other closes all the way. It took me way too long to realize he's just supposed to be winking, not blinking, and that when you wink, your other eye does close a little bit. So now I've gone from asking, is this hippo broken, to why does this hippo wink so realistically? You know, going on this ride really reminds you that we all may be different, but deep down, we're all just people. People who want peace and prosperity, and what is that? What is she doing to that chicken? You know, everybody acts like the song in this ride is so annoying that it goes on forever and ever on loop, that the animatronics are creepy and unlovable. Well, you know what? I made sure to take some footage of myself at the end of the ride to show you guys just how much I was enjoying it. Look! Oh, okay then. Never mind. And with that, we are now going to go on our way back to the hotel, rest a bit, and then go to Epcot for the rest of the day. But first, we want to check out the Emporium. That's the big store on Main Street where they're selling, they sell pretty much everything that you're going to see throughout the rest of the park. I don't think we've really been in any stores yet, with the exception of the Pirates of the Caribbean one that you're dropped off in. Didn't go in the Haunted Mansion gift shop yet, so going to see what's up for sale. Alright, we have an actual recent wave. That's really nice. Current stuff, I really appreciate that. He's way too short. Looking back at this footage now and editing, it's absolutely insane how fast I go through each of the cars. I know this wave well, I can tell it's the only wave there, and I have all the items from it, so I don't need to spend a very long time looking at them, but to see the absolute speed of me going through, I don't even spend half a second looking at each of the cars. I'm just go, 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 go. To anyone who doesn't watch the main channel, who doesn't know I'm a cars collector, I probably look like an absolute lunatic. Watching it back, I look like a lunatic. I could have slowed down. I could have showed you guys each of the items better. As we left the park, the daily parade was going on, which made it hard to leave, but hey, at least we got to see Mickey Mouse.
This is the best celebration ever! Gosh, Minnie, isn't this fun?
I have some words for you, buddy. Alright, on the way back to the hotel now. Really wanted to look in the Emporium, but as you can see, it was completely packed in there. We were leaving during a parade, which feels like it just always happens to us. For some reason, it was pretty annoying. At the very least, we were there at the very end of it, so we were able to get out pretty easily. But, you know, as a cars collector and a big cars fan, I was pretty impressed with the stock that they had there. I've been told that they're not selling the regular cars merchandise there anymore, but I guess those people were wrong. That's actually, I believe, the January 2025 wave, which is pretty up to date. I mean, it's the end of February, so they're only, I think, maybe 2 waves behind at most. I think the March wave just started showing up last week. So they're pretty up to date. It just so happens that I don't need anything from the January wave, like, period. Not just because I'd seen it before back at home, but because I don't need anything. There's nothing new in there, no re-releases I need. But yeah, nice to see it. It's the most up to date I've ever seen them. Usually they're like 8 months to a year behind here. But what I know about cars in the Disney parks is that the case one store gets in seems to be the case they all get in, so I gotta get used to seeing those guys around. On our way back into the hotel, we were greeted by my favorite Disney character, Ricky Martin. This video is gonna get so many copyright claims. Hey guys, so it's been a couple seconds for you, but it's been about an hour for me. I just imported what I filmed earlier, over 200 clips, 298, which is absolutely insane. We're about to head off to Epcot, very excited, but the place is packed because it's one of the last days of one of their festivals. I've never been to Epcot during one of the festivals before, so I'm pretty excited to see it. This is one of the things I've always wanted to do, but I've never been able to because we've only ever gone to the parks in the summer, so let's see what it's like. I really wanted to do the Guardians of the Galaxy roller coaster because it's the only Marvel ride they have here, because when they made that deal, they only signed off their popular characters, and Guardians of the Galaxy weren't popular. You know, that the team as we know it wasn't formed until 2008, and there was no way they were signing off the weird old 70s version with Yondu and all that. So that's why they can have a Guardians ride and not the other Marvel rides. But, I mean, I'd love to do it, but it's using that stupid boarding pass system that they introduced for a lot of the newer rides, which goes away on the 25th. That's the day we leave. So that's really frustrating. But for now, yeah, there's not even standby. We missed the times to book it, so we can't get on. I had a friend who went here a few years ago, and she was a big Marvel fan, and I remember asking her, did you go on Guardians? And she said no, and I was like, why not? And she said we couldn't get on, and now I get why. We walked our way over to Epcot, and it was really cool to see the Skyliner over ahead, an aerial transport system that was being built the last time we were here. We didn't go on it, partially because you could just walk from the hotel to Epcot, but also because I'm just not a big fan of being in a little box dangling from the sky on a little wire. I know that it's completely safe, but the fact that one of the cars has a casket on it really doesn't help ease my nerves. As we got into Epcot and walked around the World Showcase, we realized just how full the park was because of the festival. It was crazy. World Showcase is really well designed, each country seamlessly transitioning into the next one, all of them using a blend of well-known country iconography and architecture that reflects each culture. All throughout the park, these large tents were set up, highlighting artists' work with prints that you could purchase. Each artist's name was credited, highlighting their own individual styles and art, which was really great to see. I love seeing artists get recognition for their work, and the work itself in all these tents was absolutely stunning. In several places throughout Epcot, there were these golden statues of characters featured in the park. These were, I believe, added as part of Disney World's 50th anniversary a few years ago. Here you can see Olaf, Rocket and Baby Groot, and Miguel and Dante from my favorite Pixar movie, Coco. Dear Pixar, please don't mess up the sequel. Thank you. It is completely packed here. Wow. We've been trying to film, but there's so many people everywhere. We've been looking around for something to eat. We're finally going to get something at this Italy festival booth. Very cool to see the festival. I love that they give all these artists a shot, right? You can see the ball from here. Then again, it's Epcot. You can see the ball from most places. The lines right now are going to be crazy. I'd love to get on any ride. I'm sure there are some here that nobody ever goes on. Three Caballeros I love, and it's at the bottom of that building. Nobody ever goes there, so that's probably a good option for one to go on. See some others. I think they gave us two by accident. Looks good though. The food here was simple, but it was so good. We both got this tray of ravioli with different sauces, as well as this flattened out piece of fried mozzarella with all these different sauces in an artist's palette, really fitting the whole arts festival theme. I love it. I'm usually not a fan of a lot of types of sauces, but this ravioli is really good. I never really understood people that took pictures of their food until this trip, because man, looking back at this footage is making me really, really hungry. This was great. I'm very impressed. Those were both very good, and it's cooked by actual Italian people from Italy, which is so cool. One of the benefits of being one of the festivals. You guys are gonna love this. I know this guy. The Regal Eagle Smokehouse opened in February of 2020, replacing the previous American smokehouse restaurant, the Liberty Inn, which wasn't themed to any particular IP. The restaurant is themed to a cook-off Sam Eagle is hosting called A Salute to All Cook-Offs, but Mostly Barbecue, a reference to his iconic finale from Muppet Vision 3D, A Salute to All Nations, but Mostly America. It's kinda crazy to think that after Muppet Vision closes, this slogan is going to be seen as a reference to an extinct attraction. Inside the restaurant, you can see artwork of several iconic Muppets, as well as medals, and Sam's review of their work at the cook-off written down on a plaque. Unfortunately, since they're right up against the booths, I couldn't get up close to any of them except for one. It's the man that killed Arsenio Hall. But don't worry, the Muppet Wiki has us covered with some high-quality images of each of these little sections. So, let's see what Sam had to say about some of our favorite Muppets' work, starting off with the first one you see on the wall, Janice. Janice was part of the Blue Ridge Vinegar League. Sam scored her Sweet Land of Delicious. The appearance of the meal, notably nonchalant, taste exquisite, and aroma delightful. Here's what Sam had to say. Traditional vinegar sauce is considered the mother of barbecue sauces, much as the great Martha Washington is the mother of the United States of America. Being a patriot, you might therefore assume that dear Martha Washington is the inspiration to this recipe. But sadly, this is not the case. According to Janice, and I quote, "It totally gets its good vibes from Mother Earth for sure." While such blather may seem to make a mockery of our fine American competition, the lovely simple spice of salt, pepper, and red pepper flashes in the cider vinegar, offset by just a pinch of sugar, sure is tasty. Dare I say, this sauce has a flavor even Martha and George would savor. Pitmaster Gonzo, which is actually the name of my failed rap persona, is up next. Within the Old Glory Mustard Guild, Gonzo's score is gloriously American. Its appearance is a monument to mustard, its taste bold and tangy, and its aroma tantalizing. Sam has to say, when true American barbecue aficionados say crash in the smoker, they mean that the meat has fallen off the bone, not bones that were broken when someone crashed into the smoker, slinging mustard everywhere. Scrumptious, zesty, mouth-watering mustard. Messy, perhaps, but delectable indeed. Next, we have Pitmaster Rolf. I absolutely love Rolf. I'm so happy to see him here. And as you can see, he's dug himself into a hole. From the Sizzlin' Pit Dry Rub Coalition, Sam scored Rolf's meal, life, liberty, and the pursuit of seconds. It appears doggedly daring, tastes superb, and smells earthy. See what he did there? Digging your own barbecue pit shows great fortitude and powerful front paws. However, it is highly unorthodox and may not be up to code. I'm still checking. Rolf's dogged defense of this method, sometimes you're feeling the blues and sometimes you're feeling jazz, it all comes from your soul, is somewhat convincing. But I really will have to have another order of these half-sauced and half-dried ribs before making my final decision. No bones about it. Lastly, we have Bobo, who easily has my favorite artwork here, mopping his meat on the grill. He's a part of the Blue Ribbon Brigitte Society, and his score is Let Flavor Ring, carefree appearance, outstanding taste, and savory aroma. Notes. Brigitte. Ah, the very thought of it brings out my patriotic ardor. Such a fine American choice for any celebratory menu. However, I have learned that the so-called creator of this dish applies the delicious glaze with a mop. A mop! A bear with a mop! This is an insult to Brigitte, to the stars and stripes, to our forefathers, to our foremothers, and most of all, to America. That said, it is rather tasty, and I would quite enjoy another helping. Thank you. Authorized by the judge, Sam the Eagle. These are all pretty funny, although I will say Sam does feel kind of out of character in some of these. I feel like he's weirdly nice to Gonzo and Janice. Gonzo in particular. I don't think Sam would enjoy the fact that Gonzo made an absolute mess. Meanwhile, he just kind of gives heaps of praise to Janice, which I also thought was pretty out of character. But then I remembered that in the ABC Muppet Show, for some reason, they gave Sam, like, this concealed crush on Janice, so maybe that has something to do with it. As for Rolf, I feel like he's weirdly mean to Rolf, kind of the opposite of Gonzo, but Rolf did make a mess, and Sam did act appropriately here. And Bobo's is just great. There's not much Muppet theming to this restaurant other than these fun little parts, but I still wanted to highlight it since it is another Muppet location at the Disney parks, and it's one that I haven't been to since it turned into a Muppet-themed restaurant. And for the time being, until Rock and Roller Coaster opens, this is going to be the only Muppet-themed location in Disney World, so check it out if you have a chance. It's so strange to think that, for the next few years, until the Muppets Rock and Roller Coaster is open, we're going to live in a time where Kermit the Frog is not featured in any Disney World attractions, but Bobo is.
Good evening, everyone. In just 10 minutes, the Epcot...
She's a great shark.
Obi-Wan's a bit too small for my liking, but wow, that's really cool.
That's all from the surface.
Yeah. It's right in there. All the art on display here was just so impressive. And as a big Star Wars fan, it was cool to see just how much of it was Star Wars themed, and themed to all different eras of the series. Yeah, wow. If I had any criticism, I'd say there was almost too much Star Wars stuff. I guess everyone just really wanted to draw Star Wars characters. I was pleasantly surprised to see a piece of Indiana Jones art, which looked great. There was also a really great variety of Marvel stuff, not only movie-based, but also a lot of fun comic-based stuff. Cool to see SM-33 from Skeleton Crew, the only piece of merchandise I saw from that show here. There is also this beautiful painting of Obi-Wan that I'm pretty sure you could sneak behind your grandmother's nativity scene without her batting an eye. Next to this great piece of Peter Parker and Miles Morales, we had a really cool Darth Maul based on his final duel with Obi-Wan in Star Wars Rebels, and if you look closely, you could see Obi-Wan's reflection in his eyes. There's so much cool stuff here. I would highly recommend pausing this part of the video and checking out every piece of artwork you see. After checking out all that artwork, we walked around the park a bit more, looking for one particular pavilion to visit next. We made our way over to Journey into Imagination with Figment, a ride whose infamy needs no introduction. Originally opening as Journey into Imagination in the 1980s, this ride started its life as a mystical trip through the world of imagination and creativity, led by this Santa-looking guy named the Dreamfinder. Dreamfinder was joined by his own imaginary friend, Figment, and the two would take you on a journey together. In 1998, Disney forced Kodak, who was the ride's sponsor, to make a new incarnation of it. But Kodak was financially struggling at the time, as digital film was becoming more common. Kodak would only be saved when Pitbull referenced them in one of his songs. I made that part up. The ride would reopen as Journey into Your Imagination, replacing the once mystical world of the Dreamfinder with the boring labs of the Imagination Institute, a facility run by Dr. Nigel Channing, portrayed by Eric Idle, who only kind of acts like he wants to be there. Not only did this version of the ride axe the Dreamfinder, it also axed Figment, save for one brief Easter egg referencing him. Deemed a total failure by Disney fans everywhere, Kodak wasn't very happy with this, and Disney decided that they would go in and fix it themselves. There was just one problem. Disney began fixing this in late 2001, when a certain event caused tourism to go way down in the US, causing them to have a much lower budget than they'd hoped. The result was a strange new ride called Journey into Your Imagination with Figment that inserted Figment back into the ride, having him be a mischievous little creature that messes with Nigel Channing. While this version of the ride was able to get some of the charm of the original back, it sat in this really awkward place for the last 20 plus years now, with Disney fans constantly wishing that they would just bring back the original in some form. It's in this really awkward place for a Disney ride where pretty much everyone thinks it's passable at best, and Disney hasn't done anything about it yet. One of my biggest hopes for the Epcot refurbishment was that they would restore the original ride. I'm sure many people also felt that way, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. Anyway, that's enough of an introduction. This ride's history is so interesting to me, I'd love to do a full video on it on its own. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see that. And for now, check out the footage I filmed on the ride and let me know what you think about its current incarnation.
Yeah, they're real fur and hairy.
As someone who loves obscure Easter eggs, I think it's so cool to have the other workers at the Imagination Institute be scientists from other Disney movies. We see the professors from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and Flubber, which is really cool to me because those are two movies that we rarely see referenced at the Disney parks. While these are both beloved films to this day, Disney's typical lack of acknowledgement for them makes these feel like cool, deep-cut references. But when the ride first opened, they were anything but. Flubber was a pretty recent hit of Disney's at the time, and Honey, I Shrunk the Kids actually had its own show right nearby Journey into Imagination. In fact, this show, titled Honey, I Shrunk the Audience, is actually where the concept of the Imagination Institute and the character of Dr. Nigel Channing came from. That's right, Journey into Your Imagination was originally designed as an extension of Honey, I Shrunk the Audience. But now that that show is long gone, the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids references here just feel like typical Disney Easter eggs instead of what they were originally supposed to be. Easter eggs that gave continuity. The line is probably my favorite part of this ride. There are lots of rooms with fun visual gags themed to the senses, plenty of references to movies like Flubber and Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. But easily my favorite reference here is Dean Higgins from the old Kurt Russell Disney movies like The Computer Wore Tennis Shoes. This is easily one of the most obscure deep-cut references in the Disney parks. Those movies were always about wacky inventions, so for someone to remember them and plant a reference to it in this ride is so fun. There's also actually a room for Dean Higgins that you see within the ride, but unfortunately I wasn't able to get footage of it in time, so I'll put a picture up here. There's a Letterman jacket and everything. After passing by Channing's room, you prepare to board the ride, ready to come face to face with him and Figment, who, by the way, is voiced by Dave Goelz in this version of the ride, who you'll better know as the longtime Muppeteer for Gonzo, Dr. Bunsen Honeydew, Zoot, and several others. See if you could hear it in his voice.
Welcome to our special Drive-In Open House. I'm Dr. Michael Channing, Chairman of the Imagination Institute. Hello. On your tour, you'll see how the 5 human senses can help capture your imagination.
Oh, can I go too?
Absolutely not. This is one of our discoveries, the figment of imagination.
Yeah, I know all about the senses. There's sight, sound, smell, touch, coochie-coochie-coo, and taste. Taste my chicken. Can I go? Please, please, please.
No, I don't want you out of my sight.
Out of sight? Okay. Come on, everybody. Here we go.
Figment, you are not to interfere with the tour. Our first stop is the sound.
Did you catch that? That door says Dean Finder. Wonder who that's a reference to. Anyway, the format for the ride is pretty simple and pretty formulaic. Nigel Channing teaches you something about the senses, and then Figment pops up and shows you a more fun way to do things. Although the ride only covers 3 of the 5 senses, just saying.
The things we see with our eyes can control the eyes of the imagination. Let's begin by using the eye chart to test your vision. Now, all together, if you would please read line 3 and...
With F-I-G-M-E-N-T, you can see things differently. Sure, you can see with your eyes, but imagine what you could see if you used your imagination. Follow the bouncing figment. One spark of light can light your fence.
The eyesight section is easily the coolest, with this disappearing butterfly visual that was actually a carryover from the non-Figment version of this ride.
You know, I'm sorry, but after that big stink in the smell lab, I hesitate to send you into the touch and taste labs. Perhaps I should end my open house right here.
Great idea. We'll go to my open house instead. It's much more fun. Right this way, everybody.
Figment, what is going on? You're turning this entire open house upside down.
Upside down? Now you're talking. That's the best idea you've had all day.
And the butterfly isn't the only cool visual in this ride. This next section is easily the standout, as Figment takes you to his upside-down house. At the end of the ride, Nigel Channing finally embraces his imagination, and the room is filled with colorful figments that reference the original ride. Just please, whatever you do, don't ask where Channing is.
I hate it so much.
I'd like to attest that this is, by far, the scariest thing in any of the Disney parks. And honestly, you can't get out of that room fast enough. You leave by going through ImageWorks, this fun activity area. In the original version of the ride, ImageWorks was actually upstairs, above Journey into Imagination. That area, from what I've heard, is now a Disney Vacation Club lounge. Because of course it is, right? But I honestly believe that ImageWorks is one of the main reasons why Disney hasn't redone this ride. You see, the original Journey into Imagination was twice as long as the current Journey into Your Imagination version. The other half of the track that wasn't used for the new version of the ride became the area where ImageWorks is now. While I didn't look for it while I was here, one part of the floor is pretty obviously the turntable from the original Journey into Imagination. Real shame what happened here. But don't worry, they still made space to cram in a Figment gift shop. They love merchandising the little guy, and they know people will buy him even though we all hate the current version of the ride. Wow, I am so cynical during this part of the video. Let's move on. I just heard some girl ask someone, so what are your thoughts on Cars 2? Why is everybody asking about the Cars sequels today? It's like they know I'm here, they've sensed my presence. They gotta mention it. Of all the movies you could bring up. We wanted to go on Soarin', but the line was a bit too long. So we went to another ride nearby, which had probably the shortest wait time in the park. I've never been on this. It seems exceptionally boring, but the wait time was 5 minutes, and Soarin' was 45, so... Living with the Land tells you the history of agriculture. No, don't click off, we're not even at the Muppets yet! The second part of this ride is actually pretty fascinating, as they take you through Epcot's actual farms, where they make food that's served in the Land Pavilion. It's really cool. And the part before this, well, a little slow, was still a really well put together dark ride. It was fun to see a classic Disney boat ride I'd never been on before, even if it isn't the most exciting all the time. Check it out.
The flowing mud, extracting precious nutrients and minerals. These elements, when combined with sunlight, create the diverse living systems of our planet. One of those living systems is the rainforest, home to the most amazing concentration of life on our planet. These dense and beautiful forests cover only a tiny portion of the Earth's surface, but they contain more than half of its plant and animal life. Rainforests are also extremely rich and productive living systems, providing us with oxygen, food, medicine, and other elements essential to our lives. In the desert, nature has created a very different, but no less beautiful living system. And while this arid landscape may seem lifeless, it is very much alive. The plants and animals that have learned to survive in these harsh conditions make use of what little water they can. The American prairie once appeared as desolate as the desert, but over time, rainwater and nutrients gradually penetrated the hard surface of this land. Even the hooves of the mighty buffalo helped create the rich soil that would one day become home to the American farm.
After being shown the history of, well, the land, you're brought into this room, which showcases some modern agricultural solutions, explaining how we should try to live with the land instead of taking from it. You're then brought to the research center.
Food production, yet still respect the needs of the land. Some of the answers are being discovered just ahead. To help us maintain these carefully controlled ecosystems, and for your safety, please remain seated in your boat at all times. Welcome to our living laboratory, where scientists from Epcot and the U.S. Department of Agriculture are exploring innovative ways to produce bountiful harvests now and into the future. The tropics are home to the greatest diversity of plants on the planet. Farming. You probably don't think of fish, but fish farming, or aquaculture, accounts for nearly half of all the seafood consumed globally. Tilapia, bass, and catfish, like the ones you see.
Alright, that was a pretty fun hidden Mickey.
Innovations like this one can play an important role in our efforts to produce bountiful harvests and still protect natural resources. Sources like water, fertilizer, and pesticides. Another innovation at work here is our integrated pest management program. By populating our greenhouses with beneficial insects.
Probably the coolest thing in here was the eggplant tree. It's this really fascinating way they're trying to grow eggplants and a few other plants here as well. As you can see, it's completely separated from the soil, it has all these vines coming out, and the eggplants have grown just fine. There are a lot of really fascinating innovations here, except for the NFTs. Come on, Disney, don't you know NFTs are bad for the environment? Oh, what's that? Wrong NFT? Nobody's made a joke about NFTs in 4 years? Alright, my bad. Alright, so that was pretty interesting. But boring. It's very slow. Audio wasn't really all that interesting, you know, what they're saying overhead, until you get to that end part. Like, it's cute with the little scenes of the different environments. Then when you get to the end part, where they're actually growing those things, it's really, really cool, and it's honestly so impressive. And I'd love to see how that's changed over the years, you know, as the park has evolved and as science and technology have evolved. Anyway, boring ride, but interesting stuff going on in the physical location. We wanted to go in the Seas Pavilion next, but unfortunately it was closed. Crazy, because the last time we were here back in 2018, it was closed too. What are the odds of that? Last time we were here in 2018, the Seas Pavilion was closed. Wow. Oh, this is the new Moana walkthrough. Let's see. Oh wow, this looks really nice. The Journey of Water recently opened, and I wasn't expecting all that much out of it, but it ended up being really nice. As you walk through it, it teaches you about water, the forms of it, how it travels, and there are plenty of fun activities to do throughout. The Moana theming isn't too in your face, and I'm happy to see a modern Epcot attraction that puts a focus on teaching science, just like they used to when the park opened. There's a lot of cool stuff here, but this part was easily the coolest. Whoa! That was really nice. I just wish the rock were there. I really wanted to check out the area around Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, since we couldn't get on the ride because it used that whole stupid boarding pass reservation system. It's still crazy to me to think that that reservation system had been with the ride since it opened in May of 2022, and it went away the day we left the parks. That's the day they got rid of it. That's insane timing. Anyway, the whole boarding pass system is something that really bothers me, and I really don't like that Disney keeps doing it for new rides. I get it's supposed to manage crowd control, but having to go on at a very specific time when you're already having a super busy day because you're at Disney World, and then be told when you can get on the ride, it's ridiculous. I'm not a fan. Still easier to use than Ticketmaster, though. Outside of the ride is a pretty impressive model of a Nova Corps ship, fitting as this area is themed to Xandar, a prominent planet from the first Guardians of the Galaxy film, which is home to the space police force known as the Nova Corps. While it's very important to the first Guardians of the Galaxy film, we actually haven't seen Xandar in the MCU since, It was last mentioned in Avengers Infinity War when Thor mentions that Thanos attacked the planet a week before the film's events, stealing an Infinity Stone from there. So the Nova Corps was destroyed off-screen.
It's a shame that Thanos decimated Xandar last week, but...
It's nice to see the Nova Corps referenced again after all these years, and they even got Glenn Close back to once again play their leader Nova Prime inside the ride. So you'd probably assume that this ride takes place after the events of the first movie, but before Xandar is decimated in Infinity War, right? Well, there's one continuity error that gets in the way of that. Groot. Groot appears in this ride in his full adult form, which doesn't make sense, as Groot dies at the end of the first Guardians movie, and of course regrows from a twig. And when he's an adult again, by the end of Guardians 3, he looks completely different. Well, the real answer here is both pretty smart and also kinda stupid sounding. It's been confirmed that all of the Marvel rides at the Disney parks actually take place in an alternate universe adjacent to the MCU. While it does sound a little silly, I think this was actually a pretty smart move. This way, they can include whatever characters and make whatever rides they want without getting in the way of pre-established tight Marvel continuity. Something that Star Wars Galaxy's Edge didn't do by putting their park specifically deep within the lore and canon of Star Wars. So over at Avengers Campus in Disneyland, you could meet long-dead characters like Iron Man, see both Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson Captain America, see characters like Deadpool and Wolverine who haven't ended up in main MCU continuity yet, and of course you can meet Soft Serve, the X-Men who poops ice cream. Just kidding, you can't meet her. Yet. I think this was a pretty smart way to let the Imagineers do and use whoever and whatever they want when they make Marvel stuff in the parks. And it's a very Marvel-sounding answer, right? You have it be an alternate universe in the vast Marvel multiverse. What's your favorite Marvel alternate universe? Mine is the one where everybody's an ape.
Yeah, so you can't get on unless you've booked it ahead of time, which is a shame, but that's how it operates now, and it goes away in a week, so...
The ride's gift shop, Treasures of Xandar, is loosely based on the shop that appears several times throughout the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. They even brought back the original shopkeeper from the film, who appears here on the screen, monitoring customers and occasionally talking. Kinda creepy though. They even brought back his original actor, Christopher Fairbank, to play him again, which makes sense as Fairbank also returned for a brief appearance in Guardians 3 the following year. I love seeing that they keep getting the original actors back for these Marvel and Star Wars attractions, even if their role was obscure in the original.
Have you enjoyed your tour of our Xandarian Pavilion? I do hope it was somewhat exciting. What better way to remember your time here than to purchase a souvenir from the treasure?
Alright, so the park is closing in 45 minutes, and we're going to try to make our way back over to Ratatouille and hopefully ride it. Just kind of get in line and be in that last group of people that get to ride it while the park is shutting everything down.
But first, we took a look inside of Epcot's main store, which has been completely redone. Oh, to be the Epcot DJ. Is there any higher calling in life?
They're playing Bye 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 again. How has this happened 2 nights in a row?
Deadpool has done irreversible damage to the soundtrack of the Disney parks.
Ratatouille's down to 40 minutes, let's go. I meant that both as a let's go, like, woo, and a let's go, like, move. We gotta go. Why aren't you moving? Go. France.
The Ratatouille ride is tucked away pretty far back in the park in this new extended French section. This sign labeled Ratatouille isn't actually the sign for the ride, it's just the sign letting you know that the Ratatouille ride is back here.
Remember, guys, anyone can cook. Fun fact, Gusteau's from Ratatouille is parodied in the French section of Cars 2 with the name Gas Toes.
J'espère que vous n'avez pas trop mangé avant de venir, car Rémi s'appelle à vous concocter une de ses spécialités ici, dont il est le secret. Et je suis certain que vous reconnaîtrez pas que dans la vie, quand l'appétit va, tout va.
The Ratatouille ride is a trackless dark ride with several 3D screens throughout. It's one of the newest rides in Disney World, having opened just a few years ago, which was why we were so intent on riding it. That's also why the line is still consistently long.
Too simple. What? Mais oui, that's it!
Yeah, there it is. The opening scene of the ride here feels very kind of Star Toursy, just this one big screen and big room, but after this you are moved through several other show scenes that use screens to accentuate the fact that you are very small, you're the size of a rat, and everyone else is huge. It's pretty fun. I wish I filmed more of it, but I chose not to because this was a brand new ride that I'd never experienced before. That was really unique. I feel like a bit too much of it is in front of screens, but it is a 3D ride, so it really reminds me of the Spider-Man ride at Universal, if you've ever been to that. Another good mix of screen and dark ride. Pretty fun. And so we left Epcot, putting an incredible day behind us. As the fireworks crashed overhead, I said aloud a prophetic phrase that will be with me forever. It really smells like salt water in here. And truer words were never spoken. Thank you, me in Disney World a few months ago. Thank you. Absolutely beautiful. It really makes you think about the magic of Disney and all the wonderful movies they've created. I'm sorry, that was really mean. Actually, I'm not sorry at all. Those all suck. So a fun fact about me is the fact that I never get ice cream from ice cream places. For years, my go-to has been just getting a vanilla milkshake, which is what we're going in to get right now. That place was too full, so now we're at the ice cream place inside the hotel called The Fountain. Really nice.
and that's a wrap for today. Thanks for joining me.
So I drank my giant milkshake, and then I got ready for bed with my epic transforming toothbrush. Check this out. Coolest thing in the entire video. Oh yeah, look at that. Sick, right? Epic. Yeah! It's not even funny.
This is Epcot Center. Epcot Center at Walt Disney World in Florida.
There's an attraction within Walt Disney World Resort's Magic Kingdom Park where doors creak, shadows move, and the residents are dying to meet you. For over 30 years, guests of this Gothic manor have been entertained by the mansion's 999 happy haunts. Yet, is it possible that places have existed in the mansion that no one ever knew of? During the fall of 2007, Walt Disney Imagineers journeyed through the Haunted Mansion's dark passageways.
When we came in to take a look at the classic Haunted Mansion, we really looked at enriching the existing story.
And what they discovered, you've never seen before.
Good evening.
New portions of the mansion will materialize before your very eyes.
We have an entirely new part of the house we've discovered. We call it the Grand Staircase, and it really is sort of this endless realm of staircases going every which way and every direction.
And some very familiar residents seem to possess new supernatural abilities.
In the sand circle, Madame Leota is now able to float off of the table and around the room as she does her incantation. So it's the same classic scene we all love, but she is now addressing us from a few feet off the table.
And the mansion's most heartless resident now reveals the darker side of eternal love in her elaborate attic setting.
In the attic, we learn more about our bride Constance and her unfortunate 5 husbands.
Well, what you discover is portraits and memorabilia from 5 different marriages, and you'll see that she literally has done away with them as she moved herself up the social ladder.
It's a really cool, new, eerie, but fun scene to the Haunted Mansion.
Over the last 25 years, Disney pins and pin trading have become a staple of the parks, and each time I go, I like to pick up a few. Later on in this video, you'll see which pins I pick up during this trip, but for right now, I want to dedicate a few minutes showing you guys some of my favorite pins I've collected over the years. I'd say that I don't have that many, but at this point, I think that would be a lie. This is the lanyard that I got during my 2023 Disneyland vacation. You could actually see me get it in the Disneyland vlog that I posted over on my main channel at the time. I didn't buy that many pins this trip, but I really liked the ones that I got. I made sure to go out of my way to get the Cars ones and actually did full reviews of them over on my Cars channel. From my 2019 trip, we have another lanyard that was free with the travel package. This really cool Galaxy's Edge launch pin, which is one of my favorites in my collection. This Galaxy's Edge pin actually came free with the lanyard. The Donald and Daisy Disney 100 one you just saw on the last lanyard was packed in free with the lanyard as well. We once again have a couple of Cars ones. Whenever there are Cars ones out, I always make sure to buy whichever ones there are, except for that time where they were selling a really weird one of Mater that said "Who Backfired" for several years. I avoided that one. When we visited in 2019, it was during the 50th anniversary of the Haunted Mansion, and my dad, who loves the ride and collects pins whenever he travels somewhere, picked up 2 from that. During my 2018 Florida trip, I bought this Black Spire Outpost lanyard, which came with this free pin. Yeah, so Galaxy's Edge wasn't even open until 2019, but the promotion and hype for it was so big that they were selling Galaxy's Edge merchandise to just promote the fact that they were going to make Galaxy's Edge, which is absolutely ridiculous. This was also the first time I went to the Avatar Land, so we have some pins from that, and Toy Story Land had just opened at the time, so we have a pin from that, as well as our obligatory Cars pins there. Our last two lanyards encompass several different trips. This green one primarily features pins from my first California trip in 2014, but over the years, a few other ones have ended up here as well, like this Astromech droid I picked up in Florida during my 2013 trip, and this Buzz and Woody one that I got all the way back during my first ever Disney World vacation in the spring of 2008. This pin lanyard also features a set of Muppet pins that I got at the time. I was going through a huge Muppet phase in 2013 and 2014, and I bought this whole set of Vinylmation themed ones. Here we have Rizzo. Statler and Waldorf are both here within the lanyard. Beaker here as well. Where is Statler? Where is that guy? There he is. There's Statler. And of course, you just saw Waldorf up there. Also in the set, we have Miss Piggy. We have Bunsen. Fozzie, who doesn't have his hat for some reason. This Star Wars pin my sister got during a trip that she took during high school to Disney. So this was from early 2017 after Rogue One came out, hence the Death Trooper and the Scarif Stormtroopers or Shore Troopers or Coastal Defense Troopers, whatever you want to call them. For some reason, the name is like 3 different names. This one, my grandparents got me during a trip they took once. There's also this one for Pixar Pier that I picked up in 2019, which should definitely be on the 2019 lanyard, but whatever. This final lanyard features pins from my 2008, 2013, and 2016 Florida trips. So there's a wide variety of pins and eras here. There are these classic ones from just a few years after Cars came out. This is so cool. The King here is completely missing his decals, something that was very prominent in early artwork of the character. They always used this blank design instead of the design with his Dynaco logos on promotional art for some reason. Then, of course, we have Mater and McQueen. These are all from my 2008 trip. Then we have Stitch, who I got in either 2013 or 2016. I don't quite remember. Here's Stitch on Space Mountain. This one of the aliens I know I got in 2016, I think. And not sure about the Splash Mountain one, but I thought it was cool because it moves. Mickey and his buddies are on there. And Donald Duck is just freaking out. That poor guy never gets a break. I love this Oswald one. Super cool. Looks like it's either an old style billboard or maybe an old style title card. As you can see, back in 2008, my wonderful service to the public crowned me a sheriff of Disney World, actually, which is pretty cool. You know, I had to protect and serve, had a lot of duties to do, but it's definitely worth it. We've got a few Star Wars ones here. From my 2016 trip. The only Star Wars one I got in 2013 was the Astromech droid. That was right when Disney had just bought Star Wars. By 2016, we were in full force, no pun intended, and Force Awakens had just come out. So yeah, we had a lot more Star Wars ones released. Far more prominent in the parks. I could do a whole video on the Star Wars takeover that the Disney parks received in the mid-2010s. And finally, we have the last 3 Muppet pins. In 2013, I picked up a blind box set because Rolf was one of the options. Unfortunately, I didn't get him, but I did get my boy Pepe, and I did get Sam the Eagle, a very prominent character in the Disney park, so it is quite fitting. As you can see, he's doing a salute. I assume that salute is to all nations, but mostly America. And finally, we have this classic Kermit and a Mickey Mouse hat from my 2008 trip. One of my all-time favorite Disney pins, just so iconic. Really just encapsulates, you know, it's a basic picture of Kermit with the Mickey hat, but it fits so perfectly. Oh, and I missed these two. This cute little baby Pluto that I got in 2008, and this one of Mickey yelling about a Yeti that I got in 2016. And those are all my pins and lanyards. Oh, I also have this lanyard from 2023 when I saw the absolute smash hit Rogers the Musical at California Adventure, which is probably the funniest thing I've ever done. Anyway, I thought this would be a fun segment to incorporate at this point in the video because pretty soon you'll see me hunting for quite a few pins.
Welcome to Muppet Vision 3D. Jim Henson's Muppet Vision 3D. Get a taste for unique fun that bubbles over with excitement. It's a sensation that'll blow you away and shower you with humor.
Rockets away!
For the finest in wildly wacky, explosive entertainment, Jim Henson's Muppet Vision 3D. We surrender! We surrender! Only at the Disney MGM Studios theme park. Starring moi!
Good morning, everybody. What she doesn't know is that there's a small YouTube channel watching her leave their... Okay, now I sound creepy. Morning, everybody. Welcome back. It's 7:38 right now. We're going to be heading down to go to Hollywood Studios in a few minutes. Just like Epcot, it's really close to the hotel, so you just have to take a little boat ride to get there, which is really nice. We're going to try to get to Rise of the Resistance early, but that ride is almost always a mess. It's great. It's really cool, but it's always so messy. It breaks down a lot. I think it might open later than everything else, so we'll just have to see. Fight, Urkel! Fight! 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 I have no idea why we watched so much Family Matters on this trip. As we walked out of the hotel and made our way to its boat dock, we were greeted with the beautiful, warm, sunny weather of the morning, which we were both dressed appropriately for this time. As we dock in Hollywood Studios here, let me give you guys a bit of background information. Disney's Hollywood Studios originally opened as Disney MGM Studios in 1989. The original main goal of the park was to immerse people in the world of making movies, and much like the Universal parks, it actually acted as an active movie studio. Wanting their park to fully be about the world of film, Disney struck up a deal with MGM, getting the rights to use their iconic movies in the park. As time went on, however, the concept of Hollywood Studios being an active film studio was dropped, and it no longer is one. Disney and MGM's partnership also ended eventually, and the park rebranded to Disney Hollywood Studios. And while the park is still heavily themed to vintage Hollywood, and does still feature a few attractions and exhibits that teach you about film history and how movies work, like the Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular, or the beautiful walk-through Walt Disney Museum, nowadays the main goal of the park seems to be immersing you into the world of your favorite Disney movies, with recent major expansions like Toy Story Land and Star Wars Galaxy's Edge bringing you into deep immersive worlds themed after iconic properties. Hollywood Studios is also the home of Muppet Vision 3D, which has been there since May of 1991. The last time we were in Disney World back in 2018, Toy Story Land had just opened, and Galaxy's Edge was not open yet. I've been to Galaxy's Edge in California twice, but never here in Florida, so I was very excited to see what it was like, and especially to go on Rise of the Resistance once again, which is easily one of the best rides in any of the Disney parks. I already talked about it before this clip. So I haven't been here since before Galaxy's Edge opened, and we gotta get there first. So let me just yank that and be on our way. Alright, so the park technically opens in 15 minutes, and then I would assume, much like Tron, the ride's not gonna open until 9, so might be some waiting around, but it's worth it, trust me, if you've never seen this ride. Insanely cool.
Guys, I'm starting to think he likes Rise of the Resistance. Seriously, all jokes aside, I should probably preface Galaxy's Edge by saying that I've been a massive Star Wars fan all my life, especially loving all the background characters and little details and world building in it. Say what you will about the on-again, off-again quality of the series itself, but the world has always been creative, deep, and fascinating, and Disney's Imagineers knew this, working alongside Lucasfilm to craft Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Galaxy's Edge isn't just a regular old land. It's an in-universe piece of the Star Wars lore taking place on an original planet created for it. This planet, called Batuu, is a backwater world that the Resistance has decided to make a base on to hide from the First Order. Yeah, this exists within the canon, within a specific point in time, with Galaxy's Edge and its rides taking place between The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker. Batuu has been featured in several other pieces of Star Wars media, helping further flesh out its lore, backstory, and significance to the universe. In more recent years, this strict dependency on having the park take place at a specific point in the timeline has been dropped a bit, allowing walk-around characters like the Mandalorian and Luke Skywalker to appear here. While it's really cool that Batuu is a canon part of Star Wars lore, I do think having it constrained to a specific point in the timeline could be kind of detrimental, especially because it takes place between two of the most controversial Star Wars movies ever made. Regardless, Galaxy's Edge has proven appealing to many different types of Star Wars fans due to how it adapts elements of the Star Wars universe, including a ton of references and products from all eras of the series. Now, I've been showing you guys footage from my California trip to Galaxy's Edge while explaining it here. That was back in 2023. And Florida's Galaxy's Edge is supposed to be a bit bigger, but it has the same layout since it is adapting the same planet. So, let's see how it is.
Ooh, it's a Star Wars trash can. Ooh.
After going through a cave, you come out the other end in Star Wars land. It appears you've entered into the Resistance's secret base, as you're quickly greeted with a life-size A-Wing and a life-size X-Wing, both super cool to see. And as for Rise of the Resistance, well,
what did I tell you? It's down right now. Not even a line yet.
And so my dad decided to sit by Rise of the Resistance, waiting for it to open, while I decided to walk around the land.
It's definitely bigger than the one in California, but it feels a bit more empty.
Maybe it was the lack of crowds this early, but the roads just felt so big.
Oh, there's a little shopping district. Let's see what's up in there.
When you go to the shopping area, you'll notice that it's the exact same as the one in California, which is cool from a consistency perspective, but kinda trippy if you've been to both.
Oh, it's the exact same. None of the market stalls are open yet. Let's see, there's a sick Easter egg here. Check this out.
I've heard that if you push down on the water fountain for long enough, you'll see the eye of a Dianoga pop up from this tank. You know, that creepy trash monster that lives in the Death Star's sewage water? Unfortunately, I've never been lucky enough to see it work in person.
Okay, now I'm just wasting water. Okay, I'll what's after.
All of these were the stores, set to open in just a few minutes. And outside of this one are some speeder bike replicas, including a really cool Easter egg. You see the letters here on this bike? When translated back from the Star Wars writing language Arabesh, they spell LMA. This is a reference to the Lights Motors Action Stunt Show, a car show that used to be right here where Galaxy's Edge now is. And that abstract symbol next to the letters is a reference to the speedometer logo that LMA Stunt Show had. At the end of the shopping district is Ronto Roasters. This is one of my favorite parts of the entire land, as an animatronic droid cranks a handle, making a giant engine cook a piece of meat. As you'd probably expect, the droid is a pre-existing type from Star Wars. You may recognize him from Jabba's palace, where he burns the feet off of this little guy. And it's also been confirmed that the engine he's using is a repurposed pod racer engine. Even the Ronto, what you're supposed to be eating here, is a real Star Wars animal. I hope this shows you that they really left no stone unturned when it came to connecting this and making it feel like a part of the Star Wars universe. The land itself isn't my personal favorite and probably wouldn't be my first idea for a Star Wars land, but the passion for the franchise and its world is evident here in many places. This is Doc Ondar's shop, also not open just yet, and right next to it,
no way, it's a Starship Enterprise. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to Pimp My Ride. This is my ride today. As you can see, a little worse for wear. Definitely seen better days. So what we're gonna give this thing a giant spoiler, okay? Just huge, so big, it will slow it down to an unrealistic degree. And then, what we're gonna do at the front, we're gonna give it eyes and a mouth. We're gonna put the number 95 on the side, painted a nice shade of red, big lightning bolt. Get Owen Wilson, have him voice it. It's gonna say ka-chow, all right? And then this will be the greatest speeder bike in history. See? What did I tell you? Sick, right? Looks like we got a downed escape pod here. Sure hope whoever came in it is okay now. Sure hope they didn't jump into the garbage can. That would be awful. Do you know what is in the garbage can? The Star Wars franchise right now. Space Coke. Ooh. Yes, this is real. This is a real thing they do. Isn't that? Hey buddy, how's it going? How's delivering Coke in space, alright? He probably hates his life. I will never forget where I was when I was watching the live stream of the Disney Imagineering panel for Star Wars Celebration 2019. And they played an entire trailer for something new they were making for the park, ending with the reveal that it was Coca-Cola, Star Wars Coca-Cola. Obviously, you had to be able to sell drinks in Galaxy's Edge, but the concept of having it be real-world sodas that you already had a license deal with is just really funny and really kind of stupid to me. It's just so goofy. I'm sure there were probably some people that got really upset over it. I always just thought it was dumb and funny that they did this. Remember, one of the major selling points of Galaxy's Edge is supposed to be the fact that this location is canon to the Star Wars universe. So that means, then, technically, Coca-Cola is canon to Star Wars. It even has lore. Apparently, the drink was imported to Batuu by an alien named Jot Ka, a member of the Lurman species who shares his last name with Tiwat Ka, a character from the Clone Wars. Now, it's unknown whether or not Jot Ka was also the one to import Dasani water bottles to Batuu, but don't worry, you could buy them there as well. I will say, I do really like the graphic design they did here, making the Coca-Cola logo work in the Star Wars writing language of Arabesh, and the bottles themselves are really cool. Granted, the TSA didn't think that, since you can no longer bring these on a plane. People were trying to bring them home, because of course you'd want to. It's kind of a souvenir bottle, but they're suspiciously bomb-shaped, so I don't think they're allowed on planes anymore. Even the bathrooms here are super cool. Check this out. At this time, I decided to go back to check in with my dad over at Rise of the Resistance and see if it was open yet. They have basically a blockade around the line of Rise of the Resistance, which is pretty funny. Someone just went on the mic and said, you know, we don't think we'll be open for early access. If you want to go do something else, go do it. So I'm walking around. My dad is staying back there in hopes that it'll open up and we can get on early. But I don't know. I'd like to see what else there is. The only problem is nothing is open right now. So it's my boys. Sometimes if you wait long enough, they start to argue. It's turned backwards. Oh, this isn't in California. Man. Oh, it's a probe droid. Sick. Oh, that's really cool. I love that I instinctively looked up as if there's actually something flying above me. That's how you know I did. That's how you know they did a good job. on some of the Java frogs. Ooh, I love the First Order store. But one of these days I'm going to buy an Imperial officer hat. I probably wouldn't be able to wear that in public, considering it has a slight resemblance to another hat worn by an infamous military. So maybe I shouldn't buy it. It's already so bright out.
I started making my way back to Rise of the Resistance again, where we finally made a decision on what to do.
So someone just asked and they said it won't be back for another hour or two, best case scenario, so we're just going to come back in a little bit. Hope to try to catch it when it reopens.
Before we left Galaxy's Edge, we decided to hop on Millennium Falcon's Smugglers Run since it had a pretty short wait time.
Not bad at all.
This is a pretty fun ride where 3 groups of 2 sit inside the Millennium Falcon, each with a different role to do as you go on a mission to secure coaxium. The pilots fly, the gunners shoot, and I believe the engineers are in charge of missiles. You're flying for Hondo Ohnaka, a fan-favorite character originally from Star Wars The Clone Wars. He runs a transport shop now, and has struck out a deal with Chewbacca, allowing you to rent out the Millennium Falcon for missions.
Malta, pickup. Malta, pickup. Hey, Malta, you there?
This is Malta on the comm. Let me guess. There's a problem.
How did you know?
Every time I hear your voice, I know there's a problem.
Well, there's someone docked on Hondo's landing pad. And it's Hondo's area. Reserved for Hondo Ohnaka, president of Ohnaka Transport Solutions. And there's a huge freighter docked there.
Okay, guard, calm down. We just need to find out who it belongs to, and we ask them to move it.
Oh, it's too late for that. If Hondo sees that in his spot, he's going to be furious.
Well, can we tow it or something?
No way. This thing is huge. A Corellian freighter. Modified like crazy. I'll meet up when I'm at Joe's.
That's the Millennium Falcon. Do you know how hard Hondo had to work to get Chewbacca to lend it to him?
So, I should call it the infraction restraints?
Yes. Leave the Falcon alone. Okay.
And this is Ohnaka Transport Solutions. Today, I am offering the opportunity of a lifetime. I need flight crews to transport this valuable merchandise across the galaxy. Pilots to navigate, engineers to operate the ship, and gunners to defend the shipments. And that is where you come in. The Millennium Falcon. On loan for some very fast and very profitable expeditions. Chewbacca, my fine furry friend. Yes. As we agreed, you let us use the ship. We'll get you the supplies you need. It's a win-win. You help the resistance, and I get all the profits. The First Order will never know we were there. Okay, time to go, so bye-bye. We better go before he changes his mind. Move along, my friends. Listen carefully and remember, the better you work together, the more you earn. And if and when you are successful, the rewards will be astronomical for me. And of course, after all, you will split 70-25. Madness. You're 10% 25. A brand new flight crew. Good luck to you all. You might need it. Today's flight takes you to the planet Corellia. You will be intercepting a First Order train shipment of coaxium. Gunners, you clear the path. Pilots, line up behind the train. And engineers, you harpoon that precious cargo. Now get the move on, and know that I have complete faith in you. But I am coming along with you just in case.
We were ushered into the ship as its pilots, and we were actually the only ones in there. It was so early, and I guess there was nobody else to fill in our room yet. I didn't even know the ride could be programmed to only have 2 people on there, but it activated automatic gunning and engineering, which, in all honesty, made it a little less stressful, because I didn't have random strangers I could let down. Yeah, now might be a good time to mention that you're actually given a graded score at the end of this based on how much you wrecked the Millennium Falcon. But now, it's time for a segment that I like to call my dad and I struggle to fly the Millennium Falcon for roughly 4 minutes.
Just us in here, that's so funny. And we gotta do this is light speed, is that? I don't know.
Engineers. Automatic repair engaged.
Ah, they got it set up in case it's just you. It's an automatic repair.
Right, pilot. Push the flashing button to take off. Pilot on the left. Move your stick to fly right and left. I was just about to say that. Pilot on the right. Pull back on the stick to fly up. And push forward to fly down. Oh, what's here? Chewie makes flying this thing look easy, eh? No gunners. Auto weapons engaged. Left pilot. Hit the boosters. Now let's go get that chorus out. Right pilot. Make the jump to light speed.
Oh, there.
I've never been piloted.
Up.
Three. Come. Up. Yes. Yes. Keep shooting.
Down. Up.
They've locked onto us. Take evasive action.
Up. Down.
Ah, there it is. After that train.
Alright.
And pilot brakes. Well, my friends, that could have been much worse. Okay, it's much worse. Yes, you got one. Excellent, my friends. Now power up the ship. Well, I grab the coaxium. You see, just as I promised, my friend.
Careful, down.
Let's get another container of coaxium. Pilot, line up behind the train so we can have
Behind the train, behind it.
Get behind the train.
There we go.
That cargo is breaking free. Keep shooting.
Got it. There we go.
Good job, my friend. Yes. We got the coaxium. I will grab it. You keep after the train.
Up.
Gunship? Oh, that's ridiculous. Things are getting too hot. We've got to get out of here. A distraction. Fire the missiles at the train. Hurry.
Train. Oh my god, it's the Star Destroyer.
Watch out. The Star Destroyer is collapsing. Left pilot. Hit the boosters. Boost. Look. We did not die. Let's get out of here. Yes, Chewie will pilot us in remotely. You retrieve 2 containers of coaxium. This will greatly help the resistance. You have heard the First Order and made Chewie proud. Now, after my modest profit, your cut minus what you owe me for damaging the Falcon is, hey, not bad.
Another happy landing.
Collisions -900.
That needs immediate transport back to the maintenance bay. This thing has seen better days.
So I've never done that in an empty car before, but they have a whole system for if it's just you. We had automatic gunning and an automatic engineer, and honestly, I think that made it a little easier, although we did just survive with 38%. By now, the stores were finally open. This one is probably my personal favorite. It's supposed to be all in-universe handcrafted toys.
Oh, that's funny.
This store sells creatures and has a few animatronics in it. Like this sleeping loth cat. Or this creature, which is literally called a wart. Great name, guys. Or how about your very own Nexu? You know, the thing that scars Padme in Attack of the Clones?
I can't believe they're selling Nexus, it's so funny.
And who can forget the puffer pig? I actually have no clue what this is. I mean, obviously some type of snail, but like in universe, I've never seen this before. I have no idea what that is. Mando is always super cool to see, and every cast member I've seen playing him always has the mannerisms down, especially that walk. That is exactly how he would move. That's something really important to get right, especially because this is a character with no visible face. So props to the cast members that play him, because they always have it down perfectly. Whenever I see him, he always immediately gathers a crowd of people around him, but I think that has to do with a certain someone that he keeps in tow. And while I didn't see this cast member doing it, that Grogu is actually a puppet that they can puppeteer with a little remote that I believe is hidden in their hands. We decided to stop by Doc Ondar's Den of Antiquities, a pretty cool store full of a bunch of in-universe artifacts, like this mural. There's a lot of great stuff in there. The store is run by Doc Ondar, an eccentric alien who collects all sort of artifacts from throughout the Star Wars universe, and he appears in animatronic form in the back of the shop. Unfortunately, he wasn't operating today. He was covered by a big black tarp, so we decided to leave. We meant to check it again later and see if he was working, but unfortunately forgot to and didn't end up taking any other footage here. But for reference, here's some footage I took of Doc Ondar at California's identical version of this shop. Pretty cool, huh? They have so many great Easter eggs here. My favorites include the taxidermied animal heads on the wall, the Ark of the Covenant, and the Mandalorian's helmet, which doesn't seem all that special, but this shop opened up before The Mandalorian released, so at the time it was kind of a teaser to the then upcoming series. This is Oga's Cantina, a reservation-only bar. We didn't go in this time because we didn't have a reservation, but I have been in there before. Here's some footage from back in 2019 of California. It's pretty fun, all thanks to its DJ Rex, who's actually the original pilot of Star Tours from the 80s. Really cool that they brought him back and gave him this new role here. This is the Droid Workshop, which not only sells a bunch of miscellaneous droid-themed merchandise, you could also make your very own. They have this big conveyor belt in the back of the store, where you could use all the pieces that get pushed out to build your own droid. I love seeing all the in-universe droid pieces that they have up and around the store, like these moving. It's so cool. I don't remember BB-8 being on display here. CB-23 is as well. Are they okay? Are they safe? Have they been decommissioned?
Can't do us, so no.
With Galaxy's Edge explored and Rise of the Resistance still down, we move to the next land.
Toy Story Land is right through here.
Toy Story Land is another recent addition to the park, a big outdoor play session from Andy where you're shrunken down to the size of a toy. I love the Toy Story movies, but I've never been the biggest fan of this land, honestly, but I think it does what it set out to do pretty well, with all these giant toys around you outside. Pretty clever details as always, especially the fact that they're real toys. It just adds to the fun of it. Toy Story Mania is a ride that's actually been here since before Toy Story Land opened. When it did, they just built it a new entrance. It's one of our all-time favorite rides every time we go to a Disney park. It's a screen-based 3D shooter ride where you and a partner compete to score the most points.
Will never be Mania when you play Midway Mania. Thank you, thank you.
When did that happen?
Good work, players.
So while we were in line, or as the Resistance reopened, and by the time we were on the ride, it was already at 80 minutes. Crazy. Watch them, please, guys. I swear no one will get slapped on live TV this year. The line for Star Tours has been consistently 5 minutes all day, so we're gonna hop on that real quick. I wonder what we'll get. They just added some new show scenes, so hopefully we see some of those. While the original Star Tours opened in the late 80s, its current incarnation, Star Tours The Adventure Continues, opened up in 2011 with a brand new gimmick. In this new version of the iconic simulator ride, you are no longer just shown one film that was the same every time. Now, each time you ride Star Tours, there's a chance of it being different than the last. Each time you ride, you're taken to 2 different random planets. And over the years, more and more clips have been added as new Star Wars media has come out. Not only changing what planets you go to, but also who stops you at the beginning of the ride, and who intercepts you halfway through. Last year, in 2024, Star Tours got its latest update, featuring a brand new planet, Peridia, from the Ahsoka Disney Plus show, and some brand new characters that could intercept you from other Disney Plus series, Ahsoka and Huyang, The Mandalorian and Grogu, and Cassian Andor.
This is Cassian Andor with an urgent mission from the Rebellion. With each day, the Empire grows more and more powerful. We need your help right now to fight back.
Right now? But
Head to the coordinates I'm transmitting to you. Together we can win this. I'm counting on you.
we're just tourists.
So when your plans call for intergalactic travel, call Star Tours.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Goodbye. Contact your travel agent today.
Attention, the current security threat has been raised to level 5.
Which reminds me, I suggest we run a diagnostic of the shield defenses. Better to be safe than sorry.
Attention, we are now proceeding pre-boarding for flight 6017 non-stop service to Coruscant. All passengers traveling with young ones may board at this time.
There are a lot of great references in the Star Tours line, but this has to be my personal favorite. It's Rex, the original pilot, sitting here in the queue, not yet ready for action.
You humans will never understand it. Who's going to talk? I have one word for you. Layers. This security job is the best. It's so much better than, oh, I don't know, like being stuck welding old droids back together. Just reprogram me before that ever happens, right? As if it ever would.
These droids that check you as you walk through the line are called goose droids, and they actually have a very interesting history. Before they were in Star Tours, these animatronics were actually geese in the show America Sings. In the last 2 years of that show's run, a goose animatronic was taken from 2 of the different scenes of the show, turning the Goose Quartet into the Goose Trio. These 2 geese animatronics were stripped of their feathers, and their exoskeleton became these droids. You can clearly tell that these guys were originally built to be geese. Their mouth is where the beak used to be, they even still have webbed feet, and the name Goose Droid is of course a reference to their past lives. If you've never seen America Sings, which features a character named Sam Eagle, no relation, but these geese do look familiar to you, it's probably because after that show closed, the remaining geese animatronics were moved to Splash Mountain, alongside several others from that show.
How are you? How you doing? How about you? How's it going there, pal? Keep moving. How are ya? You look familiar to me. Have I scammed you somewhere before? Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it close. Good. Good. Check. Keep it moving, humans. Those of you traveling with domesticated creatures, this is not your line.
Safely stowed beneath your seats. To fasten your restraint, use the yellow strap to pull the belt out from the right side of the seat and snap the belt into the buckle on your left. For your safety, remain seated throughout your flight with your restraint securely fastened. And please watch your children.
Thank goodness I caught you. I just received word that the captain is having some sort of technical problem. And that's why I'm the systems analyst and you are the astromech. Don't you tell Peter, honey, you have a glob of grease. I know exactly what time you depart. You just do your job, and I'll do mine. Excuse me, Captain.
Who are you?
Speak here, systems analyst.
It's about time. The binary motivator's acting.
Well, binary is like a second language to me, but I can't fix the motivator from here.
Just make it quick. We're scheduled to depart in a few minutes.
Then there's no time to lose. Off with you. Go on, shoot. Tour droids. Really? What? Oh, now this is malfunctioning too. This could take longer than I thought.
As so many rides do, Star Tours, of course, lets you out in a gift shop, and I made sure to check out the action figure selection, since I've been a long-time Star Wars action figure collector, and there was an exclusive one here that I wanted to pick up. Just hanging out with my favorite moisture evaporator. So we did get the new scene in Star Tours. You start in kind of a different place. Vader doesn't stop you, Kylo doesn't stop you. Instead, it's just a secret droid, which suction cups you instead of using the Force, which is a little lame, but from a timeline perspective, I guess that's why they wanted to do it. Oh, we had Mando show up in between. We went to Kashyyyk first, which I've never done. It's been there since opening, but I've never done it. Wookiee jumps on your screen, which is pretty funny. Mando shows up. Grogu shows up, grabs a frog, because of course he does. And then tells you to go somewhere, and you end up on the planet from the Ahsoka show with all those giant flying whales. She's there too. Nice to hear Rosario Dawson and Ahsoka sound like she's actually happy, and she says, nice to see you, R2, which I thought was very sweet. Anyway, just stopped by the gift shop that you get dropped off in here. I'm gonna pick up that TC-14 figure. That's a character they've only ever done a figure of once before, all the way back in 1999, and it's really rare. Last year they made a new one that's only sold here for the anniversary of the Phantom Menace, since that's the waitress from the beginning of that movie. Up next, we decided to go back to the front of the park and look in some of the stores there, specifically for any sort of Muppet merchandise we could find. I absolutely love these little plushes. They're called Noimos. I own one of Alice that I got the last time I was at Disneyland. They're absolutely hilarious. They actually did a Kermit and Piggy for this line, but I've never seen them for sale. And a fun fact about these plushes, they're actually designed by Ashley Eckstein, the voice of Ahsoka Tano from Star Wars, who also has her own fashion line, and she designed these, and she did a pretty good job with them. But we kept checking stores looking for something specific. Currently on the hunt for those Muppet anniversary magnets that they're doing for 70 weeks. I saw magnets of all the characters here. I'm hoping to find some. For those of you who don't know, 2025 marks the 70th anniversary of the Muppets, and one of the events they're doing to celebrate is highlighting one Muppet character every single week on the Muppet social media pages for 70 weeks. They started off with Rolf, a very fitting choice as he's often credited as the first Muppet to gain international stardom, and since then they've done a wide variety of characters, both well-known and obscure. It's been super fun to see who they focus on each week. And in addition to this whole social media campaign, these really nice pieces of character artwork that they're making every week are actually being sold in magnet form at the Disney parks. According to the Muppet Wiki, each of these magnets would be on sale for 30 days after the week they were focused on. The week we were here, the focused on character was Polly Lobster, who was actually one of the few Muppet characters to get an entire video shouting them out on the Muppet social media pages.
Hello everyone, kissy kissy, 'tis moi, Miss Piggy, here on this very special Valentine's Day to announce our 26th featured character for the Muppets 70th. And the romantic character featured on this most romantic of days is... Polly Lobster?
Guys, the Muppets and I used the exact same record scratch sound effect. Now, Polly isn't really a character I'm much of a fan of, but he is a super obscure one, which means he rarely ever gets merchandise, and I always love getting merchandise of obscure characters, so I was pretty excited to get this magnet. And with the Muppet Wiki saying that I could get magnets for any characters featured in the last 30 days, if they were available, that meant I had a pretty good roster of characters I could get magnets for, including Floyd, Camilla, Bubba the Rat, Janice, Nigel, the conductor, I love that they had to specify that because there are two Nigels, and possibly even Thog, the man himself, or the giant blue... is he a Frackle canonically, I guess? Himself. Okay, not gonna lie, shocked to see that they were selling a Deadpool pin. There's always going to be something inherently strange about a character that's typically associated with R-rated projects showing up at a Disney park. Then again, this park did used to have a Xenomorph in it. And while the shop had a pretty nice selection of pins, the only Muppet stuff it had were this magnet and this phone case. And while they do have a really nice design, this wasn't the magnet we were looking for.
So we asked around, and all of the Muppet stuff is sold out right now, or becoming sold out, because of course everyone wants the Muppet Vision stuff before it closes. I looked it up before I left. Unfortunately, there aren't even like new Muppet Vision pins or anything. That would be really nice. Let's see, this is another store that they said we should look for those magnets. Same wave. Gonna be the same one everywhere, probably. Yeah, all in this case. Wow. 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 Oh my god, they should fight. Fight to the death. Right? What's that? Okay, that doesn't look like they're fighting, that just looks like they're kissing. Told us to look at Sunset Boulevard, let's see. Doesn't look like they're anywhere. May have to just check their website. That one's pretty cool. Not often you get a post Cars 2, pre Cars 3 era McQueen. He's nice these days. No luck, we've been looking all over. Real shame. Most of these places don't even carry magnets, so. Okay, so we just asked someone and they are out of stock everywhere. I guess that's what happens when you're about to close Muppet Vision and you have limited edition pins or magnets. So, sorry, no poly lobster magnet. That's okay, I think I'll live.
Honestly, probably my biggest disappointment of this entire trip was the lack of Muppet merchandise. Not only were the magnets out of stock everywhere, there wasn't any sort of Muppet Vision 3D merchandise being sold. Not even like a pin or something. I was hoping to get some sort of Muppet Vision themed memento to immortalize my saying goodbye of it, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. I assume they probably will make some sort of Muppet Vision goodbye merchandise when it gets closer to the closing date in June. Honestly, I think going in February was just a bit too early for that. But yeah, a bit disappointed by the lack of Muppet stuff. Several years ago now, they actually closed the Muppet gift shop they used to have. I've been told by people that there was a merchandise cart by Muppet Vision, but spoiler alert, I know we haven't seen Muppet Vision yet in this video. It wasn't there either, so it's a real shame. Not all that much Muppet stuff being sold. Hopefully they get some more stuff in soon.
I did the Guardians of the Galaxy Tower of Terror in California, and I love the Twilight Zone, but I'm not going on that. At the very least, the Guardians one is funny, and you're having like a good time, a fun time, so it's not really scary, but here, they're going out of their way to scare you while you're falling, and I think I'll pass. Alright, so it's about 11:30, so we're going to head on over to Pizza Rizzo for lunch. It's not the best, but it is Muppet themed, and it's closing alongside Muppet Vision, so I do just want to look in there again.
Pizza Rizzo originally opened up in 2016, taking over the Pizza Planet restaurant that used to be there. It doesn't have the best reputation for its pizza, it's really not the best, but it's a really fun place because it's absolutely chock full of Muppet connections. The concept of Rizzo running a restaurant makes a whole lot of sense. One of his first major roles was in The Muppets Take Manhattan, where we saw him working as a waiter. And the concept of Rizzo having a restaurant in Disney World actually dates all the way back to the early plans for MGM Studios, where there was supposed to be a much larger Muppet area than what we ended up getting. This land, originally planned to be called the Muppet Studio, would feature a whole lot more than just Muppet Vision. Its flagship ride would be called the Great Muppet Movie Ride, a parody of the Great Movie Ride located at the Chinese Theater already in the park. In this ride, the Muppets would parody iconic movies, from Frankenstein to Indiana Jones to Peter Pan. The ride also had a more practical element that fit in perfectly with the original theming of Hollywood studios. While the Great Movie Ride was supposed to take you through the world of the movies, the Great Muppet Movie Ride was going to show you a bit of how movies are made. With, of course, that classic Muppet spin as they parody a bunch of different projects. I gotta say, while I think this is a funny ride idea, I always found it kind of odd that they wanted the Great Movie Ride in this park and then also a ride that was a parody of the Great Movie Ride. It fits the Muppets, but it is kind of weird in concept. The land would have stores, including truly the greatest loss when this land wasn't made, New Zealand's Boomerang Fish Market. There were also some ideas for restaurants thrown around, such as the Hard Luck Cafe, an obvious parody of the Hard Rock Cafe, set to be themed around the Electric Mayhem Band, complete with a bunch of different Muppet memorabilia on display, just like how the Hard Rock Cafe does that for other singers. I will say, while this is a fun concept, once again, having the entire purpose of this restaurant be a parody of a pre-existing thing makes it feel a bit odd to me. Also considered was something called the Swedish Chef's Video Cooking School. Unfortunately, all we have on that is this piece of concept art, but it looks like it's in around the same area that Pizza Rizzo ended up being. And finally, there was the Great Gonzo's Pandemonium Pizza Parlor. This restaurant would be run by Gonzo and Rizzo, and it would have a Swedish chef animatronic as well, making it look like he was cooking the food. A rather ambitious idea for this restaurant was to have animatronic rats on skates deliver the food to you. These tracks would be placed on a series of rafters above you, and I guess your food would come down somehow? Now, unfortunately, the plans for the Muppet Studios land fell through following the death of Jim Henson, but some of it was already kind of built. If you've ever been to Hollywood Studios, then you probably know that next to Muppet Vision 3D, there's a restaurant called Mama Melrose's. If you don't know, don't worry, I walk by there much later on in the video. But if you've ever been inside of Mama Melrose's, then you may have noticed that the restaurant has a series of wooden rafters that really aren't all that high up. That's because this restaurant was supposed to be the Pizza Pandemonium Parlor, and these were supposed to be the tracks that the animatronic rats would skate on. That might be the weirdest sentence I've said all week. Which is crazy, because I've been working on this video all week, and I've said plenty of strange sentences because of it. The concept of Rizzo running a pizza restaurant would be revisited over 20 years later, with the opening of Pizza Rizzo. This restaurant really isn't the nicest, but there are so many great references in here, it is totally worth checking out. I mean, just look at these. Mice Girls. Oh, there's so many good references in here. The Mice Girls are, of course, a reference to the real-world band the Spice Girls, but it's also a deep-cut reference to a poster Rizzo has in Muppets from Space. Not only did they keep the same logo that we see in Muppets from Space, they also made up fake song names for them, all of which are plays on real Spice Girl names. My favorite is Wanna Brie. Another record on the wall advertises the Irish Rodents, who opened an episode of Muppets Tonight. There's an Electric Mayhem record, which you may say breaks the lore of the Muppets Mayhem, which claims they never had an album before, but it looks like this is just a single record, so we'll let it slide. The track list is pretty interesting. Of course, Can You Picture That is there, but so is Mr. Bassman, a song that's primarily sung by Scooter, with the band providing backup. The fourth track here is also pretty interesting. It's called Saturday Night Life, which is not the name of an Electric Mayhem song. It's clearly supposed to be the song they play on their bus in The Great Muppet Caper, but that song is actually called Nightlife, not Saturday Night Life. There's also a record for the Rattler Brothers, a parody of the real-life band the Statler Brothers. No relation. The Rattler brothers previously appeared in the Muppets 2015 Flowers on the Wall parody music video. A super obscure reference, this is one that I didn't even get when I saw it. But this record is probably my favorite.
Wow, that's real. There are so many references to the ABC show because it would have just ended when they opened this. So it's nice to see that.
The record in question features Jack White and the Electric Mayhem's cover of You're the Sunshine of My Life, which is performed by Jack White and the band in the final episode of ABC's The Muppets. If you've seen the show, then you'll know that this song has some pretty big plot significance in it. But like I said in the previous clip, this place has a lot of references to the ABC Muppet Show, probably because it opened in 2016, right after the show ended. In addition to this record, you can catch a picture of Yolanda as the Employee of the Month. And I didn't see these because we ate upstairs, but downstairs it seems there are a variety of framed photos that are straight up screenshots of the Muppets hanging out at Rolf's Tavern in that show. Another thing I missed framed on the wall is the first dollar pizza Rizzo ever got. Well, sort of. Rizzo, down to my last monies, so I took your first monies. I owe you, Pepe. Now, I didn't know this until now in editing, and I wish I knew to look for it, and I couldn't even find any pictures of this online, but according to the Muppet Wiki, on a shelf somewhere in Pizza Rizzo is a can of Wilkins coffee. That has to be one of the greatest Muppet Easter eggs of all time, and I didn't even know to look for it. Ugh.
But this is my favorite part. Check these out. Man, it's so sad we're getting rid of all this. I hope they put these somewhere. I think it's in the funeral.
I'm like, thanks everyone. You can go look at it for a second. Go ahead.
Phenomenal choir. Oh, there's so much good stuff in here. Don't be fooled by their hole-in-the-wall atmosphere and questionable kitchen staff at this Grand Avenue Pizzeria. Excellent menu selection, Rizzo's Deluxe Supreme Banquet Hall makes this family pizzeria, as the owner would say, a real classy joint. Yo! Jimmy Dean! Oh, that's so cool. Oh, there's so many fun things here.
The amount of references on this board alone is absolutely insane. You know what else is insane? The fact that right next to it is a fancy wedding reception room that you could also eat in, adding to the absurdity and comedy of this restaurant and how Rizzo thinks it's a very classy joint. Very in character. This whole thing seems to be pretty heavily Muppets Take Manhattan themed.
No way. Oh my gosh, congratulations. Oh.
I love the reference to the frogs from the Muppets Take Manhattan, although the names are a bit mixed up. The "Somebody Got Married" tagline is also probably a reference to Muppets Take Manhattan, which features the song Somebody's Getting Married, and on the other side, on that big bulletin board we just looked at, they have screenshots from the wedding scene of that movie. And again, that's the movie where Rizzo works at a restaurant, so it all works together pretty well. Something that I missed until I did more research on the restaurant, though, is that you can actually see some faded letters behind the ones that are placed here, showing that there used to be something up on the sign for a very long time before Rizzo replaced it. And what does it say? Paw Otter Memorial Service with tribute performance by the Frogtown Hollow Jubilee Jug Band. Yeah, that's right, there's an Emmett Otter's Jug Band Christmas reference here. This is why I love the Disney Parks Easter eggs. The Disney Parks have some of my favorite Easter eggs out of anything ever. They're always so clever, so complex, and so obscure, and they're so fun to find. Shout out the Imagineers, you guys always put some of the most clever references in places. Only they would include references to Emmett Otter and Wilkins Coffee in a Rizzo pizza restaurant. Amazing. That's so cool. I also like the concept that Paw Otter canonically had his memorial service at Pizza Rizzo. do with that information what you will. I'm gonna miss this place. Wasn't even here 10 years. Some funny stuff here. It's alright. You know, it wasn't alright, really. In hindsight, that pizza was probably the worst thing I ate all trip. But I was happy to eat at Pizza Rizzo. Definitely worth it. And don't just think that all the great Muppet references stop because you left the restaurant. No, because right outside, there's this. They really put up a sign for Francois Fromage and his dancing cheeses, who appear in one episode of Muppets Tonight as the opening act. That is so great. I'm also happy to see that they're performing again. That act didn't end too well for them.
What's going on with the dancing cheese?
They melted, maybe?
Of course they melted. They're cheeses!
It's the lights!
But now it was finally time to go see Muppet Vision.
Here's last call.
Walking into the theater, you first pass by this check-in door. As you can see, whoever's working here is currently on break, but they were nice enough to leave the key under the mat for you. Also, as you can see, a cast member snuck a plush of baby animal into this room, sitting him in the mug. I actually saw several Muppet Vision and Pizza Rizzo cast members with plushes representing their favorite Muppet characters. One of the Pizza Rizzo employees had this Rizzo plush that hasn't been for sale in about 10 years. I was honestly kind of jealous. It's kind of weird to see someone put animal here, but hold on. Why is Fozzie wanted? What did he do? The Muppet Wiki actually has a picture of what this room looks like through the bars, where you can see that the officer on duty is none other than Link Hogthrob, possibly a reference to the Bear on Patrol sketches where he played a police chief. Maybe Fozzie's wanted because he's on the run after Link accused his own patrol bear of being a criminal once again. Actually, Miss Piggy is also on one of the wanted posters, as well as on a pin-up calendar underneath that. Link, buddy, calm down, that's a little concerning. As you enter the hall, there's always a classic Muppet song playing. For us, it was The Magic Store, the song from the end of the original Muppet movie. As you can see, the hall is lined with photos of some of the iconic Muppet characters you'll see in the show, as well as a few different Muppet Labs doors. You then pass by a massive poster for the 2011 Muppet movie before entering the main room officially. Muppet Vision's pre-show room is great. It's sort of a backstage area that features an absolute ton of great references, many of which were added in the last few years. And while most of these are just joke and gag props, they actually now have the real screen-used tuxedo that Kermit wore in 2011's The Muppets. This is genuinely so cool to see, not only because it's a real screen-used prop, but also because it lets you know just how small the Kermit puppet is in real life. I'm not sure when this was added to the show's pre-show. I don't recall it from any of my previous Disney trips, but maybe I'm misremembering. Let me know in the comments if you know when they put this in. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get all that much footage of the pre-show room as everyone was already lining up to go into the show when we walked in. Luckily for us, though, the Muppet Wiki has pictures of nearly every prop in the room, so I want to highlight some of my favorites. Most of the props in the pre-show room are simply crates with little jokes and gags written on them, most of these gags being references to Muppet characters and accessories or articles of clothing they would need. For example, this box is to Scooter from Spanky's Spectacular Spectacles. We make a statement on your face. The contents are eyeglasses, specs, shades, goggles, ocular enhancers, visual visors, et al. For your eyes only. Here we have Miss Piggy's satin evening gowns. Miss Piggy, more satin evening gowns. Miss Piggy, the rest of the satin evening gowns. So after recording that last section, I was looking for other funny crates to feature, and I found this one. I was like, oh, I don't remember this. What does this one say? Turns out it says, shipped to Miss Piggy, contents, really fancy satin gowns. Shipped to Miss Piggy, contents, more really fancy satin gowns, and even more really fancy satin gowns. Now I finally understand why they're closing Muppet Vision. They ran out of places to keep Miss Piggy's satin gowns. Probably my favorite crate in here is one for Kermit's neck ruffs. But Kermit's also ordered some other items from Amphibians, the Total Swamp Store. This includes 4 dozen lily pads, 33 gallons of pond scum, 12 lauder lilies pre-shrunk, 31,942 mosquitoes of assorted sizes, and 1 log, one size fits all. This crate is labeled At the Dance Chandeliers, a reference to the At the Dance sketches from the Muppet Show. This is really one of the only crates here that's a reference to a pre-existing Muppet property and not just a reference to a prop or article of clothing used by a character. Muppet Labs has a package from the Scientific Doohickey Company, stationed out of Newark, New Jersey. Represent New Jersey reference, no way. I'm from New Jersey. I can't believe I'm in Muppet Vision. Underneath that, Gonzo has ordered props including mold, fungus, helmets, helmets covered with fungus and mold, helmets with fungus, no mold, helmets with mold, no fungus, fungus and mold, no helmets. They really love their long list gags here, don't they? Here's Bean Bunny's great big box of really cute 3D props. It's fragile, and extremely sensitive too. The Muppet Penguins have several barrels of pickled herring sent to them by Far North Foods, but they're not the only Muppets who were shipped fish. Of course, New Zealand's boomerang fish are here as well, a product of Long Island Sound and Seafood Supplies, everything from hearing to herring. This is actually the only reference to New Zealand in Muppet Vision. He's not in the pre-show, the show itself, or anywhere else within the building. So, since New Zealand is, of course, one of the greatest Muppets of all time, I'd like to dedicate the next 10 seconds of this video to nothing but New Zealand. Alright, we're done. There are quite a few non-crate props here as well. There are several of these Muppet painting parodies that I'm sure you've seen all over the place. They've been used in a lot of different places. Miss Piggy's vanity is also present. Hanging up from a higher shelf is this, which the wiki labels as a net full of jello. I guess I can't argue with that. One of the coolest Easter eggs are these toy soldiers hanging up on a rafter up high. These guys are actually used in the Muppet Vision show itself. I'm not sure if these are the actual puppets used for that, or if they're simply recreations, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are from the original show, and if that's the case, that is incredibly cool. But as you'll soon see, these guys are alive in the Muppet Vision show, so their placement here is, I guess, kind of odd. Especially this guy. Is he okay? But my favorite reference here has always been the swine trek from Pigs in Space hanging from the ceiling. I made sure to get footage of it on my way into the theater. Now there is one more really great Easter egg here, but we'll get back to it later. The pre-show itself is also really great and really funny, and it plays across all these screens that you see here up top. Unfortunately, we came too late to see it this time, so we agreed to go see Muppet Vision again later on in the trip to catch the pre-show. So, we'll get back to that later on in the video. For now, let's focus on the show itself. We took our seats right towards the front, getting a great view of the show, and honestly, I forgot just how beautiful the theater is. It looks so nice. There's so many immaculate statues, it looks like some elaborate Roman palace, but the joke of it all is that the statues are Miss Piggy and Gonzo. In the back, there's this crazy mock projector setup that'll become important a bit later. There are also 2 balconies, and, well, I'm sure you know who's going to be in those.
What are we going to see in here anyway? 3D movie. Put your glasses down. Yeah. Hey, look! Look at the guy in the goofy mask. That's not a mask. Sorry, lady.
Now put on those special 3D glasses as Kermit and Abe proudly present Muppet Vision 3D.
Now, Muppet took the job for the elephant.
Sorry, boss.
We're introduced to the show by Kermit, portrayed by Jim Henson in one of his final appearances as the character. He explains that we're in the Muppets research facility to check out their new technology.
Here in this modern, high-tech facility... Hey! Careful! Here in this modern, high-tech facility, we have perfected Muppet Vision 3D, a new film process which we're about to demonstrate to you.
Kermit then reveals who's behind the projector in the back.
Now, working the projector is an old-fashioned Swedish chef.
Now, a lot of people miss this. You can see nobody's looking back, but if you look closely, the Swedish chef is actually in there. So cool to see they added an animatronic barely anyone would notice. The Muppets plan to put on a show to demonstrate their new technology, including a musical number from Miss Piggy, and a big finale from Sam Eagle.
Sam, what's it about?
It's called A Salute to All Nations, but mostly America.
Great, so it's going to be...
Kermit promises that this demonstration will feature no cheap 3D tricks. That promise doesn't last.
Did you say cheap 3D tricks? And here's something I want to spring on you.
Walmart, it's that dumb bear again. Hey, bear, you're not even funny in 3D.
Oh, not you guys. How did you get here?
We entered a contest. Yeah, we lost.
Fozzie's next gag is to shoot some water in the audience, causing an actual sprinkle within the theater.
Trying to ground us. What kind of act is that? An act of mercy.
Kermit then takes us to the Muppets' secret laboratory, leading to my favorite joke in the entire show.
See, we invited distinguished scientists from all over the world to come and work here. Unfortunately, none of them showed up.
I love that so much. Of course, the scientists that the Muppets got instead were their very own Bunsen and Beaker, who immediately almost kill Kermit on the way in.
So instead, I'd like to introduce you to the guys who invented Muppet Vision, and they can show you some of their...
Bunsen takes over hosting duties for a bit, explaining the scientific progress that they're making at Muppet Labs, while unbeknownst to him, Beaker is constantly being hit in the background by the machine.
We at Muppet Labs have been able to grab hold of the future. The wheels of progress turn swiftly here as we strike upon ways to bring science safely to you.
Bunsen explains that this machine is going to create a brand new 3D effect right before our very eyes. And it does, introducing the audience to Waldo C. Graphic.
I'm Waldo, the spirit of 3D. Thank you, Beaker.
Waldo is a completely CGI character who always exists as a 3D object in front of the screen, constantly interacting with the audience and transforming into several different forms. Something that I think is really cool about this scene is that when Waldo's created, he shoots out of 2 different tubes in the machine and then merges into one. A reference to how 3D images work. 2 images very closely overlaid to each other, coming together and appearing three-dimensional. Unfortunately, since I can't record in 3D, you're going to be seeing two of Waldo at pretty much all times. I'm sorry.
You know, all these other people think I'm talking to them, but I'm really just talking to you.
While Muppet Vision 3D displays the origin of Waldo, it actually wasn't his first appearance. Waldo first appeared in 1989's The Jim Henson Hour, making him a pretty new character when Muppet Vision released in 1990. And while it might seem strange that there's this random CGI character hanging out with the Muppets, Waldo is actually technically still a puppet. In the mid-80s, Jim Henson realized that the radio-controlled puppetry technology created for Fraggle Rock could potentially be combined with computer graphics to create a CGI puppet. Waldo could be puppeteered in real time by someone using the radio-controlled technology. It's really impressive technology, especially for the time. After the puppetry was done, all the footage of Waldo would be re-rendered in higher quality. It took a few years to get everything worked out, lots of development and experimentation, but by 1989 the character was ready. Waldo's middle and last name are of course a pun. Waldo C. Graphic, Computer Graphic, his last two initials are CG. But you might not know that his first name is also a pun, because the remote control device used to puppeteer him is called a Waldo. Waldo would appear in several episodes of the Jim Henson Hour before showing up once again right here in Muppet Vision 3D the following year. In all of his appearances, he was portrayed by Steve Whitmire. Unfortunately, Muppet Vision was actually Waldo's final appearance. Nowadays, he's no doubt most well remembered for Muppet Vision. I'm sure a lot of people probably think he was made for this, and that this is his only appearance, especially because they introduce him here. But no, he was a pre-existing character, and despite never appearing again after this show, Waldo has been able to live on because of it. Personally, I was never really a big fan of Waldo. I think he's just kind of annoying, and I understand that that's the point of the character, but I don't find him like an endearing annoying, I just find him kind of an annoying. But honestly, looking into the complex technology and the incredible history behind this character, and the fact that he's really a puppet despite being CGI, made me appreciate him a whole lot more. He is a pretty impressive piece of technology. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that Bunsen agrees with me, as he decides it's already time for Waldo to be deactivated. That might be the smoothest transition in my entire YouTube career.
Well, I think that would be just about enough of Waldo, Beaker. You may deactivate.
What? What are you... Hey, watch it!
Oh dear, he won't deactivate. Ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing to worry about, but please keep your heads down. I'm bouncing on people's heads. Beaker!
With Waldo having gone haywire, Bunsen instructs Beaker to activate the Inflatomatic. Oh no.
Hurry, Beaker, hurry! Oh!
Great! Now I can start my own football team!
Beaker, we have to try the vacuum Muppet! Yes!
Unfortunately, the Vacuum Muppet is a bit too successful, as it proceeds to suck up the entire show.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your own safety, please let the armrest firmly!
Hey, I'm free! Taxi! All right, now I'm getting out of this place.
In one of my favorite visuals in the entire show, Kermit welcomes us back in.
This way, folks. I'm sorry, but Muppet Lab seems to have been temporarily sucked up. But, what is that?
Of course, that is Fozzie with his next 3D gimmick, a remote control flying pie that backfires, of course. This scene is another pretty clever combination of puppetry and CGI. The flying pie is CGI, and it starts spinning out of control, before being swapped out with a real pie that was actually thrown at Fozzie for the scene. It's fascinating to see these early attempts of combining the Muppets with CG. I feel people don't often discuss Jim Henson's interest in CGI. It was technology that started to come to prominence in the later years of his life, but he was pretty interested in it. Now the CGI here looks pretty dated, especially on the pie. I think I'll give Waldo a pass because he's a character, and he's a very cartoony character, so it's easier to not be distracted by his effect. I think he looks dated, but okay. But I do think it's pretty cool to see this technology being used in 1990 before it was really mainstream in entertainment, you know? This is almost 10 years before The Phantom Menace, 5 years before Toy Story, 3 years before Jurassic Park. Jim Henson and his team were always at the top of their game, constantly innovating visually. Kermit introduces the next act, Miss Piggy's Big Musical Number, as Scooter and Janice ride a tandem bicycle in the background. That's a really strange background detail because it's the only time you see these two in the entire show, other than Scooter being in some parts of the pre-show. Scooter and Janice are also characters that don't really interact with each other, probably because they've always shared a puppeteer. But I think that both of them sharing a puppeteer at the time of the release of this, Richard Hunt and currently David Rudman, is probably the reason why they put them together, as a little nod to that, maybe? Regardless, as we move over to the next scene, there's yet another fun visual gag with the scene transition.
Musical portion of our demonstration, we have Miss Piggy in a wonderful 3D number. That's you, penguins.
Doesn't it look good? Yeah, too bad they're gonna spoil it for the pig.
Piggy starts singing her musical number, but she's frequently distracted by Bean Bunny, who's trying to help out by flying a fake butterfly on a string around her. Bean continues to try to help out, moving around different props, but Piggy is obviously having none of it. Next, Bean starts blowing bubbles, with bubbles being released all over the theater. Piggy stops singing to tell Bean to cut it out.
I was just doing 3D. Guess I won't be needing this. What's that? It was for the big water skiing finale.
A dejected Bean is told to leave by Sam Eagle, who claims he's ruining the show, so Bean literally leaves the show in another insanely clever visual.
Wait!
Now outside of the show, he runs into Waldo, who's also still stuck out there from earlier.
Does anybody know the way out of this film? Hey, you got a map down there? Well, you come with me if you like. I just got fired and I'm running away. Terrific!
And so, Bean and Waldo decide to leave the show together. Now would probably be a good time to mention that Bean Bunny and Waldo C. Graphic are basically the main characters of Muppet Vision 3D. That's something that's always stood out to me as rather odd. These two obscure, miscellaneous characters are basically the ones we're following for the majority of the show. They both fulfill very prominent roles. Now don't get me wrong, I love background characters, I really do, I love Muppet background characters also, but this is just kind of weird if you think about it, right? It was an odd choice to make the main characters of the big Disney World Muppet show be Bean and Waldo. Nowadays, it especially doesn't make sense. Bean Bunny stopped appearing around 2005, and like I mentioned earlier, Muppet Vision is the final appearance of Waldo C. Graphic. But it did make a bit more sense at the time, as Bean Bunny and Waldo were both characters that had just recently been introduced to the Muppets, with Waldo first appearing in the Jim Henson Hour right before this came out in 1989, and Bean Bunny originally being created for a TV special called The Tale of the Bunny Picnic in 1986. Bean officially joined the larger cast of the Muppets in the Jim Henson Hour in 1989, and again, Muppet Vision opened just a year later. These two projects came out very close to each other. So Bean and Waldo were two new characters being used and introduced at the time, which definitely makes a bit more sense as to why they have such a big role here. It just feels odd nowadays that we're so far removed from it, to the point where most people probably only know Waldo and Bean from Muppet Vision. So if I were to say any part of Muppet Vision felt outdated, it would probably be the heavy focus on these two characters that aren't around anymore except for in Muppet Vision. Bean especially. At the very least, Waldo has kind of his origin and backstory explained in Muppet Vision, so he works pretty much fine as a standalone character in this. Now, I'm really not a big fan of Bean Bunny as a character, so him having a leading role here was something I never really cared for. Bean's whole gimmick is that he's supposed to be a cute character, and everybody thinks he's, oh, so adorable, and number one, I don't see it. He looks like he's gonna burn a hole through me if I look at him for long enough. And number two, I feel like his cuteness is kind of forced. So much of Bean's character revolves around the other Muppets calling him cute and talking about how cute he is. And even Bean calls himself cute all the time. It never felt genuine to me. It just felt like they were trying to get a new cute character in the cast and kept saying, look how cute he is, see? See, he's cute, right? Right? If you look at other popular cute characters that have taken off with the general public, like Baby Groot, or Jack Jack, or Grogu, or any number of cute Disney animal sidekick characters, they all catch on because they have undeniably cute designs, but they're not obnoxious. Bean always felt obnoxious to me, both with how other characters talk about him and how he talks about himself. They also just really heavily promoted Bean right after he came out. He was in the Jim Henson Hour, he's in this, they even worked him into Muppet Babies, which I always found odd. So to me at least, it always felt like they were really trying to force Bean onto the audience. But if you do like Bean Bunny, and I know you guys are out there, I've gotten comments from people requesting I talk about Bean before, more power to you. This is a character that never really clicked with me, and regardless of whether or not I personally liked him, it is still pretty cool to see a more secondary, tertiary Muppet take center stage at a Disney World attraction. But let me know what you think about Bean in the comments. Do you agree with me? Do you disagree? I've never really seen him be that much of a popular character, so I'd love to know the general consensus. Anyway, let's get back to the show, where we have another one of my favorite jokes in it.
Hey, Bean, what's up? I'm going away. Forever. Oh, great. Could you get me a sandwich? Would any of you people like anything? I mean, since he's going out, he could forever? Bean?
Gonzo attempts to track down Kermit to tell him Bean is gone, and then suddenly Sweetums appears here in the void, playing paddleball. His inclusion feels strange right now, but it will make a lot more sense in a minute. Fozzie also calls him Sweetum here, not Sweetums plural like his name is supposed to be. That's weird.
Hey, Sweetum, that's a great effect.
Hey, Fozzie, Kermit! What is it? Bean Bunny ran away!
Oh, no!
Yes, our riddance!
We gotta find him.
I know!
All right, everybody spread out and look for me.
I'll go this way.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue the show in just a moment, but in the meantime, if you see a rabbit, holler.
The Muppets begin to search for Bean, leading to what is easily the most iconic part of Muppet Vision 3D.
Bunny ran away!
That's right, a live Sweetums comes out, flashlight in hand, looking for Bean. This is one of the coolest parts of the show. It's completely unexpected if you've never seen it before, and it's really, really fun. In case you're wondering how the costume works, it's actually pretty interesting. Of course, this costume is nowhere near as complex as the regular Sweetums costume. It's pretty obviously much smaller than that one is, and it doesn't have things like, say, the moving eye mechanism. But that doesn't mean it isn't impressive. Having a Sweetums costume go around in the show every day, multiple times a day for 35 years is super cool and super impressive, and I don't believe they've ever actually updated the costume. I'm sure they have multiples, but they've never redesigned the costume. This is how it's always looked, which is nice. The puppeteer inside controls the flashlight in their left hand, while puppeteering Sweetums with their right. Puppeteering his voice to pre-existing audio recorded by the late great Richard Hunt, who was portraying Sweetums at the time. Since the puppeteer needs one hand for the flashlight and one hand for Sweetums' mouth, Sweetums' right hand is actually a dummy hand. If you look closely, you can see that it doesn't move, as it's actually attached to his side. Like we saw with the much more recent Mandalorian costume earlier today, Disney is always very clever when it comes to allowing their cast members to play characters with special features, while also still being able to act as the characters.
Woody ran away!
Well, you know what that makes you? Smarter than us!
Anybody seen a bunny? I don't see a bunny. Where? Where? Oh, nothing up there but a bunny. A bunny? Bean!
Hi, sweetums.
Hey, Kermit, look! Bean, what are you doing out there?
I'm running away. Nobody would let me help in the movie.
That's right, the left balcony was also hiding an animatronic, as the curtains are pulled back now, revealing that this is where Bean is. This show uses space and interactivity so well. It's so clever and smart how the characters in theater interact throughout the show. Now, unfortunately, with where our seats were and with the spotlight in the way, it was hard to see Bean at some times, but I still tried my best to capture him, so I am sorry for that.
Oh, this is a very moving moment. Yeah, I wish they'd move it to Pittsburgh.
Hey, Bean! What are we doing sticking around here? Let's burn rubber!
He's Waldo, my 3D friend, and we're both leaving the movie.
Wait, but if you leave, you'll miss all the fireworks. Right, yeah! Fireworks? Ooh.
Okay, I'll stay, but I want to help.
Gee, is there anything Bean can do in the final number?
Oh, gosh, maybe Bean could set off the fireworks.
That sounds great!
Yeah, and I'll stay and help. I love fireworks!
Okay.
With Bean back, Kermit calls on Sam with another one of my favorite jokes in the show.
Sam, are you about ready?
Yes, it's a glorious 3-hour finale.
You got a minute and a half.
All the Muppets get into position, with Bean ducking his head down in the balcony. He'll be back a bit later to light off the fireworks. And thus begins a salute to all nations, but mostly America. We start off with a patriotic drum march from these Muppets that are made to look kind of like toy soldiers. They were made originally for Muppet Vision, and while they do look a bit off since they don't even have moving mouths, I quite like them. But things quickly start to go wrong. Waldo appears as a conductor, trying to lead the band, and then one of the toy soldiers knocks into a tuba, knocking another guy over. This is followed up by a group of puppet versions of It's a Small World animatronics marching in as well.
What are you doing? Get back to your place.
And that's when they start shooting off cannons and rifles, and as you'd expect, things don't go too well.
Is it over yet?
Sam calls out to Bean, and his animatronic in the balcony reappears to launch the fireworks. But not only are the fireworks put on screen, some are also projected up to the top of the theater. Miss Piggy appears as the Statue of Liberty. Yes, this scene is what the fountain outside of the show is based on. But there's a bit too much chaos going on for Piggy to get her star moment, especially when Waldo reappears and decides it would be a good idea to remove her dress. Pretty sure he just committed several crimes. Waldo continues his tirade, launching straight into the orchestra pit, naturally upsetting all the penguins, and now everyone is panicking.
Hey, Chef! Can't you hear me? Stop the projector! I'll take you, penguin!
Unfortunately, the penguins retaliate with a giant cannon. They aim it directly at the projector and fire. Sorry, I had to use somebody else's footage because this guy's head was in the way.
Oh, wait! Don't shoot! Stop, everybody! Stop! Hey, not you! There! Look out!
The The penguins blast a hole in the wall, allowing you to now fully see the Swedish chef. And as we all know, he doesn't go down without a fight, now holding his bazooka ready to retaliate. The penguin shooting projector causes the show to shut off, leaving only Waldo, who constantly dodges the Swedish chef's hits. And in one final shot, the theater bursts into flames, now covered in holes.
Everyone okay in here? We surrender! We surrender! What an explosion!
From the hole in the wall, Kermit appears sitting on the back of a fire truck. And he's always looked really strange to me here. I think it's because since it's a full body shot of him on a place where there's no way for a puppeteer to reach, he's actually being remotely puppeted. If you look, you can see his face is moving really robotically. Behind Kermit, you can see some people just having a regular day in Hollywood studios. But if you look closely, you could actually see that Sweetums is back there, which doesn't make sense considering Sweetums is also in the room with you right now. Kermit thanks you for watching Muppet Vision 3D, tells you to enjoy your day, and assures that the theater has only suffered minor damage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to apologize for our slight technical difficulties. But I do wish to assure you that no one was hurt, and this theater suffered only minor damage. So thank you very much for coming to see this demonstration of Muppet Vision technology, and enjoy the rest of your stay, and come see us again sometime.
And with that, Muppet Vision 3D comes to a close. I was really happy to be able to see Muppet Vision 3D again, and let me tell you, the show really holds up. Some of the effects are dated, sure, and something that always bothered me was the character usage. Ever since I was a kid, I was disappointed that not all that many Muppets appeared here, and only a few very specific ones did. Part of me, I think, was just upset that my boy Rolf wasn't there, but it's all good. The comedy here is so funny and so tightly written. It's all really, really clever. And the usage of the theater itself is something that I think honestly goes underappreciated. Muppet Vision 3D isn't just a show, it's an experience, one where the theater interacts and changes and evolves as you continue to watch it. We had a really good audience this showing as well, with a lot of people really laughing a lot throughout the show. It was really nice to see, especially at Statler and Waldorf. People especially seem to be laughing at them. Now stick around, because this isn't the end of our story with Muppet Vision. We'll be revisiting it once again a bit later in the trip, and I'll be giving my final thoughts on the ride, its closure, and also taking a look at the pre-show and some other things I missed this first go-around. Anyway, now back to the park. Outside of Muppet Vision are a bunch of fun posters, like a penguin selling you formal wear, and this ad for Fozzie, which at the bottom says, "No joking, I need a job." Incredible. There's this one of the Electric Mayhem, which uses that weird artwork that features Clifford as part of them for some reason. And of course, my boy. Good to see you, Rolf. You're then greeted by the Muppet Gift Shop, which has unfortunately been closed for the past several years now. Nice that they still kept all the stuff for it up, though. For now. Alright, we're gonna head on over to Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. Most of the rides have pretty long lines right now. That's about 50-ish minutes, which could definitely be worse. Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway is a pretty impressive trackless dark ride that sits inside the facade of the Chinese theater replica. If that location seems odd to you, don't worry, you're not alone. The Chinese theater used to house the Great Movie Ride, the flagship attraction for Hollywood studios. Back in 2019 or so, it closed and was replaced with this. Now let me tell you, I absolutely adore this ride. I went on it in California back in 2023, but there, the facade made much more sense. It was a Mickey-themed museum theater exhibit. Here, meanwhile, it's inside the Chinese Theater, and while I appreciate that the Great Chinese Theater replica remained unchanged, the fact that there's a Mickey and Minnie ride in here now just doesn't really fit with the theming. But by the time you get further inside, that really stops mattering, and you're met with a pretty impressive ride. Check it out. You're first ushered into a room in the theater where you're shown a brief Mickey Mouse cartoon. It's made to look like you just went to the theater to watch this.
Oh, hiya, folks. Want to take a ride on the train? Excuse me, you there. Do you mind helping these good people into the cartoon while I fix this here locomotive?
I don't know, Goofy, that sounds like a lot of paperwork.
Thanks. Be back in a jiffy to pick you all up.
Alright, folks, you heard Goofy right this way to the cartoon castle.
I love how Disney rides are getting more and more immersive these days. Here you follow Goofy through the screen into the cartoon world before boarding your train.
Testing, this thing on? Can you all hear me way back in the back? Welcome aboard, folks. We're ready for a relaxing ride around the park. Hi, folks. Hello there. How you doing? Hey, Vic and Liam. You're in a good set of our friends. The park's filled with waiting. What could possibly go wrong? What about the weird man tracks? Hey, picnickers! Told you nothing was gonna go wrong.
Outside of the Chinese Theater are a variety of celebrity signatures. So just a few months back, they closed a Cars show called Lightning McQueen's Racing Academy, and it's all the way back here in the corner of the park. They had some Cars characters set up there, so I want to see if they're still here. Now, McQueen's Racing Academy opened in late 2018, so like right after we were last here, and it closed in late 2024, right before we came here again, so not the best luck with that, unfortunately. To get there, we had to walk past the Rock and Roller Coaster. This is the ride that the Muppets are soon to take over. I've heard that Disney just got a permit to repaint this guitar. Man, they haven't even taken it down yet. Wonder if you can still see her back there. Oh, I see her. She's still back there. And there's DJ. DJ's peeking out. It's weird that the whole thing was just gated off. Like, if the ride is closed, the least you could do is remove the sign, right? Instead, it's just awkwardly out of bounds. Why not leave the area open so that people could still see the big model cars you had out there? But nope, just gated off. GJ was actually taken from Cars Land over in California and moved here when McQueen's Racing Academy opened, so here's hoping they put him back over in Cars Land, give him a new, more permanent home. Why DJ, part of basically a street gang, is outside of a racing academy, I don't know. But they did used to have a dance show here, so. And in case you were wondering what Cruz looked like behind all those bushes, here she is. F's in the chat for that one. As of the time of this video's upload, Lightning McQueen's Racing Academy's replacement just opened, a Disney villain stage show called Unfairly Ever After. I haven't looked into it, but from what I've seen, it looks pretty cool. And just a few days ago, Disney gave an update on the Muppets Rock and Roller Coaster with a video starring Kermit on their Instagram, confirming that it will be opening in 2026. So, luckily, Disney World won't be without a Muppet ride for too long. Guess I should start saving up my money now. Alright, so that is Hollywood Studios over and done with for now. There's not really anything else left that we wanted to do here. Not really all that many rides, honestly. Rise of the Resistance is so impossible to get on. I've done it before, decided may as well cut our losses. Just gotta get back on the boat. We're gonna in the hotel for a little bit before heading back out. The plan was to relax in the hotel for a few hours and then go back to Magic Kingdom for the evening. Before going back to our room, we decided to check out the hotel gift shop for a bit. Alright, it's been about 2 hours. We're heading back to Magic Kingdom. It was nice to be able to rest for a bit before heading back out, and when we left the hotel, they once again greeted us with a superb song choice.
We're on our way to the Magic Kingdom. For your safety and the safety of others, please remain seated while the motor coach is in motion. If you're standing, we encourage you to use the handrails overhead or to the side, and remain clear of the doors and stairwells. We ask that you refrain from eating, drinking, and smoking while on board the motor coach. And now, we invite you to relax and enjoy the ride. Thank you.
Welcome back. Woman working the gate just gave us this. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where we're off to first. Guess we'll have to see. Oh yes, Return of the Crane, my favorite. Alright, we're heading over to Cosmic Rays for dinner, which is another quick service place. If you're a fan of animatronics performers or animatronic performers, you're gonna like this. I have a very love-hate relationship with Sunny Eclipse here. The concept of having an animatronic, keyboard-playing alien sing jazz tunes to you while you eat is just so Disney, and I absolutely love it. But Sunny Eclipse himself, he keeps me up at night. I gotta say, Magic Kingdom was pretty packed tonight. I don't think I've ever seen Cosmic Rays this full. Usually it's a bit of a more obscure quick service location with some pretty basic dining options. Welcome back, Disney Chicken Fingers. It's only been a day since I last saw you.
Thank you very much. Did you know that a turtle is a star with a tail? Come to think of it, Mickey Mouse is a star with a tail too.
Why does that guy get to stay, but the Muppets go?
We then checked out Storybook Circus. It's probably my least favorite land here. It's a very basic circus-themed land, but it's still pretty fun.
Are still selling this. It's years old at this point.
This whole trip, this was pretty much the only Muppet pin I saw. And maybe I should have picked it up, but I'm sorry, I'm just really not a big fan of the art style they used for it. I was also hoping for something a bit more Muppet Vision specific, but oh well. As we made our way through New Fantasyland, I stopped to take a look at this statue. If you're wondering why this King Triton statue doesn't have legs, he's a merman. They don't have legs. Checkmate. No, but for real, if you're wondering where his bottom half is, it's not there because this statue was originally made to sit in a lake. Where the Little Mermaid ride now is, used to be home to the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea ride. And after that stopped operating, they had a Little Mermaid themed area called Ariel's Grotto, which featured this King Triton statue placed in the lake. Nowadays, you can find him here on dry land, awkwardly cut off below the start of the tail. One of my all-time favorite Easter eggs in the Disney parks actually relates to this. You can see the Nautilus, the submarine from 20,000 Leagues, carved into some of the rock work in the line for the Little Mermaid ride. Unfortunately, I didn't catch it this time, but here's a picture of it. A similar Nautilus carving also appears inside of the tree near the Winnie the Pooh ride. This tree used to be part of a Winnie the Pooh play area that was part of the 20,000 Leagues Lagoon as well. So, you know, whenever Disney wants to reference 20,000 Leagues, they just carve a Nautilus into the nearest surface. It's cool, I like it. When that area closed, it was relocated to the Winnie the Pooh ride, where, as you can see, the tree now holds up the sign and wait time counter. But you could still enter it and take a look at that Nautilus Easter egg. That is, if you could fit through that very small door, which I once could, but probably can't anymore. Anyway, we'll take a closer look at Pooh later on. That could have been phrased better. We went over to Gaston's Tavern for some dessert, because it turns out that no one makes a cinnamon bun like Gaston's Tavern at Disney World.
Oh my god, it's huge.
Here's a fork to show scale. This thing was massive. A cinnamon bun fit for a man that eats 5 dozen eggs every morning. Which, by the way, Disney, if you're listening, which I know you obviously are, why don't you put 5 dozen eggs on the menu here? It would be perfect. And insanely dangerous, probably. We then went on the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, one of my personal favorite rides. At around an hour, this was probably the longest line we waited in the entire trip. As you can see, it even got dark out while we waited. It's a roller coaster with some show scenes inside it, themed to the dwarves from Snow White. You know, with all those live-action remakes Disney keeps doing, it's weird that they haven't done Snow White yet, right? I'm sure that would go over really well. Hey, somebody tell Disney, one of their rocks broke. About halfway through the ride, you're taken into the mine itself, where the roller coaster slows down, and you get this really nice show scene of all the dwarves at work. And as you go up the next lift hill, you could actually see the silhouettes of the dwarves marching up, ready to go to work. Good for them. I hope they find netherite. At the end of the ride, you stop outside of the dwarves' cottage where you could see all of them dancing inside. The figures used here were actually lifted from the previous Snow White attraction here, the dark ride Snow White's Scary Adventure, which you could still find in California, albeit under a new name in an attempt to make it slightly less mortifying to children. And speaking of mortifying to children, right when you think everything is safe and happy, look who it is. No, wait, no, slow down, wait, I want a better look at it! The downside of going on this ride at night is the fact that you can't really see the craftsmanship of the cottage all that well, and while there is a light on her, I didn't really get a good look at the witch animatronic, who looks insanely good. Unfortunately, she just wasn't at a pose where she faces you. Usually she'll turn her head and kind of look over at you, but she wasn't doing that here. It wasn't long until we chose our next ride, Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh is a bit of a more recent dark ride, having taken over Mr. Toad's spot about 20 years ago.
If you ask me, he'll never reach that.
Inside Owl's house, we get my two favorite Easter eggs in the ride. References to the Mr. Toad ride that used to be here. There's one picture on the wall of Mr. Toad giving Owl the deed to his house. And on the floor, there's a picture of Winnie the Pooh and Mole. After this, we get my favorite part, where Winnie the Pooh goes into a honey-induced coma. I have no words for that scene. I'm sorry. Okay, so my footage stops there. I actually didn't record the end of the ride, and in hindsight, that makes it seem really morbid now. It now makes it seem like all the Winnie the Pooh characters died in a terrible flood. I can confirm they're alive, but I don't have the footage of it. So insane that I'm saying this, but the Tangled bathrooms are one of the best themed areas in any of the parks. I love this place so much. Wish this movie had a ride here. So we're gonna head on over to the Haunted Mansion, check out the store there, ride it, go back into the Emporium since I could not see anything in there last time, then probably head back to the hotel a little early. We have ambitious plans tomorrow that I'm very excited about, but I'll let me and VoiceOver go over that. Take it away, me and VoiceOver, a week after I film this. Also, let me know if it's actually a week later. I wonder how long this video will take. Our very ambitious plan for day 3 was to go to all 4 parks in one day. Starting off at Animal Kingdom, going there for the first time in the trip, and checking out everything we wanted to see, before heading over to Magic Kingdom, Hollywood Studios, and Epcot, doing all the remaining rides and rewriting everything we wanted to do one last time before we went back home. It was an ambitious plan, something that we were a little concerned about pulling off, thanks to calls for a lot of rain the next day, but we were still determined to do it. Anyway, now back to the rest of this night. And for the record, me filming this video, it hasn't been a week. It's been a month. I'm recording this on March 26th, a month after you got home. This video became so much bigger than I realized it would be, and it's been super fun to do. Anyway, back to you. Also, Disney, please make a Tangled ride. I love Tangled, and the bathrooms look really nice, but I'd like a ride. Something that I love about the Haunted Mansion is that when the wait time is low, it says 13 minutes instead of 15. Looks like we're getting on right during the fireworks, that's why the line's so short. Pro tip, always one of the best times to ride, but you want to go on the most. Going on the Haunted Mansion at night really changes up the atmosphere. It makes the whole thing a lot more ominous. And our experience was made even more ominous by the cast member that was working here tonight. When the doors to the ride opened, this woman was standing there in the middle of them with her hands clasped, and she slowly looked up at us, and she says, "The master's been expecting you." Horrifying! Somebody give her a raise, that was amazing.
And we'll continue our little tour.
Of course, we've already gone over this ride in full, but I'd like to keep the ominous atmosphere going by talking about some of my favorite rumors that have circulated around the Haunted Mansion over the years. Allegedly, when the Haunted Mansion first opened here in Florida, there was a large spider web installed in the ride after you went up the stairs. While pictures of this web do exist, many attest to a strange inclusion in it when the park first opened. A man, a decomposed skeletal man, stuck in the web screaming for his life, his screams even being a part of the ride's original audio track. Next to him you can find 2 spiders in their own webs, the culprits who probably ate this poor man. Early prop lists for the ride mention the man in the web, even concept art for him was made. According to Yesterworld Entertainment, who broke down the situation in an excellent video over on his channel, the man in the web was placed there very early on, appearing in screenings of the ride for cast members and executives, but was probably removed before opening because it was just too scary, leaving an empty spiderweb and the sound effect of a man screaming, which is, in my opinion, possibly more scary than him being there. The Haunted Mansion's outdoor queue is rather expansive now, after being refurbished about 10 years ago. And while there's a lot to see in front of you, next time you go on the ride, you may want to look beneath your feet. In one very specific location, outside in the line on the cement, you can find what appears to be a wedding ring. This led to many fan theories that the bride threw her ring out the window and now it's been fossilized here in the cement after all these years. A clever detail, isn't it? Well, what if I told you that this was actually just a removed support beam in the ground and a small rock conveniently next to it that appears to look like a wedding ring? Or at least it was, until 2010 when it was removed and replaced with an actual wedding ring. That's right, the rumors had grown so rampant that Disney decided to make this official, and now, to this day, there's a wedding ring in the ground. Now that is some insane attention to detail on Disney's part, and a case where a rumor ended up being true. Eventually. For many years, fans have said that one of the singing busts in the Haunted Mansion graveyard looks quite a bit like Walt Disney, specifically this one, whose head is dislodged from its body. Could this be a reference to Walt Disney freezing his head and hiding it under Pirates of the Caribbean? Probably not. Walt was cremated, actually. One of the most famous fan theories regarding the Haunted Mansion is the one claiming that you die when you're inside of it. Not in real life, I feel pretty alive myself right now, but I mean like, in universe, you die. Allow me to present you with a very abridged version of this rather interesting theory. Throughout the first half of this ride, you're greeted by a variety of ghosts constantly trying to scare and threaten you. You're shown all these images of people in peril and are told the only way out is if you die. Ghosts in the ride's first half are violent and malicious, but it all changes after the attic. Have you ever noticed that after the attic, your cart turns backwards and starts moving at a downwards angle until you land in the graveyard? The theory states that you die at this part of the ride. The first thing you see when you land is the gravekeeper, absolutely horrified, because he just watched you fall out of the window and die. And what do you see after that? Ghosts, who are happy this time, all having a big party and celebrating, because you've died and you're now one of them. Did you voluntarily jump out the window, or were you killed by the axe murderer who's the last thing you see before you fall? This theory is a personal favorite of mine, and while it's definitely not, supposed to be true, it's one of those ones that's kind of fun food for thought and can easily be adapted into a headcanon. Even recent changes to the ride help support this theory further. In Florida, the Hatbox Ghost appears very early in the ride because Disney claimed he's so evil he doesn't really fit in later. And the recent update in California adds a massive broken window to the attic. The California version also gives you another potential murderer with the Hatbox Ghost and Cheese Puff. I think he did it. Anyway, this is a personal favorite theory of mine. I think it's a pretty fun one to consider. All jokes aside, I think breaking down some of the ridiculous rumors swirling around this ride over the years could make for a pretty fun video. I haven't even talked about my personal favorite one yet, the chair stain, which is not in Florida. As the fireworks went off, we exited the ride and made our way into the Haunted Mansion's gift shop, Memento Mori. I was surprised by just how high-end all the stuff in here was. There were a lot of really nice accessories and all of these amazing-looking statues. They all looked really good. I did end up getting something for myself, though, that being this pin of the bride. I thought it would be cool to get because if they replace her like they did in California, then this would be one of the last pieces of merchandise made based on her current design. There was one pin that I was hoping to find here that they didn't have, though. Wanted to get my friend, who's a big fan of the ride, pin of the Hatbox Ghost. They didn't have it here. I saw it earlier. I saw a pin of the character in one of the stores on the boardwalk my first night here, and while I did film in that store, I unfortunately didn't get footage of this pin. A very good friend of mine, who, like I said in that last clip, is also a very big fan of the Haunted Mansion ride, is currently doing a study abroad program, and I wanted to buy him something from the parks as a gift for when he comes back home. My mind was set on this pin, but I guess I'd have to look around for it a bit more.
Please enjoy the rest of your evening here at Magic Kingdom as you continue.
only ride to copyright claim me last time I was here. Tiki Room.
With the fireworks wrapping up, we went back to Pirates of the Caribbean because its line was insanely short.
Pirates! It's so empty in here. Oh my gosh, it's so funny to see the rides around firework time. They just close everything off. The whole extended queue for Haunted Mansion closed off. All of this closed off. Look at this. This is like a vlogger's dream. Nobody else. Just got off of Pirates of the Caribbean for the second time. Now we're gonna head off to the Emporium and get on out of here.
Unfortunately, there was nothing there I found too interesting.
Really don't have as much stuff in there as I thought they did. I'm thinking of the California version though, which I think is a lot more specific stuff. They didn't even have like a Star Wars section or stuff like that. Barely any pins, so stuff I'm looking for I'll buy somewhere else.
And with that, I said goodbye to our second day in the parks. As we took the bus ride back to the hotel, I reflected on all the cool stuff we did today. Muppet Vision, Smugglers Run all by ourselves, Toy Story Mania, the Mine Train, that giant cinnamon bun. Oh my gosh, the giant cinnamon bun. I still think about that now, editing this a month later. I want it again. We got off the bus at the stop for the boardwalk and decided to walk the rest of the way to the Swan and Dolphin. It's a pretty common shortcut we do that gives us a look inside the boardwalk, a hotel we've never stayed in.
When I was a kid, my first ever trip here, we went to Saratoga Springs. Very nice hotel. We had a suite. We were staying with my grandparents. And I had this Cars sticker book with me. It was basically like color by numbers or like tile by numbers, but it was just the stickers. It would make different scenes from the Cars movies, and we brought it to be one of the things that I could do on the plane. And I threw it off of a balcony just like this into a lake, not unlike this. And that's how I learned that when you throw things in water, you don't get them back. It's a story that I tell all the time that everybody laughs at me for. I just think it's really funny. So we got some pretty ambitious plans for tomorrow. I'm gonna try to hit all 4 parks for a little bit and ride some of the rides we didn't do yet. If that doesn't work out, I just gotta say, pretty happy with what we did, honestly. Like, I could go home tomorrow and be pretty satisfied with all the rides we've done. Really no big missing ones that I could think of. I guess maybe Rise of the Resistance, maybe, but it's okay. You know, I also rode that recently enough where I don't really miss it, you know, if that makes sense. Yeah, I certainly don't mind. Like, I'd love to get on it, but the line is always so long. Again, like I said earlier, may have to cut your losses. There are a few other things I wanted to buy, especially pins, but the Emporium here is so much weaker than the California one that you know, I just gotta find them in specific places instead of trying to get them all at once, you know. There's a Hatbox Ghost pin that I wanted to get my friend. I saw it sold at a store on the boardwalk here, so if I don't see it again tomorrow, I'll probably get it there. It is weird that it's not sold in the Haunted Mansion store, but
we made our way back to the hotel, where I was probably too tired to keep filming, but I did.
Yo, what's up guys? Welcome back to Bathroom Tours. Today we're touring the bathroom in here. Isn't that epic? Check it. Here we got the door, light switch with on and off functionality. We got this nice painting. We've got a curtain. Now here's the thing. All right? Some people use soap to clean themselves, right? Soap, shampoo, conditioner. You know what I say to that? I say it's 2025 if you're not using Walt Disney World Swan and Dolphin Hotel body wash mounted to the wall next to your conditioner and shampoo. Then what are you even doing? Come on, get with it. It's the future. Live in it. Genuinely, I think this is just such a funny concept, having these 3. Man, Yeah, this is a bathroom. I didn't show it earlier. Not much to see. Pretty standard fare. The curtains are kind of curved. Ooh. 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 Ty in editing. Put an ad right here. It would be really funny if you just abruptly cut this off with like Arby's. Here's a look at what I bought today. Up first we have this TC-14 figure, part of the Disney Parks exclusive Star Wars Droid Factory figure line. It's not made by Hasbro like the rest of the Star Wars figures are, but they are in scale with them and they go together pretty much perfectly. TC-14 is a figure that I've wanted for quite a while since it's a pretty notable droid character from The Phantom Menace, and the only other time they ever made a figure of her was all the way back in 1999. It was really nice. It had this sort of vac metallized chrome look, and while a lot of those 90s figures are pretty cheap, and I've gotten most of them at comic shops for about $5, I've only ever seen her go for 30, so have a new version of the character out on shelves is pretty nice, and I always like getting these exclusive Disney Parks droid figures, especially when they are characters that actually appeared in the movie, since a lot of them are just kind of their own original concept. She comes with a tray and a little cup of some kind there, and a whole lot of statistics on the back if you want to pause and read that. There's a lot going on there. It is really nice though to see that she has bending elbows. That is not something you see on a lot of figures of protocol droids, because if you think of C-3PO or anybody else that looks like him, all of their arms are pretty much locked in one position. So in order to have her hold the tray, they give her some bending elbows, which is nice. And then of course we also picked up this pin of Constance the Bride. I wanted to get this just in case she does get replaced with the new incarnation at some point soon. I thought it'd be kind of cool to have like the last pin of her they made before the refurbishment. Now granted, I could see them still continue to sell this if they do the refurbishment, since she does look pretty much the same in terms of the face and the hair and everything, and she's not holding the axe, she just has the flowers and the cake. So, you know, cake is missing a head for the groom, which is a nice little detail, but I did want to pick this up because I thought it'd be nice, you know, in case, like I said, they do replace this or they replace her, then they have one of the last pieces of merchandise before they replace the character, and I think that's pretty cool. This is one of those pins with 2 backings, which honestly most of them are at this point, since a lot of them are just so heavy now. First pin I've gotten here. Do want to pick up a few more. Let's see if I can find those.
What was that? Look, there.
Earlier on in the video, I showed some footage that I took at Oga's Cantina back in 2019. This footage was for my first ever Disney Parks vlog, one that I filmed for my main channel back in 2019, uploaded, deleted 6 months later, and then reposted to my channel just for fun in 2023. It's rough. It's pretty rough. I'm not very good at vlogging or filming. My voiceover sounds fake and over-enthusiastic. My jokes aren't funny, and the whole video in general is just really cringy. Which is why I've put together a highlight reel of some of the greatest moments from my terrible 2019 vlog. Enjoy! After that we get to the attic, where a very strange Disney ride trend continues. What's up with Disney rides and decapitation? If you really look for it, there's quite a bit of it.
Hi everybody, it's me, Goofy. Don't make me call the police on you again. This is an illegal attempt. Stop trying to get into my house. I don't want you here.
They put so much care into Galaxy's Edge that they even brought R3X Rex back as the DJ at the Cantina. All they had to do was make this guy a new animatronic, give him a new backstory, a new paint job, new dialogue from the original voice actor, and then program some dance moves, if you consider these dance moves. I don't know. After that, it was finally time to go to the planet of Batuu as we went to Galaxy's Edge. And let me tell you, this place is amazing. There are so many Easter eggs and references and tiny little little nods at all Star Wars materials, from the movies to the shows to the comics. It is awesome. They really did an amazing job at making you feel like you are in the universe. Right when you walk in, there's a huge model of an X-Wing and a huge model of an A-Wing, but apparently my mind was on something else. Back on Main Street, I made Pinocchio dance in this little machine thing, and I must say I did a great job. Sort of. Okay, well, not really.
Oh my god, it's a gong droid.
It's multiple gong droids. I have the model from episode 4 and the model from episode 1 and... Oh, right, sorry. That was a Resistance A-Wing. Right here is a Resistance X-Wing looking awesome. Ugh. I am so sorry you had to see that.
Okay, volunteers, is everybody ready?
Then let's do this!
Woo, you're cute. Oh, okay, back it up, back it up.
Oh, that's gonna leave a mark.
Electrical check.
Doesn't it feel great to volunteer?
And a free ticket to Disney doesn't hurt either.
Beginning January, give a day of service to a participating organization and get a one-day ticket to one of our parks free. Visit DisneyParks.com for details.
Welcome back. It's day 3, and unfortunately it's supposed to be raining pretty much all day, but hey, that's Florida for you. We're gonna try to make the most of it, of course, and I don't know, probably buy ponchos or an umbrella or something. Honestly, it doesn't really look all that bad outside, if my camera could focus on outside. There we go. I think it'll be just fine, and the interesting thing is, it's a Monday, it's kind of rainy, so I have a feeling a lot of the lines are going to be rather short, and we should definitely take advantage of those. We might not have the best view, but I did realize we got something kind of shining over there. Ooh, I wonder what hotel that is. We did realize the other day that way off in the distance you could see the Contemporary and one of the other ones. Can't see them right now, that we'll have to do it when it's a bit brighter out. If it gets brighter out today, because it's raining all day. Check it out, I've spent a lot of my downtime here editing together the footage that I've taken so far. Not because I'm in a rush to get the video out or anything, but because I just really want to see it all come together. Look at how much footage I have to import just from us going to Magic Kingdom last night and this morning and the previous takes of this shot. 137 clips. Wow, that's quite a bit, but I will say I've had times where I've had quite a bit more in the past few days. Just from the few random parts here and there I've edited over the past few days, the video is already at 40 minutes, which is absolutely insane. This thing's going to be massive when it's done. Another reason why I've spent so much time editing is because the Wi-Fi here is kind of terrible. These pictures are not loading, no images are loading, and I can't even open Discord, which is annoying because I had some people I wanted to message. Alright, so we are off to Animal Kingdom, which is easily my least favorite park. In the past, sometimes we've been here, we've literally just skipped over it. There's really not all that much to do unless you feel like basically being at a zoo, not that many rides, not that many interesting things in my opinion, but now that they have the Avatar Land, we always make sure to stop there and go on Flight of Passage because it's an incredible ride. So we're gonna hop over there, go on that, probably head to a different park. Rain's not that bad, but it is a little bit there. Okay, so I barely remember this place, but on the bright side, Avatar isn't open yet. It opens in about 10 minutes, so hopefully that means we can get on pretty early. trying to figure out how to get over here, we were told to take a left at Timon and Pumbaa, which is probably in the top 5 weirdest instructions I've ever been given.
After we passed Timon and Pumbaa, we started to see some plants that appeared rather alien in nature. Say what you will about the Avatar movies, a lot of people like to joke about how despite all the money they make, they really don't have a fan base, and they're kind of all visual and not that interesting from a story department, and honestly, those are both things I agree with. They're definitely nowhere near my favorite movies. But if we could all agree on one thing, it's that those visuals are very impressive, and Disney here captured the visuals of Avatar beautifully. This land alone, and its signature ride, Flight of Passage, make Animal Kingdom worth visiting in my opinion, even if you don't care about the Avatar movies, which I think is probably most people, despite how much money they make. What they pulled off with this land is nothing short of breathtaking, and you're left wondering how they pulled it off, because the plant life, it really looks like you've entered this alien world.
So we're a little concerned because the line already says 65 minutes, so we're gonna have to see if that's true, because it's literally just opened. Well, I'll give them this, the rock work is absolutely beautiful. Like literally, this land is better than Avatar the movie and Avatar the second one. I don't really remember either of them very well, quite frankly. They had too many kids. One of them dies. They call each other bro a lot for some reason. Sigourney Weaver.
You tend to do a lot of walking when you're at a Disney park, but let me tell you, the line of Flight of Passage is something else entirely. There are so many twists and turns, you're walking outside for such a long time, it felt like forever until we reached other people, and by then we were fully inside. And while it felt long for us walking all around here, the only ones right after opening, imagine how long it must feel if you're somebody waiting in this full line at peak capacity. I'll give Disney this, they know their audience, and nowadays they know to make sure lines are extra long if a ride's going to be popular, and few rides here are more popular than Flight of Passage.
We're about 10 minutes away, and it's only been 10 minutes, so the line saying it was 65 minutes is not accurate.
Okay, Dr. Stevens, they're ready.
Can everyone see me? Great. Welcome to the Avatar program, Na'vi Rite of Passage. Flying on the back of this powerful animal called an Ikron, or as we call it, a Banshee. The way you're gonna do this is by being matched to something called an avatar. And I'm here to help you guys get ready. But first, we have to scan you for Pandoran microparasites. Alright everyone, stay on your number and move your arms a bit. You've all got them. But don't worry, they're very common around these parts. Let's start the decon.
Initiating GMR decon.
Stand still over your number, you're not gonna feel a thing. You're doing great. Almost done here.
You're all clear.
Great. Now let's go over how all this works. Like I said before, you're going to be matched to these things called avatars, which look a lot like the Na'vi. They're created by blending human DNA and Na'vi DNA. Once we match you to an avatar, thanks to a special link chair, your mind will be able to control that avatar. Using avatars to fly this way was all figured out by my boss, Dr. Jackie Ogden. She leads our science team, which is part of the Pandora Conservation Initiative, and we're here in the Valley of Moana studying banshees and their environment. Over a generation ago, this enormous company called the RDA created a lot of damage to the area through their bad mining practices and conflicts with the Na'vi. Just like on Earth, it can take decades for ecosystems to recover. One way to understand what's going on with an ecosystem is to study what are called keystone species. These are animals like tigers, jaguars, seals. The banshee is one of these important animals. Dr. Ogden is the foremost expert on studying the Ikran and has spent years researching them. Unfortunately, banshees live high in rookeries and humans can't get anywhere near them without becoming their lunch. But the Na'vi and avatars can. In fact, the Na'vi have been riding on the backs of banshees since their earliest history. Thanks to science, avatars can ride on banshees too. That's why you're linking to an avatar. It was Dr. Ogden who restarted the Avatar program. It's because of her that you're able to go through this rite of passage today.
I usually like to show as much of the pre-show as possible, especially for a ride like this, where the ride is great but I can't really film on it. Unfortunately, the pre-show for Flight of Passage is easily its weakest part, and it goes on for honestly far too long. I recorded the whole thing, and I have at least like 5 minutes of footage of this guy and his really awkward, stilted acting. No offense to him, of course. So much of this pre-show feels like they're just recapping the lore to you and how everything works, which I get because the lore of Avatar is weird and confusing, and this came out during the, 15-year break between Avatar and the second Avatar movie, so giving riders a refresher was probably a good idea. It's just that this just carries on and on and on. There is still some fun stuff in there, though, like when they link you to an Avatar body.
You'll be able to link to that avatar and fly. Help us out and move around a bit. Almost. Yes, got him. Now, let's find you your avatar matches. Alright, you've all been matched with avatars. Looks like they're ready for you in the next room. When the door opens, please go inside, all the way in, and stand over the same number that you're standing over now. And I'll see you in there.
And once you finally think you've moved on to the ride, there's another video.
Jackie Ogden from the Pandora Conservation Initiative. You're about to experience a ceremony that's very special to the Na'vi, flying on the back of an Ikran, or as we call it, a banshee. To the Na'vi, connecting to an Ikran and flying on its back is an incredibly important rite of passage they call Ikni Maya. With permission from the Na'vi and in partnership with Alpha Centauri Expeditions, we can now bring this amazing experience to you. The way you'll be able to fly is by linking to an avatar that's already on the back of an Ikran. Let's see how this works.
Didn't we just link our bodies with avatars in the last room? Why is how this works being explained again? Anyway, Flight of Passage is pretty great. I'll try to put some footage up on screen here from someone who has recorded on this ride. It is an incredibly impressive simulator. You're sitting down in this super weird position with these crazy chairs I took some footage of. Of course, if you couldn't already get it from the 30 times we were told in the pre-show, these chairs represent the Banshee, the thing that you're riding. And it's so crazy, the simulation is so insane that they program the chairs to breathe, like they move inward and outward near your legs where the lungs of the Banshee would be. It's hard to describe. It's so hard to explain this ride or showcase it if you haven't been on it before. It's truly a one-of-a-kind experience and one of the best rides in any of the Disney parks. Proof, in my opinion, that their rides have certainly not lost their quality. Yet. I got my eye on you, Monsters, Inc. Land. You better impress me.
Let me tell you, Flight of Passage, absolutely incredible. One of my favorite rides here, if not my favorite period. Worth going this entire park just for that one. I'm very excited for the stuff they're building. They're doing an Indiana Jones ride in the future, which is going to be really cool. But for now, this whole park is worth checking out just for that. Now it's only 9 o'clock. We're probably going to walk around here a little bit and then head somewhere else. After Flight of Passage, we went on over to the other Avatar ride, Na'vi River Journey. Na'vi River Journey is a boat ride not unlike something like Pirates of the Caribbean. You get in and you move through a path in a boat. Unlike pretty much every other dark ride in the parks, though, this one doesn't really feature any scenes. There's not really a story or anything. You're just traveling through a river in Pandora. And surprisingly, it's not boring. I have to applaud this ride for just how ambitious it is with just how little is going on. It lets the beautiful world around you fully carry it. Yeah, it's kind of ironic. Like I said before, everyone makes fun of the Avatar movies for having not really a strong story and only strong visuals, and this ride is kind of the prime example of that. It's all visuals, no plot, but I think that's okay, and it's honestly pretty fitting for a ride in Animal Kingdom, which is supposed to be all about exploring nature and wildlife. Now honestly, if the ride were just this, it probably wouldn't be all that interesting, but there is one thing I haven't told you guys about yet. At the end of the ride, you reach its centerpiece, an insanely impressive animatronic of one of the Na'vi.
Tom Wiki. I'll sing your name. My son no canal. Slowly.
Honestly, that animatronic alone makes this ride worth going on in my opinion. It's easily one of the most impressive animatronics in any Disney ride ever, and it was one of the most complex at the time, and considering that time wasn't all that long ago, it's still one of the most complex to this day. I can't even begin to describe the scale. I know in the movies the aliens are supposed to be really tall, but since you're mainly following them, it's kinda hard to put into perspective just how huge they are. Seeing one of them to scale is pretty intimidating. It's honestly impressive to me that they made a ride where one single animatronic is so good, it makes the whole thing worth riding. Also, that chant it sings has been stuck in my head for weeks. Please help me. We decided to spend some time checking out some stores in Animal Kingdom, and the funny thing about the stores here is that most of the merchandise they sell are themed around very specific Disney movies about animals. Of course, here I passed by a Winnie the Pooh display. That makes sense, he's an animal, but from there things just got weirder and weirder.
I guess technically he's an animal. Lumpy Stitch. Where is he, Lila?
Stitch, honestly, a bit of a stretch, but I'll give them a pass for that. But there was a weirdly high amount of Up merchandise here. I mean, there are animals in that movie, it's got kind of a theme of adventure, and there used to be Up experiences at Animal Kingdom. Why is Big Hero 6 here? What does that have to do with animals? I know this sounds kind of dumb, but I think this kind of exemplifies my issue with Animal Kingdom as a whole. It all feels weirdly random and thrown together, and despite having a theme as broad as animals, that theme is weirdly too specific for a lot of the Disney brand stuff to work here. I know a lot of Disney fans don't like it when Disney puts more and more intellectual property into the parks, and I get that, but in the case of Animal Kingdom, it feels weirdly un-Disney themed, and the Disney stuff feels poorly shoehorned in. Also poorly shoehorned in oftentimes are the themes of animals and nature and wildlife preservance. It just, to me, for whatever reason, feels like it kind of falls flat as a park.
Got my favorite lawyer.
Daredevil's one of my all-time favorite Marvel characters. I was very surprised to see the pin of him, and I quickly picked that up, as well as the Wolverine pin that I'd seen the previous day, which was also in this store.
Yo, Mickey's throwing up gang signs. Look at him go. Oh. We should get these guys to do like the YMCA. We did it. We found the rock. Do you smell what he's cooking? So Dinoland is soon to undergo a major refurbishment, and I'm very interested in seeing how much of it is still there, how much of it's gone. The Triceratops spin, which is a ride my sister really liked, I believe that's closed now. But Dinosaur is still open. It's only a matter of time. It's going to be replaced with Indiana Jones, which is kind of perfect, because Indiana Jones in California uses the exact same ride layout. But take it away, me and voiceover.
Dinoland USA has one of my favorite histories out of any area in all of the Disney parks. It's a dinosaur-themed fun fair, and for years has been hated by many people for just how incredibly cheap it was. The big dinosaur statues looked tacky, the rides were bland and generic, and the fun fair theming itself was done simply because it's something cheap you can do when it doesn't require a high amount of theming like a Galaxy's Edge would. But it wasn't always supposed to be this way. Originally, instead of Dinoland USA, a different, far more ambitious land was planned for Animal Kingdom, known as Beastly Kingdom, a land focusing on mythical creatures, especially dragons. You could actually see dragons on the sign for Animal Kingdom and on some parts of the park that are still there at its entrance to this day. This land was incredibly ambitious, but at the time Disney was really strapped for cash, so good old Michael Eisner decided to instead build a land on the cheap, themed to dinosaurs, in hopes to promote Disney's then upcoming animated film Dinosaur. Yeah, that one Disney movie that literally nobody remembers. This entire land was made to promote that. Now, Dinoland USA has been awkwardly rotting away for the past 20 years, and it was finally announced that it would be updated with a brand new area featuring attractions themed to Indiana Jones and Encanto coming soon. Honestly, I couldn't be happier to see them finally take this area and do something a bit more substantial with it. An Indiana Jones ride, specifically, will be taking over Dinosaur, Dinoland's premier high-speed dark ride, and I think that's pretty perfect. Not only is Indiana Jones often out and about in the wilderness attempting to preserve artifacts, fitting pretty well with Animal Kingdom's themes of wilderness and trying to preserve it. I'm sure they'll give the ride a story that fits with that animal theming a bit better. But the Indiana Jones ride in Disneyland in California, which is one of my all-time favorite Disney rides, actually uses the exact same track layout as Dinosaur and the exact same ride vehicles, so it should be a pretty easy retrofit. Disney has confirmed, though, that while it will be pretty much the same as California, it is going to have a new story. As for Beastly Kingdom, if I remember correctly, that land would later be used for Pandora, so it's not all bad. We still did get fictional flying creatures here.
I hear a jackhammer.
While I heard jackhammering in the background, I was not expecting to see almost the entire land covered in one massive construction wall. You could even still see some of the dinosaurs and rides.
Look at that, so they fully have it all blocked off here. And there's construction vehicles right back there. Crazy. They're doing this just right out in the open. Gonna see if we could go on Dinosaur. If it's going away, may as well ride it. I think I was only ever on this once.
Yo, no way guys, it's the dinosaur from the movie Dinosaur. Not to be confused with the ride Dinosaur, which isn't even about the movie, but it was made to promote it. What was Michael Eisner's logic with this?
Institute has created the Time Rover, an amazing vehicle that will literally transport you to the age of the dinosaurs. How? That's the part. But the result is a breathtaking journey through a prehistoric world where you'll witness the most spectacular creatures to ever walk the earth. In a moment, you'll be going live to our control center for a comprehensive safety briefing, and then it's on to the tour that will convince you forever that the future is truly in the past.
Hello there. Welcome to our little trans-dimensional joyride, folks. I'm Dr. Secret, your friendly controller, and a heck of a paleontologist, if I do say so myself. But let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you, and how you can help me make history today with the Time Rover. It's like this. If I can bring you back from the Cretaceous period, it stands to reason that I can bring back a live dinosaur with you. And not just any dinosaur. Take a look at this guy. He's an iguanodon, and I'm certain that he is the key to understanding these magnificent creatures.
I tagged him with a locator during an unauthorized field trip. Otherwise, I'd be traveling with you. Right now, our dino should be about here. at the very end of the Cretaceous period. That's where you're going today.
I've arrived, it seems, just in time to correct a little misstatement.
Dr. Marsh.
That is impossibly close to the giant asteroid impact that destroyed most life forms on Earth. Our tours are designed to take you to the early Cretaceous period, and I can assure you that all time movers have been securely locked on those coordinates.
That's right. See? Securely locked. Access denied.
Continue.
Of course. We were just talking about seatbelts. Plug them in, use them. It can get kind of choppy out there, so keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle at all times.
Flash photography? I wouldn't. It alters the homing signal, and that's not good. Oh, and one more thing. Those locked coordinates? We're in. Now, here's the drill. You follow the homing signal to the iguanodon. Then I'll enlarge the transport field, and boom! You're back with one additional passenger extra large. And don't worry about that asteroid. You'll be in and out of there before it even breaks the atmosphere. Trust me. What could go wrong?
Dinosaur's pretty alright. Very happy to see it getting replaced with Indiana Jones. Honestly, it is kind of lame. It's got that same weird cheapness a lot of early Animal Kingdom does, and it's kind of weird that it's stayed here all these years with the quality that it is. References to the 2000 dinosaur movie, which is weirdly ingrained into the history of this park. I'd love to take that over in a voiceover segment if I choose to do that. It's such a weird and funny story, but yeah, I mean, it's all right. It feels very, very dated. If you've been on Indiana Jones, these two have the exact same track layout, but this is just so much more poorly formatted. This is, you know, the story isn't as tight. The parts of the ride are just in complete darkness, whereas in Indiana Jones, you know where you're going. And I think that makes it honestly more exciting because there's more of that anticipation of where you're going to turn. Very kind of herky-jerky, knocks you around. I feel a bit rougher than Indy, but yeah. Anyway, we're going to head on out to Magic Kingdom now, next park of the day. And so we started to make our way back. And wait a minute, nobody told me there's a rainforest cafe here. So it's so early that the bus to Magic Kingdom doesn't come for another 45 minutes, so we're gonna stop at another hotel on the way to pick up a bus to that hotel, go from that hotel to Magic Kingdom. Wow, great job explaining that plan, Ty. Sorry, I think he was a bit too distracted by the Lightning McQueen bus. Woo! The biggest downside of trying to hit all 4 parks in one day was just how much transportation we had to take, especially with the rain. Sometimes it was pretty miserable just sitting around in a wet bus for 20 minutes trying to get to the next park. And this case was especially annoying because buses from Animal Kingdom to Magic Kingdom didn't open for another hour, so we had to go from the bus to the Contemporary Hotel and take a monorail to the Magic Kingdom, a process that took almost an hour. But hey, on the way into the Contemporary, I saw someone with this backpack, and that was pretty cool. So this is a Contemporary. Very, very nice. And from here, you take the monorail straight to Magic Kingdom. The Contemporary was one of the original flagship hotels when Walt Disney World opened back in 1971, and it still looks really nice. I especially love this giant mural they have, made by Mary Blair, the woman that designed the dolls in It's a Small World. Before our monorail took off, we made a brief stop in the hotel's gift shop. As one of the opening day hotels, the Contemporary was built with the monorail in mind, with a stop right there in the middle of the lobby.
You may remember we actually passed through the Contemporary when we took the monorail to Magic Kingdom on the first day. This time, the weather was far less impressive. Our first stop back in Magic Kingdom was the Emporium, to get a better look inside, and also to see if they had any different cars. Spoiler alert, within one day, they did not restock. If you like that riveting commentary, you'll love my main channel. One of my favorite things about the Emporium are these really nice window displays they have outside. And despite all the rain, it was really nice to see a piano player live outside playing Kiss the Girl. You know, that song from the Country Bears. For lunch, we went to this buffet that we didn't realize was character dining, so Tigger was there to judge me the entire time I ate unhealthy food. Hey, it's not my fault the Mickey Churro waffles were there. After lunch, we headed over to Tomorrowland, and there honestly weren't all that many things left on our list to do at Magic Kingdom.
This one's an absolute classic.
I was originally going to do a voiceover segment here, telling you guys the history of this iconic animatronic show, the Carousel of Progress. But I don't have to, because voiceover before the show actually tells you some of its history.
The Carousel of Progress was Walt's own idea from beginning to end. He loved it. He introduced the show at the World's Fair in New York City in 1964, and it was an immediate smash hit. Millions of people came to see it. And since then, the Carousel of Progress has had more performances than any other stage show in the history of American theater. You know, Walt loved the idea of progress, and he loved the American family. And he himself was probably as American as anyone could possibly be. He thought it would be fun to watch the American family go through the 20th century, experiencing all the new wonders as they came. And he put them together in a show called Carousel of Progress.
The Carousel of Progress is a circle vision show, one of many at the Disney parks over the years. This concept, created by Disney, features the theater moving, allowing you to see different scenes one by one. In the first scene, we're introduced to the family, with our main character and narrator, John, whose animatronic only sometimes malfunctions and starts to look like it's dabbing.
Yeah, it looks like the Robins are getting ready to celebrate Valentine's Day today. What year is it? Oh, right around the turn of the century. And believe me, things couldn't be any better than they are today. Yes, sir, buildings are towering now as high as 20 stories. And moving pictures flicker up on a big screen. We have almost 8,000 automobiles in this country, and we can travel by train from New York to California in less than 7 days. And I even hear tell about two brothers from North Carolina who are working on some kind of flying contraption. It'll never work. Closer to home, we've now got gas lamps, a telephone, and the latest design in cast iron stoves. And that reservoir keeps 5 gallons of water hot in just 3 buckets of coal. Oh, that sure beats chopping wood. And isn't our new ice box a beauty? Look at that, holds 50 pounds of ice. Milk doesn't sour as quick as it used to. And our dog Rover here keeps the water in the drip pan from overflowing. It wasn't too long ago we had to carry water from a well. And thanks to progress, we've got a pump right here in the kitchen. Of course, we keep a bucket of water handy to prime it with. Yes, sir, we've got everything we need to make life easier.
At the end of the scene, the ride's theme song starts up again, and the theater shifts, bringing you to your next show scene.
Phew, boy, hottest 4th of July we've had in years. We've come a long way, though, since the turn of the century, over 20-some-odd years ago. You know that pilot fella, Charles Lindbergh? He's about to fly a single-wing airplane all the way across the Atlantic. He's never going to make it. And sports stadiums are springing up all over. And boy, nobody hits that old horsehide like that new fella Babe Ruth. Jazz music is the cat's meow. And there's been ads in the paper for months for a movie starring Al Jolson. He's going to talk and sing. Oh, boy, I've got to see that. Uncle Orville's taken over the coolest spot in the house, of course, and he's rigged up a real clever contraption. He calls it air cooling. Too bad he's not reading the help wanted ads.
No privacy at all around this place.
Sorry, Orville.
Fun fact, Uncle Orville is voiced by Mel Blanc, the iconic voice actor who brought most of the Looney Tunes characters to life. I think you could hear a bit of Bugs Bunny in his voice when he talks.
No privacy at all around this place.
Sorry, Orville. Well, it's another Halloween here in the fabulous 40s. Everything is better than ever now. And we've got some amazing new wonders around the house to prove it. For instance, our refrigerator holds more food and ice cubes. And thanks to our automatic dishwasher, I don't have to dry the dishes anymore after supper. Gives Rover and me more time to enjoy our evening stroll together. Later, boy. Oh, and here's something else that's new. I just heard a new term today on the radio. Fella says we've got something now called the rat race. Did you ever hear that one? It sure describes my life. Isn't it a pleasant holiday? Oh, turkey's in the oven, it's peaceful and quiet.
Yes! 300 points, my best score yet.
Well, it was peaceful until Santa brought that new virtual reality space pilot game.
Your turn, Grandma. Let's switch the image over to the TV so the resident flying ace can show you how it works. Now, it's a little tricky. Just use your game glove to fly behind the other guy and blast him with your laser blaster.
Laser blaster? Well, I'll give it a try.
Take a look around, Grandma. You're in the ship.
Feels like I'm really there.
Okay, get ready. You're about to blast off.
Here goes nothing. Whoa.
All right, here it comes. Oh, you missed him.
Hey everybody, I'm done programming our new voice activation system.
Now all our household items will do anything we tell them to do.
Great. Tell the refrigerator to bring me a root beer.
Well, it can't quite do that. But I'll show you something it can do. Tree lights 30% brighter.
Oh, that's no big deal. Anybody can do that voice-activated stuff. Watch this. Rover, speak.
John, the oven should respond to your voice commands now. Give it a try.
Oh, okay. Here goes. Temperature to 375.
Temperature increased to 375.
Look at that. It even talks back.
Reminds me of certain people I know.
Yeah, right, Dad.
You gotta lose him, Grandma. Back to the right.
Remember Dad's turkey last year?
Yeah, that thing really smoked up the place when it burned, didn't it?
We ended up microwaving frozen pizzas.
Well, no need to worry about the turkey this year. Not with an oven that will do anything your father tells it to do.
Ooh, good shot.
Did you see that?
Dad, Grandma's up to 550 points.
Did you say 550? Hey, she's getting the hang of that thing.
I can't believe all the new gadgets they've got now. You know, in my day...
Oh, no. You're not going to tell us about the old days when you didn't even have a car phone.
Hey, Trish, for a while we didn't even have a house phone. Not to mention laser discs and high-def TV. Everything is automated today, including that.
No privacy at all around this place.
Sorry, Orville. Anyway, you guys don't know how good you've got it nowadays.
You know, my grandpa told me the very same thing when I I was a kid.
Take that, you nincompoop!
Hey, check it out, Dad. Grandma's up to 975 points.
Wow, 975.
Temperature increase to 975. Big mode overload. Command error.
John, what's wrong with the oven?
What?
Big mode complete. Enjoy your meal.
Anyone for pizza?
Oh, another Christmas turkey ruined.
Man, what a game! I really smoked those guys. Looks like I'm resident flying ace now.
Oh, best 2 out of 3, Grandma.
Later, kid. Boy, that was fun. What will they think of next?
Who knows? We've got a whole new century waiting for us out there.
Yeah, and maybe sometime in the new century, your father will learn how to talk to our oven.
Well, maybe by then ovens will read our minds. But hey, as long as we're all here and happy and together for the holidays, who cares if I burned our Christmas turkey?
I do. I'm starving.
Don't worry, Dad. Someday everything's gonna be so automated you won't ever have to cook another Christmas turkey again.
There's a great big beautiful tomorrow.
It's really fun to see how technology has changed over the years, and even though the ending scene does look a bit dated, they frequently update the clothing of the characters to try to make it look more like modern day. And while I do enjoy seeing all the technological changes, I've just got to ask, how is this family not aging? Yeah, it's a great big beautiful tomorrow. It's always a great big beautiful tomorrow. When you're immortal...
Just a few years ago, they changed all the clothes on that last scene there. It's funny because it's kind of always perpetually outdated. Anyway, we're going to head out of here pretty soon and go back to the hotel, rest for a bit, and then go back out to the other 2 parks. But first, since this is the last time we're going to Magic Kingdom, we have a certain ride we got to hit one more time.
And if you can't already guess what that ride is, clearly you haven't been paying attention to the video. We went through the rainy streets, making our way over to ride the Haunted Mansion one last time. You know I had to.
It's working this time.
Look, you know I couldn't leave Magic Kingdom without saying goodbye to all my friends in here. So, let's say our farewells. Goodbye, scary library busts. Goodbye, staircase room that actually showed up on camera this time. Goodbye, Jared Leto ghost. I don't really like that you're here in the hallway. Goodbye, man in a coffin. One day he'll get out of there, guys, I swear. Goodbye, Leota, who I get stuck by every single time I go on this ride. You guys should probably fix that. Goodbye, Constance, and your many, many dead husbands.
We'll live happily ever after.
Wow, what a nice woman. By the way, I have this one-eyed cat. I was wondering if you're willing to adopt? Goodbye, bust that everyone says looks like Walt Disney. Goodbye, hitchhikers. Then again, I guess you followed me home, so maybe not goodbye? And goodbye, scariest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
We've been dying to have you.
And that is Magic Kingdom done for the trip. Pretty much went on everything I would want to. The only thing we didn't get to do was Jungle Cruise, which I'm fine with. It had a weirdly long line every day, like 40 minutes, 35 minutes, much longer than what I feel it usually is. And it's a shame because that's one that's really fun to film, but oh well. Don't want to do it in the rain, that's for sure. It is absolutely pouring down here, man. Alright, well, we're back to the hotel, and then I think we're probably going to Hollywood Studios. A couple things I want to do there. I also finally figured out what pin to get my sister. We're going to try to go for that. I want to get her a pin of Alice. Because Alice doesn't have a ride here, but we quote Alice in Wonderland literally all the time. Whenever she goes to work, we say goodbye to each other like she does to her cat, so...
Looks like the rain really hasn't let up, but it's not going to stop us. We're on our way back to Hollywood Studios, do a couple more things, and then we're going to head to Epcot, and then we're going to wrap things up. And I want to take a moment to thank you all so much for watching this video up to this point. I hope you guys have been enjoying it as much as I've enjoyed making it. It's been a super fun time here, even when the weather is not cooperating. See you guys soon. Would you believe me if I told you that Rise of the Resistance was 40 minutes right now? That is genuinely the lowest I have ever seen that ride. So, guess where we're going first. It's not raining right now. Get off my Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular. To my shock, Rise of the Resistance was only 35 minutes, not even 40 anymore. This ride is best described as like an experience. It's not just a ride, there's a whole outdoor section. It is insanely cool. I don't want to spoil it, but let me tell you, when this ride came out, I refused to watch footage of it online, and I heard people online talk about how it was like the best Disney ride ever. And I was so insanely surprised. I thought it was so cool when I did it in California. And I cannot believe it's a 35-minute wait. This line is empty. This is going to be great. The line here takes you through a Resistance base, and it's full of a bunch of great deep-cut Star Wars details. I'm going to stop talking and let you guys experience this crazy experience for yourselves. But I'm sorry in advance for me freaking out over Star Wars things. Why am I always so excited about seeing gonk droids? Sure, but...
Incoming transmission from Ray. BB-8, is everyone assembled? Good. Shouldn't you be in flight prep? Recruits, thank you for joining the cause. A covert resistance team led by my friend Finn has infiltrated a First Order Star Destroyer that is now headed to this system. Your outpost on Batuu is no longer safe. We have transports waiting to take you to General Organa's secret base on Pucara. I'll regroup with you there. The Resistance desperately needs your help in our fight against Kylo Ren and the First Order. Remember, it is vital that you keep the location of the Pucara base secret. Lieutenant Beck, one of our top commanders, will lead you.
Affirmative. Transport is ready. 9 Num and I shall personally see them delivered.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Welcome to the cause. May the Force be with us.
Commander Poe Dameron and a squadron of X-Wings shall escort us to the rendezvous point on Pucara.
Roger, this is Black Leader. I hear you're a fine-looking group of recruits. Well, no time to waste. Let's get you on your way to the General.
No need for safety gear. It'll be a smooth ride. Ground crews, deck is in motion. Recruits crossing to transport.
Yes, I just want to be sure that all recruits must be on board now. Transport is away in 30 seconds. Good.
Transport takeoff in 20 seconds.
Good. Airspeed sensor? Thank you, 9 Num. Black Leader, are you and your team ready?
Affirmative. Engines are hot. Ready. Red 2, Blue 5, report.
Red 2, check.
Blue 5 standing by.
Engage repulsors and hold on, recruits. All ships, launch. I am Lieutenant Beck. As you heard from Ray, I have been tasked with getting you to Vakara.
Red 2, Blue 5, keep tight now. Let's get ready to make that jump to light speed on mark.
Black Leader, we're picking up an unusual signal. Are you spotting anything?
Yeah, I see it. We'll check it out. BB-8, what do you got?
There appear to be a number of small craft heading our way. Raise the shields.
We got company! First order TIE fighters! Reroute! Reroute! Red 2, Blue 5, we gotta clear the path so transport can make the jump! They're all over us! I'm hit!
We lost Red 2, more incoming. Blue 5 taking evasive action.
Try to shake him, Blue!
I'm trying.
We lost Blue 5! I'm gonna try to draw them away!
Copy that. Get us clear so we can make the jump.
Be ready, you won't have much time!
Where are all those TIE fighters coming from?
They're looking up there! What in there?
Star Destroyers.
Get out of there!
We can't. We're caught in a tractor beam. It's pulling us in.
I'll get some friends and make this a fair fight. Don't worry, I'm coming back for you. Stay strong.
Cargo vessel TR-141, identify yourselves and prepare to be boarded.
This is TR-141. We are a civilian vessel. By whose authority are we being detained?
By the authority of the First Order, Resistance scum. Now bring down your shields and prepare to be boarded.
Now quick, get out there.
Tell what the location of our secret base. Tell them nothing. The future of the Resistance is at stake. I have a bad feeling about this. Stand back from those doors.
Resistance spies and sympathizers. Your transport is now under First Order control. All of you will disembark and proceed to the right for processing and interrogation. You stay where you are, everyone else get out.
After boarding the Star Destroyer, you're taken to an interrogation room that truly feels like it has no way out.
Leave us.
Yes, General.
Enemies of the First Order. We will soon snuff out your meager resistance. You chose the wrong side, and now you will pay. The Resistance prisoners.
You have what I want. You know the location of the secret base, and I will take it from you.
They are needed on the bridge.
Keep the prisoners here. I will return to finish this personally.
But when all hope seems lost, a laser starts to cut through part of the door.
Stay right there. Perfect, guys. We're here with the Resistance. We're here to rescue you. Is everybody okay? Perfect, guys. Let's go and let's get out of here. Blue and red's gonna be off to the left-hand side. Blue in the front, red in the back.
We have the recruits. Wait, you're still here? Cole's coming back with an attack force. Get to the escape pods now.
Then head down to the escape pod base. Those droids are programmed to return you to Batu. Hurry and don't get caught. Lieutenant Beck will guide you.
Recruits, for your safety, stay seated with seatbelts securely fastened. Keep hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the transport and supervise your children. Tell them it's a prisoner transfer. Did it work? Good. Now get a move on. There's a clear path to the turbo lifts at the end of the hallway. Turn right. A probe droid. You're lucky it didn't spot you. Take those turbo lifts and stay out of trouble.
Hey, you're not authorized. Wait, those are the prisoners. You're breaching and touching Block 3.
Your cover is blown. Find an alternate route. out. Who picked these two droids anyway?
Take cover, recruits! If anyone's packing a blaster, now's a good time. Ah! The escape pod's just below us! Wait, why are you going up? I said down, up is bad. Up is real bad.
The Resistance will attempt to rescue the prisoners.
They have neither the resources nor the courage to engage us.
You underestimate their conviction. Raise the shields!
Shields? I see no evidence.
Now!
Down the alarm! All personnel to their stations!
Sir, the prisoners have escaped.
How brave, but ultimately hopeless. There's nowhere to run.
Personnel, abandon ship. I repeat, abandon ship. This destroyer's about.
Your efforts are wasted. You cannot escape me. Your precious resistance is about to be destroyed.
Escape pods came in a little off target. Ground crews will meet you outside the wreck.
All right, nice job, recruits. Not what you signed on for, but hey, you're resistance now. I think I have that authority. Right, Beck? Where's the lieutenant? I need eyes on Beck. Line up, scan for his pod beacon.
More escape pods down in Sector 4. Verification pending from Key Command personnel.
Where's the lieutenant? I need eyes on Beck.
We're tracking Beck's pod at the wreckage, sir. It's...
Wreckage? I got a bad feeling about this.
No, sir. He came down at the wreckage site.
That doesn't sound good. He was the backbone of this operation.
Lieutenant Beck here.
Beck! You're alive!
I should hope so. Great job, recruits. Thanks to your heroism, the location of the Resistance base is secure. Bravo! Yes, R5, you too.
That is easily top 5 rides I think they've ever made. That is so insanely cool. Words can't do it justice, that's why I filmed the entire thing for you. So sick. I love how this ride takes you inside and outside and onto a ship, then you get captured, and all the cast members always give it their absolute all. I want to shout out the guy who played the Resistance Trooper that was saving us. He was so funny, and he was really just having his, like, Han Solo moment. It was great. Honestly, I wish I'd recorded more of him. Now, before we go on whatever's next, there is one thing I wanted to buy here first. After seeing him yesterday, I decided to go to the plush stand and pick up Cad Bane. Cad Bane is a character I absolutely loved in the Clone Wars.
And I think it's so funny to have a cute little plush of such a violent character.
Nice hat. Where did you get it? What are you looking at? It's a nice hat.
Friendly reminder, this guy has canonically kidnapped children for money. More than once.
But he wasn't the only purchase I ended up making. I can't believe I just bought a wooden dancing Jar Jar Binks. Good financial decision, not gonna lie. Alright, we're going back to Star Tours, really hoping we could see Cassian between planets, which is especially appropriate because the Season 2 trailer for Andor just dropped. Haven't been able to watch it yet, but if you're a Star Wars fan and you haven't seen that show, stop watching this video and watch it.
Offers the widest seats and the most legroom of any carrier. Every Star Speeder is equipped.
Unfortunately, with the exception of the opening, we got Vader this time. It was the exact same as last time, but now we're gonna head back to Muppet Vision because last time we didn't get to see any of the pre-show, and the pre-show is so great and so fun. I really want to check it out and try to see it one more time.
I hear Muppet Vision 3D is better than getting hit on the head with a 2x4. I won't believe that till I see it. Let's go in.
I'd like to thank my good friend Calypso for voicing Statler and Waldorf there. He also sent me an impromptu theme song for this video that he made up on the spot after saying those lines.
He traveled across the country to see Muppet Vision 3D one last time before it closes.
So, thank you, Calypso. Luckily, we got into the theater just in time to see a good chunk of the pre-show. Like I said, it's absolutely hilarious, so I'm gonna play it for you guys here.
On the orchestra. Come on, Eugene, come on, Estelle, come on, let's go. Come on, come on.
All right. Before we go in, here's Sam Eagle with some important safety instructions.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am Sam Eagle, and these are some important safety instructions for you.
Sam.
Not now, though.
Sam, this is urgent. Come here.
What is what? What?
Yes.
Really? Here?
Right over there.
Well, of course, certainly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an unexpected surprise. I have the great honor of introducing the one, the only, Mr. Mickey Mouse.
Hello, hi there, welcome to my park. How are you doing? Hello.
Whoa. What? You are not Mickey Mouse, you're a rat.
Rat smack. Besides, they're tourists. What do they know?
Will you get out of here?
Okay, but do I still get my $10?
Get out!
Don't duck back here.
Will you get out?
Yes!
I apologize. Now where was I? Yes, safety instructions. First, when entering the theater, please move as far to the end of the row as possible. Stopping in the middle is distinctly unpatriotic. Second, do not attempt to walk. While wearing your 3D glasses, you may trip, and frankly, you will... What are you doing?
I'm just showing how you can trip if you walk with your glasses on.
Will you stop this foolishness?
What foolishness would you like to see?
Will you get out of here?
Yes. Excuse me, Sam.
What now?
We're almost ready, Sam.
Oh, fine. Okay, thank you, Skip. Now, the performers will all go in the theater first, and then you, the audience, will be admitted. All right, performers, let us enter in an orderly fashion and provide an example. Will somebody please take over?
Welcome everyone to Muppet Vision Preview.
please ensure that everyone in your party has a pair of our special 3D glasses. Remember, don't open your 3D glasses until you're sitting inside your theater and asked to do by a lab technician. The automatic user ride will be open in stores, so please stay behind the yellow line. Once inside, please show the road and sit anywhere you like. The top two rows are reserved for guests traveling in wheelchairs in the party. Thank you and enjoy the show.
Towards the end of that footage, you could see my camera point up at this. This is a giant image of the Muppet created in Jim Henson's likeness, a part of the country trio that appeared quite often in the Muppet Show. I don't think I've ever noticed this Easter egg before, but I absolutely love it. It's right above you, as if Jim Henson is looking down, watching everyone who comes in to see the Muppets.
It is. On your special 3D glasses, as Kermit and Gang proudly present Muppet Vision 3D.
New orchestra of penguins! Yeah, probably took the job for the hell of it.
As you can see, this time we went straight for the middle of the theater, getting, in my opinion, one of the best seats in the house, allowing for full view of not only the show, but all the animatronics. I did this not only because I wanted to get better footage of the Penguins and Bean Bunny animatronic, which you'll see in just a minute, but also because this would be my last time ever seeing Muppet Vision in this theater, and I wanted to get the best look at it possible.
Hey, Kermit, watch this! Ozzy, that's terrible. You're right. Needs more sugar.
The audience wasn't as responsive as our first viewing, but they were still having a really great time laughing along. It was great to see and be a part of.
I don't see a bunny. Where? Where? Oh, nothing up there but a bunny. A bunny? Bean!
Hi, sweetie.
Hey, Kermit, look! What? Bean, what are you doing out there?
I'm running away. Nobody would let me help in the movie.
Oh, this is a very moving moment. Yeah, I wish they'd move it to Pittsburgh.
Hey, Bean! What are we doing sticking around here? Let's burn rubber! He's Waldo, my 3D friend, and we're both leaving the movie.
Right,
but Bean, if you leave, you'll miss all the fireworks.
Right, yeah!
Fireworks? Ooh. Okay, I'll stay, but I want to help.
Gee, is there anything Bean can do in the final number?
I don't know how I didn't hear this last time, but the voice calling out saying that they see Bean Bunny is so forced and so obviously an audio track placed in there, it's really funny.
I don't see a bunny. Where?
Also, here's a better look at the Swedish chef figure from my better seat, and man, nobody ever turns around and sees this. I'm pretty sure I was the only one that turned around during both of my showings. It's that excellent attention to detail that both the Muppets and the Disney parks always seem to excel at. And with that, my final time seeing Muppet Vision 3D came to an end. And while I'll share my thoughts on Muppet Vision as a whole in just a minute, I would like to take a moment to say goodbye to two of the Muppet characters who were made famous by this show that we may never see again. Bean Bunny and Waldo C. Graphic would not be who they are today if it weren't for Muppet Vision 3D. These were two new characters being promoted at the time Muppet Vision came out, and even though neither of them appeared much afterwards, this show cemented their legacy as notable Muppet players in the minds of so many people. For years now, Waldo has acted kind of as a mascot for Muppet Vision 3D and the Muppets at Disney World as a whole. When it was Disney World's 50th anniversary a few years ago, Waldo was featured right there alongside other classic, iconic Disney characters celebrating the history of the park. This guy, this little CGI puppet guy, hasn't appeared in any Muppet media since Muppet Vision in 1991. Yet we all know him and we all remember him, because this show is so iconic and because this show outlasted Waldo as a character. Just a few years ago, Waldo appeared as an Easter egg on a keychain in an episode of the Muppet Babies reboot. A clever reference, as this show was made entirely in CGI, and Waldo was the first CGI Muppet. And while Waldo's final appearance being closed is sad, I'm sure, like all Muppets that stop appearing, we'll continue to see references to him just like that. And honestly, with how significant Waldo has been to the Disney parks, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep using him. I genuinely have a feeling they'll probably sneak him in as an Easter egg in the new Muppet Rock and Roller Coaster. But if that doesn't happen, then I'd like to say goodbye, Waldo. You truly exploded onto the scene, leaving tons of little tiny Waldos in our hearts and in our minds. As for Bean Bunny, while I said earlier that I'm not the biggest fan of the character, I can't deny the value he's brought to the Muppet series. He's just a cute, funny little guy, and honestly, sometimes that's all we need to see. In his later years, Bean Bunny's character sort of changed. He went from cute character that everybody wants to help out to cute character that everybody wants to beat up. Brian Henson was once even quoted as saying, "Inside the Muppet Company, we love to hate Bean Bunny." Always getting beaten up is kind of the note Bean's character ended on when he stopped appearing in the mid-2000s, and it's kind of a weird turn for him. But it's a turn that does make sense with the Muppets, where physical comedy always runs rampant. And sometimes having a cute character get kicked around is funnier than having a cute character try to be cute. Whether you prefer the classic cutesy always trying to help Bean or the constant target of Michael Caine violence Bean, you gotta admit, this guy has had some pretty great moments over the years. And it was thanks to Muppet Vision that Bean was able to stay in the forefronts of fans' minds for all these years. Bean Bunny is easily one of the most frequently referenced missing characters. There are a lot of Easter eggs and references to him, and he still gets merchandise to this day. According to writer Kirk Thatcher, Bean was actually considered to make a return appearance in 2021's Muppets Haunted Mansion, but unfortunately, this ended up not happening. But with how often he tends to get mentioned, and how iconic he is thanks to Muppet Vision 3D, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bean again at some point in the future. Here's hoping he appears once again.
Well, someone's been advertising.
As I walked out of Muppet Vision, there was a sense of sadness washing over me, as I knew this would be the last time I'd ever see this area of the Disney parks in this way.
Well, I'm gonna miss this place. It was good to see it again. Never gonna see this guy again either. Took a picture with him my first time here, brought him to preschool show and tell. Bye, buddy.
Goodbye, Muppet Vision 3D. It's sad to see this show go. A show that stayed in that very spot for the last 3.5 decades. While the props inside and the pre-show have changed a bit over the years, the show itself has always been the exact same this entire time. And it's been there. It's been there throughout every single day of the operation of Disney's Hollywood Studios, being viewed by millions of people. People of all ages, people from all walks of life, sat in that theater, saw the same show, and laughed. It's beautiful, really, and it encapsulates what makes the Muppets so special. They bring us together, and bring us joy. In the world of the Disney parks, a show lasting over 30 years without change is almost unheard of. Everything is always updated. Sometimes things are closed and replaced. If not, rides and shows will typically undergo heavy refurbishment and change to help keep it up to date and fresh and interesting. To have Muppet Vision 3D sit right there, exactly where it was, completely unchanged, for 35 years, is almost unheard of by Disney park standards. Even the show of Carousel of Progress has been changed, and that's one of the last things Walt Disney ever worked on. Disney's Hollywood Studios has had so many major changes and expansions over the years, and that whole time, Muppet Vision stayed, and watched as the park around it changed. Its longevity is a testament to the longevity of the Muppets themselves. No matter what happened, through all the ups and downs, the Muppets were still right there in Hollywood Studios. And now that time has caught up to Muppet Vision, and it's time for us to say goodbye, we're still not fully saying goodbye to the Muppets here. The Muppets are getting a brand new attraction, with the re-theme to the Rock and Roller Coaster. Sure, it won't be the same. Yes, it'll be something new and different, and no, it won't have Jim Henson's creative input like Muppet Vision 3D did. But the Muppets being given a new attraction at Disney World just shows that they will continue to live on, and the legacy of these characters will still continue to matter. Yeah, they're going to be back in a different form than they were before, but every time we see the Muppets, they're up to something a bit different. They're a very versatile group who have proven the ability to adapt to basically anything. Sure, the franchise might be in a rough patch right now, and of course Muppet Vision closing feels like a gut punch to long-term fans. But the Muppets are still around, and they'll always be around. Even in a world where Muppet Vision is gone, it'll live on. It lives on in every single one of us. Every person who's ever seen the ride, everybody who worked on the ride. We'll keep that spark shining bright. We'll keep the legacy of Muppet Vision in mind, and we'll hold it with us forever. Goodbye, Muppet Vision 3D. Goodbye.
Alright, before we get out of here, I do have a few pins I want to pick up, but first I want to get that one that I'm pretty sure was Deadpool, and I also want to get one for my sister. Like I said, we're looking for one of the Alice ones. So we're going back to this place that we went to yesterday, all the way down here. You'll recognize it. You've been watching this video. What do you mean you haven't been? What? Gonna look somewhere else for the Alice one. The ones they have here I didn't really like, but we did get the Deadpool one.
After buying the pin, we made our way out of Hollywood Studios, crossing the third park of the day off the list.
And with that, we say goodbye to another park for the day, leaving only one more.
And so, we started our boat trip to Epcot. At around this time, we actually successfully booked one of the boarding groups for the Guardians of the Galaxy roller coaster. The only problem was it said that our boarding time was in about 5 hours. We were very confused because in 5 hours the park would be closed, or so we thought. Turned out that Epcot was open a few hours later this night. and we would have stayed for those additional 5 hours if it weren't for the rain pouring down and getting worse and worse every minute. It was getting late and we needed some dinner, so we went to the France Pavilion and stopped by a crepe restaurant. This crepe was really good, probably the best thing I ate all trip.
Something I really appreciate about that place is that the staff is entirely French, which is super cool. And when we went to the Italian booth a few days ago, the staff was entirely Italian. My dad got Wagyu the other day, and the woman that served it was Japanese. It's super cool because it gives you a more authentic experience with the food. You have people from that country who are going to know the culture and the food quite a bit better than, you know, if it were me, some guy from New Jersey, working over there. Now, I think we're going to head off to the Three Caballeros, which is a ride I really wanted to do the other day. Rarely ever has a long wait time, and I think that's going to be our last ride, which is kind of poetic, because last time I was here, several years ago, it was the first ride we went on, so kind of going full circle.
While walking through Epcot, we realized that the art festival was actually going on a few days longer than we thought, and stopped at a few booths, and I was finally able to pick something up for my sister, this beautiful art print of Alice and the Flowers.
Alright, so we went from trying to get her an art print to trying to get her a pin to getting her a perfect art print. I think she's going to love that, especially because it's from the festival here, and this is the last day of the festival, so even has a cool story behind it.
On the subject of my sister, she'd asked us to be on the lookout for the Disney on Broadway anniversary show, and we arrived just in time to see it start.
Be our guest, compliment your request.
On Broadway.
Hi, I'm Rodney Ingram. I was Aladdin on Broadway.
Hi, I'm Kissy Simmons, and I was Nala in The Lion King on Broadway.
Hi, I'm Michael James Scott, and I'm the genie in Aladdin on Broadway. But y'all, we are not up here alone tonight. Please give it up for our incredible band.
On the drums, we have Matt. We have Chris on bass.
Luis on guitar.
We got John on the keys.
And our musical director, arranger, and friend, Mr. Jim Abbott.
Now, to make tonight extra special, we have enlisted the help of Broadway's original Mary Poppins, Miss Ashley Brown. Yes! To help guide us through 30 years of Disney on Broadway.
Close your mouth, Michael. We are not a codfish. Now off we go. Spit spot. Now, where was I? Oh, that's right. 30 years ago, Disney Theatrical took its first bow on Broadway with its production of Beauty and the Beast, which ran for over 13 years, paving the way for more Disney stage musicals. What had begun as an ambitious idea evolved into a theatrical powerhouse. Tonight, we celebrate 3 decades of Disney on Broadway, its magic, its music, and the memories it has created.
At this point, Epcot was completely drenched. I always like checking out this little mini train set they have. It wasn't even running in the rain.
Minutes, we're not doing Frozen. Even after all these years, still almost always impossible to get on.
Finally, after what felt like hours of walking, we were ready to go on the next ride.
Never mind then.
So unfortunately, while we couldn't go on the ride, we did still stop inside of the pavilion because there's this really nice indoor exhibit there about the Day of the Dead, themed around Coco, which is one of the best Pixar movies, don't at me.
So that ride's under refurbishment right now, which means unfortunately we can't go on it. But that does mean then that the last thing we went on was Muppet Vision, and I think there's something beautifully poetic about that.
As the rain came down, now harder than ever, we started to make our way back to the hotel one last time. Epcot was completely soaked as we made our way back to the hotel. At some points it felt like we were practically walking through puddles. And while that was a little upsetting, I couldn't help but enjoy myself quite a bit, walking through the pouring rain, taking a look at everything in this beautiful park one last time. Sure, the rain here was a bit disappointing, but it reminded me of just how important it is to make the most of the time you have, no matter the circumstances. Nothing lasts forever, and fun experiences like a Disney trip are things you're gonna want to remember for a very long time. And if you're not having fun, well, you're not gonna remember it as something fun. This whole trip was kind of bittersweet. We were going here because Muppet Vision was closing. But honestly, with all things said and done, even though one of my favorite experiences at Disney World was closing, I think this was one of the best trips I've ever gone on. And being able to capture it and show it to all of you guys, well, that makes it even better for me. So, as we leave Epcot on our final day here, I want to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you watched the whole thing, if you only watched a few minutes, it means the world to me that I get to spend my time talking about the things I love and sharing them with all of you. Muppet Vision may be going away, but the time we spent with it will be with us forever.
At long last, I'm British.
On our way out of Epcot, we stopped at one final store, one of the big gift shops right at the opening of the park, mainly because we needed to get out of the rain somehow. They had these really fun ornaments themed around the Skyliner cars, including, to my surprise, one themed to the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, although it had Yondu on it and not Drax for some reason. Actually, sorry, my bad guys, Drax is there. He's just mastered the ability to stand completely still and go totally unnoticed. They also had this ornament of the new Walt Disney statue in Epcot, which I only then realized I hadn't actually seen in person on this trip. I'd forgotten to go look for it, and honestly I'm not entirely sure where in the park it is, but it's nice to see Epcot join the ranks of Disney parks with a Walt Disney statue in them. We finally left a very rainy Epcot and made our way back to the hotel for the last time. You might be asking why we didn't take the boat or the Skyliner back when it was so rainy, and that's because we had one last place we wanted to get to. I mentioned a few times throughout this video that I was looking for a pin to buy a good friend of mine who was in the middle of a semester abroad. I wanted to give him a gift for when he came back home, and he really likes the Haunted Mansion, so I decided I'd buy him a Hatbox Ghost pin that I had seen in that store we visited on the boardwalk on our first night here. I guess there's something kind of poetic about the first store we went to also being the last one. It's like that one George Lucas quote that everyone always makes fun of. We made it to the store, but once we were inside, I was a little confused. You see, there was no Hatbox Ghost pin. When I didn't see the Hatbox Ghost pin at the Haunted Mansion gift shop, I just assumed that they were sold out of it. It's a popular character, he was recently added into the ride, it made sense. But now, here, where I saw the pin a few nights ago, I finally realized there was no Hatbox Ghost pin. I was getting that confused with a pin that I saw of the Gravekeeper very briefly. Take this as a lesson, folks. Don't try to buy something if you only saw it out of the corner of your eye for a few seconds a few days prior. Unless, of course, there was a Hatbox Ghost pin, and he was removed from shelves, just like how the real animatronic was removed only a few weeks after opening in 1969. But you know, probably not. In the end, I decided to buy him the bride pin that I'd bought myself the night before. It's another character he really likes, and one of the last things we did together before he left was watch my Haunted Mansion bride video, since it had just come out at the time when he wanted to see it with me. At the time of this video's release, he just came home a week and a half ago, and I finally gave him the pin. He was really excited to get it, though he did ask me, and I quote, "Why is she giving me bedroom eyes?" And now I can't unsee that, thanks. With that in hand, we went back to the hotel one last time.
Alright, so here's everything I ended up getting today. We've got some more pins with the Deadpool one, the Wolverine one, and the Daredevil one. Very cool to have these guys. It's so cool that we finally have Marvel pins in the parks. This is really my first time getting multiple, and it's crazy to have characters like Deadpool and Daredevil and Wolverine who are often associated with mature projects these days, especially this guy right here. In addition to that, we got the stuffed Cad Bane, which I just thought was so funny that of all characters, they made Cad Bane. Absolutely love Cad Bane. I don't know where I'm going to put this at home, but I think that's so great. And also, of course, the moving wooden Jar Jar, which is super funny. We've had the Akbar one since Galaxy's Edge first opened, and I guess now he's going to have a friend. Then beyond just me, I did buy the Alice art print for my sister, and I got my friend the Haunted Mansion pin here. Like I said earlier, I wanted to get a Hatbox Ghost one, but they didn't have it, so I got him the Bride one, which is now the same as the one I have, so we can be matching, I guess. But if you put it all together, that makes up everything that I got while I was here, and I think this is easily the least amount of money that I've spent on merchandise at a Disney park. There was no Cars stuff that I had to get or wanted to get. I wish there were some Cars pins, but there weren't. I was especially disappointed in the lack of Muppet stuff. I was really hoping for some special Muppet Vision closing merchandise, or literally any sort of Muppet Vision merchandise, or at the very least, maybe those magnets with the characters for the anniversary. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but hey, still very happy with the stuff I got here, and also very excited to give these to the people I got them for. Isn't that right, Cad Bane? Yeah, he agrees, I think. And that's the end of the last day. Thanks so much for joining me. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye now.
And that night, as I tucked myself in bed, I got a text notification telling me that my virtual queue for the Guardians of the Galaxy roller coaster was finally available, and that it was time for me to board. Yes, really.